Because people are going to come in and out.
No, I mean to register through Eventbrite. Is there a close?
I don't know.
Double check that.
Because people are going to come in and out.
No, I mean
This is the YouTube
to
stream.
register through Eventbrite. Is there a close?
I don't know. So what I wanted you to do. Because people are going to come in and out.
No, I mean
this is the YouTube
to
stream.
register through Eventbrite. Is there a close?
I don't know. All right, so here, this is what I want you to do real quick. I want you to look on this monitor right here and make me as clear as possible with the on this.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'm here.
Yeah. Hey Tiffany. Hey, can you adjust the camera settings here? Can I, like, she does it for mine. There's like a ISO.
I mean, it looks pretty good, but the other thing is that sun's going to come down, so we may want to bring that down. And then, do we need the other light? No, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks natural.
I mean, we can set it up for later.
Can you? So this is my view right now of that. It's on program.
You don't like it?
I don't know. I just want to make sure it's.
Better.
Yeah, I was just saying we're gonna have to. Yeah, it's because you can't see it. Hold on. Now you can see it.
Oh, okay. I think you could. It looks like it's like to be just a bit taller.
Yeah. Do you want to use that one instead?
Maybe this one's a little weird.
Yeah.
You have time to do that?
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes.
Try it. See if you like it.
This might not be long enough, I think. Big enough.
Yeah.
Maybe it is. Oh, no, maybe it is.
Yeah, I think that looks a little better. It's a little taller.
And just make sure it's zoom. Like, so I'm going to be here in between here and here, right? So.
Yeah.
And it's auto. It's not autofocus, it's manual because of the box.
I thought it looked nice, but we do have to account for the sun going down.
Yeah.
Getting darker.
I can come back in on this light changes. How do you zoom on this?
You know, there is no zoom.
Oh,
Fixed
it's
line.
a,
Yeah, it's a fixed line, which I think is so good.
It looks really good.
yeah, I use like a 35 fixed lens for photography. And it's really fun.
This is 24. I bought this specifically for this webcam thing.
Does it bother you it being this far away?
It looks good.
Yeah, it does. And then it gives you more space to move too, I think, if it's farther away.
Okay.
And you'll still be in focus.
I just sent my cousin's kids an invite to a pizza party at my house. Oh, by the way, I got a fish tank tomorrow. The great thing about those kids,
1,000 pound.
yeah, they all come though.
Yeah.
Even if no pizza, they all come.
Yeah.
They're fun.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Like that?
Let's see. I don't know. I'm going to see.
Oh, you can't see it?
I'm going to see it right now. It's here now.
Looks good. What did you adjust?
I just pretty much changed the.
So there's light. Can we just, I think we just got to close that.
Yeah.
I can change the light.
And then Tiffany, can you set up one of those pop-up lights? Just, I mean, we don't have to use it, but just to have it ready.
Yeah.
I'll grab that. It's you have to pull it this way, and then you have to kind of pull it down. Yeah, that way we can.
You let me adjust it again.
Yeah.
Probably got a little darker.
Yeah. Is it the ISO that ISO is shutter speed, right?
No, Shutter speed is like the like one slash whatever you
But what do you do? Because you always rotate the knob on mine to make it brighter.
Yeah, that's ISO.
That's
just
ISO.
because I have like a certain shutter speed for video.
Okay.
That's better sometimes. So like,
Should I have something on my computer? So when I'm not when I do by chance share, it goes into like a logo or something. I'm just wondering if I should have. Yeah, on my desktop somewhere. I don't know.
Oh, I see. I see. What's currently there?
My
Just the
desktop.
standard. I think it's probably fine. Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the ESS website, the URL?
Yes, that's what's
The landing page you and Heather are building. It's like summit-2.
I'm not sure.
See the picture? After her adjustments?
Yeah, I saw it initially, not this. I haven't seen what she's doing now. That's the bad thing. That's the bad thing about this camera. Like while she's adjusting, I can't see the adjustment here. I wish it was both feeds, right?
Yeah.
And I wish that box, like I have this following box that doesn't go away. You know how that's why I have to do it manual.
Manual. Yeah.
If it didn't have the follow.
She was able to figure it out on mine. I had that autofocus box on mine too, but then
that's a Sony setting.
Is it? I think it's planted
Yeah,
this way.
I can fix it.
Yeah.
it looks good.
Like pretty cool.
Yeah, that's right. Or 10, nice. That's 400.
Everyone's so impressed with the buzz and the turnout.
Yeah. We were just talking about it. It was like 5 weeks you came and said like, hey, can we do this? And
Yeah.
amazing.
All right, you can look at it now. I think it looks good.
Yeah, sure. One thing with this, just be careful bumping the table because like it always falls over, like this stand.
It does.
Yeah, it's just.
That ain't good.
It'll be all right. Just don't bang the table. I think. Don't do it. Unless you're that passionate.
Yeah. You heard him.
Sustainability.
You heard him when you're yelling.
Yeah.
I want to get the ESS logo behind you, but this thing keeps shutting off.
There's probably a setting, right, for like sleep setting.
Yeah, I had it on never, but it still ended up. I'm gonna test it.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it looks good, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like
I
this.
like seeing some of the background of the office.
Yeah,
It makes
which
it
is
look
great.
open.
Yeah.
And then if Joe can get that logo on the screen, that would be cool too.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, it looks nice. I like your jacket.
Yeah, I think it's a little different, right?
Yeah,
Makes
I like
it.
Hey, Matt, just to confirm, do you want me recording or do you not? Are you going to be recording from your laptop straight?
I'm gonna hit
Okay.
I'm gonna hit it from here.
So
It goes to the cloud.
anything from the technical side, am I doing, is there anything specific you want me to be doing from?
No, I think we're good now.
Okay, cool.
I think we're good. I mean, the only thing is I may text and say, hey, I mean, you need something, and then you just jump in.
All right.
Yeah.
Start in 30 minutes, right?
Yeah,
It's 10 our time.
it's good, right?
Hey, what's up, Peter? How are you? I'm good. Just getting ready for a Beyond event. I have like 400 people for virtual summit. Couple years. Yeah, right.
I don't think it shows your page. I think it shows.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not worried about it between us and beyond.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what I think. I would love
Yeah, to say here.
So,
And I guess what we do is.
I mean, that's why I'm and then just basically plan on that. But, or we start at 14.
All right. Sure, there's some code there. Morning. Oh, yeah.
Really? Oh,
No, I got my jacket on. It is a summit, you know, people, you know. Huh?
I know, me too.
No different than what I know. I know I wore blue and black all the time. You wear something like this, you're like, what are you doing?
thanks a lot.
You go to your Post-its?
Yeah.
Here.
Do we also want to put the link in the LinkedIn group or just keep it in?
Everyone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So what we want to say is, sign up for it. If we meet with LinkedIn, there are people can join, it's okay, but we don't get.
Yeah. We don't get the number.
Yeah, that's what I do, because I couldn't find it. So you do sign up, you could.
I'm gonna do it now in chat. Looks good.
Yeah.
So this is your Photoshop screen. So Yeah, so it's mirroring what's on that screen. Is this your big screen or yours? This is your big screen?
This is what it looks like.
Yeah, close that.
Yeah.
That looks really nice. Full screen this? The green circle. Okay. Oh, it's beautiful. But it's taking up your big screen, so let's adjust the positioning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't want to mirror it. Yeah. Hopefully that's oh, that's top 5. That's top 5.
Timer going for this. What are you doing? Okay.
All right, let's see how that looks. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh yeah, that's good. You can see in the back. I'm just gonna be focused on you, but that's good.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Nice camera. So the only problem that I had this times out at 30 minutes. I always have to hit this button.
Really?
Yeah. So I guess when you walk in here sometimes, just go like this and
Yeah, I'll
go.
set a reminder
Just-
every 20 minutes.
Just
touch
click,
it, yeah.
touch that.
That's fine. I can do that. I mean, you set the streaming that you want your notifications on, so all right, what else? What else do we have to do?
I think we're good.
You look good.
Just waiting.
TV background there, the Zoom.
So it is blurry because it's
That's fine.
it's fine, right? So
The stream to YouTube is there.
it's live already.
Okay, so how are we circulating that to people?
We haven't. I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to just put it out there, then people won't register?
Yeah, exactly. That's the challenge, or that's the risk.
I mean, what do we want out of it at this point?
Yeah.
Do we want just people watching and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter?
Yeah, or do we want them registering? I mean, that's really what do you think?
So I guess it's, if you just want to watch it, we can put it out there.
Yeah.
Because of the demand, we're putting this out there.
Yeah, right. That's not bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Jane share that link. Can you Slack me that link?
Yeah.
Or Slack Jane that link?
Just say because of the
Oh,
demand
yeah.
of people,
Yeah.
there might be a chance you don't get in.
Yeah.
Here's a Zoom link, right?
Yeah, just put that in the ESS thread.
But I wouldn't do that till 9 because right now they can see us and I'm not live. Like
Yeah.
if the webinar hasn't started, but it's already,
We'll turn your camera. I mean, you can turn
yeah, but I'm just
your.
saying, they can hear us and
Cool.
Jane, I just slacked it to you, and Joel, I slacked it to you.
So should I change on the, is that right? For
Yeah. Hey, I think in somewhere we should say we're giving out specials. We never really said that out. Every session we're giving out specials. I really feel that.
I wouldn't send that out like last week. Yeah. I mean, you can mention it. Put it on your screen.
No, so people are gonna come, we're gonna do that. It'd be nice if people show up.
Yeah.
All of our wondering, it's better to say it in black style. You've already blocked it.
Yeah. Is that password function? What's our plan?
Hey, Jojo, there's a light, like.
Where?
It's right on that line. Maybe it won't matter once that comes. You see it?
Oh, right in your face, yeah. Yeah, hold on, don't move.
I think it's coming through the,
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's still there. It's because the sun is exactly on that
Yeah.
line.
It'll change, but still there?
Yeah, no, it's now, I can see the sun. I think the other way was better. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Whatever you did there, right there. But
Oh, you know
now,
what that is? That's peeking through here.
yeah,
Yeah, see. It's peeking through. I mean, it'll shift.
yeah.
It's peeking through. I mean, it'll shift. The moderators over session.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, John, how are you?
Fine. How are you, sir?
All right. So I want to make sure you have your now co-host so you could move things around.
Hey, how's it going, Joel?
So your co-host,
Okay.
okay?
All righty. You can.
Was the YouTube pretty clear?
I'm sorry. Try that again.
Was the YouTube pretty clear?
It was. It was.
I've got something for you.
Yeah.
Mic will sound a lot better.
Yeah?
Yeah, like Joe used it for his last,
I just want to see somebody. Could Jane come in and then raise her hand? I just want to practice bringing her up as a presenter
I did see that, yeah.
or somebody.
I don't, oh, okay.
And the sound is really, really good.
Hey, Jane, can you do me a favor? Can you just join the webinar really quick? Oh, you know what? Hey, JTH, the webinar hasn't started yet, so you won't be able to move attendees right now.
Okay. I'll see the hand raised. Click on them. The little drop down menu allows me to move them up. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm remembering from yesterday.
If not, I can do it too.
Yeah.
Sound check.
We're gonna do a sound check right now, okay?
Okay.
Where is it?
It's supposed to come up with Snowball.
Is it?
Microphone here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little better. Yeah, you're a little more bass in there.
No, is it good?
Oh yeah, it's good. It's great.
Because we just switched it to a microphone.
Yeah, no, it sounds good. Try it again.
I look like a broadcaster now.
Yeah,
From
no.
Beyond Summit Studios.
Yeah. You look like you're going old school RCA radio, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you if you're okay having it on screen or like off to
Yeah.
the side is probably good.
Yeah, it's fine like that. So I'm trying to think, is it better for me to sit this way than,
The light?
yeah, because let me just switch it. Because right now that light goes, you see it?
Yeah, I think you're fine there.
Where's the light
You
now?
look good. You look good from here.
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Looks like you're catching a little sunlight from Joel's side of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna go away.
It'll.
Yeah, as will mine. So
Oh, right. Yeah, you got it on your face too.
All right, so that looks good. I think we're all good.
indeed, so you know.
Good. All right. Sounds good.
I'm gonna mute and kill the video for a moment.
Yeah, it says, I think I'm on the real conference link bridge waiting the webinar to begin. Okay, so because like I said, so Eric is there. So we could technically start the webinar and then let people start joining. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's the best thing to do. Should we become very candid and just be open and just, hey, we'll start soon?
Yeah, you start soon. We're at 10:48, so you know we could start 10 minutes before, which gives everybody time to pile in and do all that stuff.
All right, so I'm going to start the webinar so we can get Eric in.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's the moderator?
The moderators can be different every session. So
But it's no one here.
no, nobody here. So it'll be listed, like you'll see it on.
The microphone is picking up the ambient noise in the office behind you, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm going to close the door.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. We will be starting in about 10 minutes. Excited that all of you are here. We got a packed day, and I'm excited that you guys are excited to be here. Eric, how are you, buddy?
Doing quite well, Matt. Thank you very much.
The Beyond Summit Studios, we're launching. So
That's great. That's great. Looks great behind you.
yeah, that's what happens when you have a branding company behind us. You know, they walk in and they start to do the right things. So it's kind of neat.
That's fantastic.
So I'm excited about your presentation, Eric. So, and you are launching the first ever inaugural summit for us. You know, we're going to do this often. So
No pressure, my friend, right?
no,
Yeah,
no pressure, no pressure. Just, bring your passions and we'll be all set. And we got probably over 500 people. We actually have to now do YouTube. So we have a YouTube stream going on now too. So
Oh, that's
if by
great.
chance if we get over the 500 all at once, which, you know, we may or may not. So
Oh, that's really great. Just let me know when you're ready to have my screen. And in the meantime, I'll shut off my camera.
no problem. No problem. You're all set. For others, if you want to join the conversation, just raise your hand. I'll open your mic and we'd be love to talk to you guys.
Just a quick audio check. Matt, can you hear me okay? Check
We
1,
can.
2. Thank you.
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
I got a big microphone right here. It's like a Star Wars thing. So. Keel, Brent, good to have you guys. People are rolling in, Eric. We're already at 14 people and it's not 5 minutes too. So you're going to have a good audience to start it off. Hey, good morning, Keel. Hey, thanks for your presentation. I think we're all set for that.
Can you hear me, Matt?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I said hello before, but I was muted. So
Yeah, no, I have to make you unmuted. So yeah, I just want to, before the session started, I want to say thanks for getting it. I think we're all set for that now.
yeah. Thank you to you and Jane for helping out.
Yeah, cool. All right, good. We're gonna have a good day. Join in on the conversation. Just raise your hand when you like to talk, or if you want, put some stuff on the chat. And we want this to be as interactive as possible. So, thanks,
Yeah,
everyone.
Matt, I don't know if I can dial in for the whole day. Is that
Yeah,
all right?
no worries. People are going to come in and out. We're going to be for every one of these sessions, we're going to have a link and a recorded video of each of these things. So people are going to get that. So you can join in and out as much as you want.
And so we can pass off those links to other people.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm putting you on mute. Have a good one. Good morning, everyone. We will be starting in about 3 minutes. Thanks for joining. People are coming in. We have an exciting day. So we ask that you, if you want to join in, you can raise your hand, join in the conversation. You can certainly put things in the chat. We're going to have a lot of different dialogues throughout the day. You can come and go as you need. All of the content will be pre-recorded and available on demand for you next week. As well as for every session, you will get the presentation that our members, our thought leaders are doing. So just to give you a little bit of that logistics as we move forward. And Eric, we're going to start right on time just because we're on a schedule. So just an FYI. So about 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Matt.
And Eric, why don't you share your screen with your initial presentation, and we can start that also.
So I have a host disabled participant screen sharing.
You should have it now. There you go.
Thank you, Matt.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, you know what, Eric, just to make sure that's good. Let's just, let's unshare because maybe when I'm speaking to introduce you, it'd be good if I'm, seeing. All right, 1 minute, okay, Eric? You're looking good, Eric. Don't be nervous.
You know, it's kind of embarrassing to say, but you know, since March of 2019, I haven't actually worn a suit or a sport jacket, and so it was a little different putting that on today. So I'm happy to do it.
That's okay. You're looking good. You're looking good. You look good in your sweatshirts and stuff too. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got almost 50 people today starting off the day, which is great. So I'm excited for all the people joining. We're going to start in about 20 seconds. JTH, you can hear me and everything?
Yes, I can. I can hear you fine.
All right, we're going to start then. All right. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Beyond Summit Studios here in Chicago. As you notice, we are coming to you live. We have over 400 people registered, which is so exciting. We have another 200 that's sitting in our LinkedIn list that's going to probably join. So we're going to have a tremendous amount of people coming in and out for the next 2 days. So, you know, when I was thinking about the summit, you know, 3 words came to mind. One, I'm really excited. I'm excited to be able to be with you all the next 2 days to really talk about the transformation that higher ed really needs. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the thought leaders who have come and who have jumped in to talk about the strategies that are so important for us as we think about how does higher ed shift moving and coming out of the pandemic. And the third word is curious, right? I am so curious to see the thought leaders and the discussions that we're going to have. You know, in some cases, we will have very uncomfortable conversations, and that's okay. Because uncomfortable conversations allow us to really think about what we're doing and saying, hey, can we make that better? So of course, I have some great guests coming in and out. And as people are asking me, Matt, why are you doing the summit? Why is this an important piece? I will tell you that I've been in higher ed for about 30 years. I've, had my own firm. I've been at Deloitte. I launched Beyond. And I felt like I was at Groundhog's Day. I felt like I was doing the same thing over and over every term, every time I did an implementation. I realized what we're doing is similar to what we all have been doing when we go to work. We sit in traffic. It's like road traffic, and we sit in. We see the potholes, and we're wishing for something different. We're hoping that it'll speed up. And then all of a sudden, they'll have construction, and you're hoping for this new world that's going to come. And then construction ends. And all of a sudden you might have an extra lane, but you're still in the same traffic. You're still in the same direction. Well, that's where higher ed is. That's where our implementations have been. And so what I've been doing is thinking about, how do we create a new expressway? How do we start to say, you know what? We don't want to repave the path that we've always been doing. Just look back the past eight years. Just look back 8 years. There's been so many discussions about transformation, and the reality of it is no one's really transforming. And so what we're really here today is to start talking about the strategies that we have to think about to really transform. So I'm really excited about the group that's here with us. Just to give you some context, we didn't pay anybody to come and speak. We invited the thought leaders here to talk about the things that we should be talking about. Instead of talking about admissions and records and financial aid and the HR department and everything else, those are back office transactions. We have to start talking about the direction higher ed has to go. And that can't be done by Matt Alex. It can't be done by my group. It has to be done in a collective effort. That is why I'm so excited about all the people that are coming in. So I reached out to all of my colleagues who I really believe that are in on this journey with us, and I've invited them. So none of them are paid. They're here to talk to you about the strategies that are really important. And I believe you are a part of that strategy. I believe each of you come to this summit to listen and hear and be curious, and also challenge us, because I think that's part of anything. So I'm going to start off with our first guest, and we will have a power-packed day. We will be moving through a speed of light. Everything is in a 30-minute packed power blocks. Each of our guests are going to be around 20 minutes each. After each one, we'll have about a 5-minute discussion we will have, and then we will move to the next guest. So I'm going to introduce my first guest. Eric, if you can start sharing your screen. Eric and I met at a blockchain conference. Neither of us do blockchain, but we both knew that we had to start thinking about, what does higher ed really need to do? And I met Eric, and his passion for higher ed comes through from the discussion. So I've asked all my guests, so including Eric, to say, don't worry about the presentation, bring your passion. So Eric, supports a company called Pathway U, and he is supporting 123 schools. Did I get that number right, Eric? 123 schools. He comes from the business side of the world, but he's passionate about higher ed. He's passionate about helping institutions change. It is about the passions that we will have, that we want our students to have. For you guys that don't know me, I have a daughter who's 17, a son who is 13. When they come out of college, the jobs that they will take on does not exist. My daughter is applying to colleges. She asked me what majors to take. I asked her to say, think about the passions you want to study, that you want to learn. And I am actually going to be, I am going to be talking about those type of passions. So Eric is a passion guy. His company talks about passion. So I'm going to let Eric talk about that passion that he has, what his company does, but it's really about the strategy. It's not his company. It's about the strategy that they believe and why they decided to go there. So Eric, without any further long-winded discussion by Matt Alex, go ahead and take the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matt. And thanks everybody for attending today. I'm honored to be here. Just a quick check. Matt, you can see my screen, yes? Okay, good. Good. Well, as Matt said, I'm Eric Leftwich, and I'm here today to talk to you about reaching and recruiting your ideal student. You know, when you go through the summit today, there's going to be a lot of dialogue about, you know, birth to death conception of a learner. And I'm honored to be here to kind of talk about a business perspective of the challenges that we know schools are dealing with in terms of recruiting students. And so in our agenda today, I'm just going to hit some highlights of the market. You know, I look at the business of education probably offensively, but very different than a lot of consultants that work with education. I came from the business development world. I came from the economic world of products and customers. And so when I stepped into the field of education many years ago, 8 years ago, I love the idea that we have a product, which is the educational world. And so the features within that product are the experiences and the things that we've developed within that educational process. So you'll hear me today talk a lot about the institution as a product or as a service. And I don't mean to be offensive by that, but it just sort of equates itself nicely in my business development brain. And then on the other hand of that, I think about students, the learner. And yeah, that's the user of the product, but sometimes the customer is not just the learner, but it's a supporting member like moms and dads, or a foundation that's paying a scholarship, or even an employer that's sending that student into the system. And you'll hear me talk about the customer. And that's what I mean when I say customer and product. So I know that might be offensive. Hopefully we didn't have a bunch of people drop off the meeting, and I'll hit you with what I'm going to talk about. We'll talk about the market. We'll talk about customer personas, and we'll talk about a new way of thinking about pitching our product or talking to our customers in sort of an enterprise sales approach. And we'll use acronyms like TAM and LTV. We'll talk about the innovation quotient that all businesses have to deal with. And then hopefully at the end of my conversation, it's provocative enough that you guys move forward and talk collectively about some of the things that I brought up today. Some of you may vehemently disagree with me, and I think that's a great conversation. I totally support Matt's vision. It's not really about products or services. It's about the dialogue that we're all going to have together and being able to change our industry. So let's first talk about the market, right? So any business development guy always has to know who his customer is, and that's the market. Do we have a product that fits the market? Of course we do. Since time immemorial, education has been important. But if I have career counselors on the phone today, I don't have to say anything about the shrinking market, right? COVID hit, and what I think COVID did is it accelerated some of the potholes that Matt had just talked about in his introduction forward. Like, we knew on this journey of recruiting students and putting better outcomes through the educational process that we had some hurdles coming down the pike, and then COVID hit. And I think those hurdles hit us a little faster. But one of those hurdles, even before COVID, was the idea that baby boomers had children, my age, I'm 55, and then the children had children. And so what's happened is the census of the number of college-bound students is decreasing year over year. Not only is that census decreasing, but then there's a vast competition for those census points. And so the marketplace is changing. You know, never ever before in our history has information been so readily available. Every person has a supercomputer in their pocket. I could look up how to do a regression analysis if I needed to, and then not have to remember my business training. But the concept of the marketplace is changing puts more pressure on the customer and us being able to get the customer. So when we talk about the perfect client, the perfect customer, reaching the ideal student, I want you to think about that ideal student a little differently. There might have been a day when we talked a lot about ACT scores, their GPA, their economic background, whether or not they have a legacy member. And then we might have used that as a demographic to think about who we have to go after. But I would say at my level, at the business concept, I would tell every president, every provost that your ideal learner is the learner that engaged with your university knowing that it was the right fit for them, they didn't melt away from the point where they said they were accepted within your university in the day they started. And then when they engaged, they stayed engaged through all 4 years, so they retained. And then ultimately that ideal learner is also that learner that graduated, found an employer perfectly in alignment with their education, and espoused the value and the beauty of their educational process. Sadly, when we interview students, working with 100 universities and all the lives of the students that we work with, there's a lot of things that get said. And unfortunately, the alumni of a lot of universities will say things like, I don't even use my degree. And that hurts me. And so for those learners that have that experience, they might be telling people, you don't need to go to university. You could do a 2-year program. You could do a digital badge. You could go to Galvanize, take a coding course and make 200 grand a year. And so the stress on the marketplace exists because there are emerging suppliers. When we look at the supply and demand curves of Keynesian economics, we've lived in the world of equilibrium for a while. We didn't have to worry about enrollment, but now suddenly the supply chain is increased. The demand is sort of changing and we have to keep pace with it. This comes right out of Hobson. So when we talk about the market demands are different, 10 years ago, if I'd ever called an institution a product, they probably would have kicked me out of that institution's speaking engagement. And if I ever said that a student was a customer, they'd blink their eyes at me. But now we know that the demand in the marketplace, being much different, is sort of shifting towards a return on investment and the value of that education, because information is so readily available and the access to education is much more in ways that we never thought would really be here at this time in our life. And so Hobson's actually reports, and I love this, like I remember that my son, who's now 27, he was getting a lot of brochures and the brochures were beautiful. It's the fall leaves falling on the campus oval, and he could envision his life on campus and he wanted to know what the dorms look like and all of that. And now students are thinking more and more about what is the return on investment and how are you going to help me after graduation find jobs? And that is a real hard thing for a lot of universities to make that shift. Education, the hallowed halls of education are about knowledge and experience and building leaders and character. It wasn't about jobs. But unfortunately, because the marketplace has changed, the market consumer has changed and the product demands are different, we're going to have to do something a little different to move forward. And moving forward is understanding our core customer. So what's interesting is, okay, Eric, I agree with you. The number of students that we can bring in might be reducing. Maybe I agree with you, maybe I don't. But the one thing we do know, all of us, is that the nature of the student, that persona of the student is definitely evolving. World of work is changing. Jobs are going away. More older adults are entering into the workplace. Businesses are paying for students to go to college as a benefit of employment. Foundations are getting more scholarship money because of CARES Act dollars, and they're paying for students to go to college. When we look at the students, the face of diversity is great. And we spend a lot of time talking about diversity and inclusion on campuses, which is really, really important. But we don't spend enough time about thinking about that inclusion and diversity in our dialogue with students that we want to recruit. So you really, truly have to know your client to really get a handle on your total addressable market. And then understanding that student, okay, maybe it's no longer a 16, 17, 18-year-old. Maybe it's the 30-year-old that's worked in a manufacturing sector and lost his job and now has to reskill. Knowing that demographic of who you want to go after because your product supports it becomes way more critical than ever. And the access to those people is really going to change in the next coming years. I think college recruitment and your people that actually sell the university are going to rely more on traditional business lead generation tools. So those could be things like the deep analytics that we could get from Google or Facebook, maybe the algorithmic behavioral studies that say, okay, students that do these things in their social media profile, these are the people you want to add to or present an ad to, but you're going to need to know how to talk to them. And then when you talk to them, you're going to need to be very intimate with them, because these new consumers, they want to know that you intimately know who they are. And that's because they want to hear the value, the return on investment of their education through their entire education through career life cycle. So knowing the student is not only diversity, but it's also even kind of understanding where they've come from. Millions of students, even before the pandemic, had already experienced the online training program or online classes. They're actually deluged every day with ads about, those classes that you can get, the master classes, become a chef online. And they are seeing all these new marketplaces for ways to get education. They're testing it because some of these people offer free things, free experiential learning platforms, and get into this platform, see what it's like. So most of the students that we're going to be reaching out to in the next 5 to 10 years are already familiar with online learning. Everybody makes a big deal about the shift of online learning. For K-12, that's a big deal. But for us in post-secondary market, in any way, whether it's a 2-year program, trade school, all the way through grad school, no big deal. In fact, it's a way to reach into other places. Talk about diversity. I can tell you, we worked with a avionics educational entity. They teach airfield operations. And they were worried that their census was going down and down. We had some meetings with them. We talked to them a year later. 70% of their population were Chinese students that were provided finances from the Chinese government because the Chinese industry knew that they didn't have enough pilots. So their customer persona completely changed. Now they're thinking about what other countries need to fill gaps in the workforce, and how can we recruit that country to send us students into our world. So I don't say that as a solution to your recruiting problem. I say that as the idea to truly understand that the nature of your customer, the nature of the person that's going to enroll in your university is backed by the need for ROI and the need for a fit to a career. One thing that I've always loved is when business writers write from the perspective of the corporate world as it relates to education. And Horn and Moesta wrote an article in Harvard Business Review last year, and it was a big article, and it was called The Job of Education, or The Doings of Education. It was something interesting, but it was the title that caught my eye: Do colleges truly understand what students want for them? And the 3 things that they said really have resonated with me over the years. One, let's take a student in that first, second year, and let's help them map their purpose and their passion, which is a real shaker, right? There's a lot of universities that still exist out there that are pick a major, pick a major, pick a major. A lot of that is moving away, and now universities are thinking about, no, we need to map that student to our majors with more scientific information, like machine learning or assessments. And that's great too, but they might be missing the idea of an employment factor. The second thing was, it's got to be risk-free and very easy to do. So if students are looking for digital badges and programs that don't require a 4-year degree, universities that are ahead of that and that are thinking about offering those things within the 4-year curriculum, they're the ones that are going to be further ahead, because that de-risks the idea of the investment. And then finally, the third point that he made in the article, which I really love, was creating pathways that have a clear sense of compass to an ultimate destination, which is basically a joyful, purposeful, meaningful, and sustainable life. Because why would I spend any time in the education market or the education world, or spend my dollars to learn anything, if it wasn't going to make me better? So when we look at what's next for most businesses faced with problems like we are today in the education world, you don't have to be an MBA to think about the concept of innovation or dying. Every business needs to innovate or die. But I would say for our industry, the economic equation for the education industry is that our future is really balanced on this fulcrum of the world of work. So employment needs certain things from students at different times in their life cycle. And can universities meet that need so that throughout the course of the 4 years, we're checking a student in and out of the employment sector? So there's some interesting dialogue about that, and I know you guys are going to be talking about it. The other thing, in the terms of marketing it marketing our product to our customers, we have to think about the why we exist as a business and how it provides that ROI. And then we have to build features and things within the element of the education process that support that why. So you don't have to be a genius to know, and you'll laugh when you read this, but everybody makes buying decisions based in these 3 elements. So if your university isn't saying things like, coming to our university, we will give you credit for your life experiences to defuse some of the burden of time and tuition, you're going to have a problem. If you're not saying, if you come to our university, we are connected to the private sector, and we're going to be able to help you think about not only a vocational pathway, but get connected to employers so that when you're done here with us at any level, you're going to get a job. And then finally, if you have those traits, you have those abilities, you have to position it in the marketplace to show that you're competitive. And so the marketing department within every education sector might want to beat me up when I say, look, it's still the 4 Ps, right? We have to talk about our university in a way that it's a product, and we have to put that product knowledge in the channel of where people buy it. So those 4 Ps are really, really important. But when we talk about placement and or promotion, now the demographic of student might be a little different. But ultimately, the one thing that we know in business, and Simon Sinek hit it so long ago, was the concept of the why. Universities have a problem with that, mainly because the brochure is beautiful. It's about who we are. You know, who we are as a university. Look at our buildings, look at our campus, look at our curriculum, look at our majors, look at our class sizes. But they don't talk enough in their marketing about the why we exist. And so, you know, Simon Sinek said it best. It's right on the slide. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And it's because the equation hits them personally in the ROI. So when we talk to that student, we say that our educational process exists because ultimately you need a destination. And we're going to help you get to that destination, whether it's a 2-year, 4-year digital badge, graduate destination. We don't care. Come here. We'll help you get there. And so the concept of mapping to a why is really critical in the form of marketing, which is kind of a different thing in the field of education.
Eric, just about a 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm wrapping up. So as we get to the call to action, I want you to consider these 4 things. Right? I've shared with you more than any time in history, we know it in our hearts that education is really leaning more towards helping students find outcome of employment. Right? We know that the future might actually include a hybrid model where employers are in the classroom, employers are on the campus, and we can check a chemist who's getting a major in chemistry into a role to get an experiential learning perspective on how to solve the COVID virus and then get back into studying the chemistry that they need to get it done. Right? And so I'm going to leave you with closing thoughts, and I'm going to take 1 minute to say this. 2019, we were summoned to the White House. No matter what your politics are, when the White House calls, you'll go. And we were steps away from the Oval Office talking to people that you see on TV. And they were saying, reskill America, reskill America. And I said, you know, 70% of the American population hates their job. So when they get a job after they've spent so much money on their education, they don't stay in that job, they bounce. The employer says those are bad graduates. The school says we give them the best education, and the consumer reflects on the whole process badly. So what if we thought about connecting that learner first to purpose? And then if we map that purpose to a vocational pathway, first, second year, not a major, and then we connected the resources that we have at the university to that destination, wouldn't that drive much, much bigger outcomes? So I thank you for your time today. If you have any questions or would like to connect with me in any way, there's my contact information. But Matt, thank you for the time that you gave me, and everyone, thank you for the time you spent listening to my talk today. I really appreciate you all.
Eric, hang on, because we're going to just dialogue a little bit. There's a couple questions in the chat that I think is really important. First of all, thank you for doing the talk. I think it's a great time. And Jason, you're up next, so I'm going to come to you in a second. But you talk about passion and what we do. Like, I never feel like I'm going to work, right? Well, I think that's the same thing for a university and a child or a student going to a community college or a university. Is like, how do they feel like, you know what, this is the passion of what I want to learn? Because part of higher ed is teaching people how to interact and how to learn and how to absorb and how to process. Everyone thinks it's going to be a 16-week course and you're going to get a job and move. The reality of it is universities prepare students and colleges prepare students to interact with different type of people. Preeti asks the question, we're now focusing on personas, these different type of people. How do we connect, our curriculum to those personas? How does a university start to look at personas in the way that they design their curriculum? If you can answer that question, that'd be really, really good.
Yeah, and I'll do it not from a product perspective, because, Matt and I are of the belief that there are a ton of really wonderful products that are out there that do analytics and assessments and provide some insights into who that student is. And then there's psychometric equations and algorithms to kind of predict. I'm a purveyor of one of those products, but I would say first it's a paradigm shift. I would love for all the universities to get on the same page that it's not mapping a student to a major, it's mapping them to a vocational pathway. And the intimacy of getting to know that student could actually just be down in the trenches. It's crazy to say, but I think admissions and career counseling and student success need to be the triad that's developed to make sure that we're recruiting that ideal student. So if we're bringing that student into a dialogue about career trajectory in the future, got their moms and dads, their employer, the foundation, the people paying for that education, everybody's going to feel good about it. And then when we have that dialogue with that learner, the minute that learner finds a sense of purpose or passion or calling, our study has shown they get a higher GPA. When they hit that hard course like thermodynamics, they can actually realize that they've got to push through it because they see that there's a destination on the end, engineering of bridges, not just being an engineer. And they can kind of push through it. Or when they hit that hard course, they don't just drop out. They look at what other lanes are in the concept of engineering that wouldn't require that course by vocation and not by major.
Sounds good. Eric, well, thanks so much. I really appreciate the time. If you could just stop unsharing, I'm going to transition this to Jason Belland, who is from Salesforce. And, when I was working with Salesforce, I was saying, hey, you guys do so many things around engagement and experience. And I needed someone from Salesforce to come and talk about the strategies, not talk about the product. And they just acquired Slack, which I'm a huge believer. My firm is a huge Slack user. I believe Slack could be a real powerful tool for universities and college. And this is not a sell for Salesforce. I'm saying we have to start thinking about channel communication and so forth. And I know Jason isn't here to talk about that, but I asked Salesforce, who can come and talk about the strategies that universities and colleges can think about? And Jason came up. And so Jason has been kind enough to give us his time to talk about the experiences and so forth. So Jason, if you want to start sharing your screen and
Matt, I'm actually having a screen sharing issue here for some reason.
We will take that over then.
Awesome. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
I will guide you in terms of where to start here.
Yeah, no problem. So Jason, why don't you just quickly give a little bit of your talk, and I'm going to move myself into your screen. And
awesome.
There.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to be here with you today. I'm very excited to, first of all, hear the presentation that just came before mine. Gave me a lot of great ideas. And I think a lot of alignment in terms of what we're thinking about. I'm very excited to be here today and maybe I'll step back for a minute before diving into the presentation. And thanks, Matt, for sharing this. I think we are at this incredible moment in higher education right now. I'm very grateful for this moment that we are in today in higher education. I've been working in higher ed at colleges and universities for about 15 years. I've been at Salesforce for 6 years. I think, every moment, every day I wake up, I'm inspired by our industry, by the customers that I'm working with every day, the customers I get to talk to every day. And really over the last year, I've seen, like I never have before, customers really leaning into their values, really leaning into their missions, and thinking about how might we do the thing we've been talking about for a while? How might we re-engineer a process, rethink how we engage with our students, and really get clear about why are we here? What is our why as an institution? And beyond that, how do we then take action on that? And I've seen so many customers really start their day in the right way, which is with the customer at the center, with the student at the center, and thinking about how do we build relationships with those students in a different way than we ever have before. As Salesforce, everything we do is based on a set of 4 values: trust, customer success, innovation, and equity. I think those values really ring true for a lot of us working in higher ed who are invested in customer success or student success, but know that to get there, we need to build trust as a #1 value. And that means building trust at every interaction with a student, but also with faculty and with staff. And so I want to start actually my presentation with a customer quote, and frankly, not a customer, from a student actually. This is a quote from a student at Arizona State University. They're an amazing innovator in the space. We all know them. I share their story, not to single them out. I think they're actually reflective of the innovation that's happening with so many colleges and universities. But I did want to call something out. They were celebrating last year great achievements, great milestones in terms of records they were setting in terms of enrollment and admissions. And they quoted some students. They asked students, okay, well, why did you, great, we're excited, we're here, why did you choose ASU? And they pulled this quote into a blog that they have on their website. You can check it out. And she says, she's coming from California. So she's coming from out of state. She's taking on some risk, right? As many students are. They're deciding between work and coming to school. They're making family decisions, or what's going to be the best investment of my dollar, or a loan I may need to take out, right? So she said, I feel like I was wanted at ASU. I'm going to be cared for here. I'm going to have access to the resources I need. And this is before she stepped foot on campus. So she's already feeling this in the beginning. And what's exciting to me about that is ASU and so many other schools have said, it's not enough to say student success or sense of belonging starts at the time a student shows up, and then we're going to surround them, they're going to connect, and they're going to feel like they're engaged. We need to do that, yes. But it actually starts on Instagram or Facebook or somewhere else that is a property we don't own. And we've engaged with them in a way that resonates, and then taken them on this journey to help them feel safe, help them feel connected. We personally care about you. We are going to support you along your way and build a trusted relationship that, of course, gets you through enrollment to show up on day one and yield management, and then, but also will get you to the finish line and actually pivot ASU and pivot us as an industry from saying we are about a 4-year degree, a moment in time, to saying we are about relationships and building relationships over the course of a lifetime. I think this is super important to think about how we can build these relationships early, right? How do we kind of create trust and acknowledge the human on the other side of these conversations, and that they are looking to make a connection. They may be looking for, I talked with a customer the other day who talked about, and to the point was made earlier by Eric, career services doesn't start, the last semester of the year. Career services doesn't even start actually on day one. It starts in the admissions process. And how do we help that individual who may not have ever thought about a career? May have only thought about a job. How do we help them think about that and connect to a dream very early in the process and start building a lifelong relationship? This this kind of experience is happening every day right now. And it's because of us as an industry really stepping up and I think thinking in new ways about our mission, about why we're here and how we can use technology and use, frankly, our ideas and our creativity to engage with learners who need our support today more than ever. If we scroll, Matt, to the next visual here, we did some research recently. We talked to students, faculty, staff around the globe, and we did find great, as you might imagine, really strong data to talk about sense of belonging in students, and particularly in the enrollment funnel. So 78% of students talked about the feeling of belonging influencing their decision to enroll, right? So students are thinking about not just the degree, not just whatever other thing that may be happening, but does this make sense for me as an individual? Will I fit in here? And particularly right now, where we are having a lot of virtual engagement, it is more important than ever and sometimes harder than ever to create a sense of belonging through digital channels, but more crucial than ever. And one thing that is exciting, but also a challenge is on the other side of this, and that is 65% of staff report that it is hard to get the data that they need to help students. So the challenging part about that is that 65% of staff are saying it's hard to get the data they need. And so how do we solve that and make that easier? But the exciting piece about that, I think, is that there is very clearly a desire by staff to think about why we are here, a desire by staff to say, I want to help these students and families, and I want to spend my time doing that work and not doing the work of searching for data and trying to understand what's happening with our students. A customer of ours at UNC Charlotte said to me the other day, it's not enough actually for me and my staff to know our students. We need to show them that we know them very clearly. And so we need that data, and then we need the tools to take action upon that. Another customer recently talked about their staff and how committed they are to the mission, and said to me, we are very blessed because we have staff who just love this institution. They love how we serve our community. They are excited about what we do here. So they show up they wake up every morning thinking about what is ahead of us and how I'm going to connect students to opportunities, and how, I'm driving a mission here, making a difference in the world, in the community. And then they get to work and by about lunchtime, they're on a path toward apathy, essentially, because they can't find the data. It's hard to do this work. It's hard to understand that student. They're spending a lot of time sorting through basic information that they're going to need to actually do the thing they woke up in the morning wanting to do. The good news is this is a very solvable problem when we take a different approach to thinking about how do we actually empower faculty, staff, and students to connect with one another to actually start driving an impact. We know that this is a discussion we've been having for a long time, right? So if we I look at the evolution of technology in a few different buckets in higher ed, I think most of us are probably doing something in ed tech in the early 2000s when we were making things into PDFs and putting them online and kind of digitizing stuff. There's then the second phase of workflow optimization, essentially. And I'm really excited about the fact that we are alive and engaged right now in this third phase, which is about digital transformation. And we've really seen, Matt, if we scroll down on the next visual here, that COVID is going to be talked about, I'm sure, all day, but we've really seen COVID accelerate transformation that has been underway or thought about for a while. So we've heard things from customers along the lines of, we've been really talking about, doing some hybrid or online learning for the past, 10 years, but suddenly we're now doing it. And sometimes it's not going well, frankly, right? Some things just are not suited for this. And sometimes it is going really well. And so, but we've embraced something that we've never done before, which is we're experimenting and we're open to trying things. And it's a necessity right now because of where we are in a pandemic, but it's actually creating more cross-functional conversations and alignment and discussion about, okay, well, how might we don't want to be in a panic for the rest of our lives about this and scrambling, but how might we actually work differently going forward so that we can be more agile, more experimental, more open to trying things versus having committees that talk about things for a long time. Similarly, in terms of the employee experience, we've had some conversations with customers who have said, HR definitely said no one's working from home, no questions asked. What are they doing at home? We don't know, right? Like that's not something we do here. Obviously, we're all working from home, or most of us are working from home, at least most of the time right now. And it's been interesting to see how that has opened up opportunities and actually conversations about collaboration and sharing things digitally across departments to serve students. So we're really seeing, and I think it's important to note, this game is changing for higher ed, but in a really good, positive way that is aligning towards students, aligning towards sharing data to keep students on track, aligning toward really thinking about, there's the doom and gloom headlines about admissions and enrollment and the shrinking, opportunities here and demographics. But there is this other story, and it was alluded to earlier, about half of the workforce needing to be reskilled by 2022. That's a data point from World Economic Forum pre-COVID. So there's massive opportunity, but I need to get smart and I need to think about how am I going to use data and think about, to Eric's point, my why as an institution to actually understand how does my why, my value intersect with the need in the market? And then how do I transform my business so that I can appreciate that every learner is on a different journey and may need a different kind of support. So how do I equitably support every student with what they need to be successful and appreciate that learning is going to happen in different ways over time. Work is going to happen in different ways forever now, right? This has changed everything for the future of work. So how do I really embrace that to actually make sure that I'm not only investing in student success, that's clearly important, no one would debate that, but I'm also appreciating and valuing that to get to student success, I must invest in faculty and staff. I'll double underline that, staff success, and making sure my staff have what they need and are engaged and inspired and motivated and connected to one another so that they can create a holistic experience for students. Matt, on the next visual, I want to call out one university that I think is doing really great work, Indiana University. We've talked with them at Salesforce a number of times. They're a great customer. I get inspired every time I talk to them in a couple different ways. They talk about how they've pivoted from COVID. They talk about how they are engaging students holistically. They're engaging the community holistically to really provide different pathways for students to make sure that every student has access to a question they might have. Appreciating student might be working from home, they might be working while studying, right? So looking for an answer at 2 a.m, they can get that answer. And by the way, they're not just getting an answer, they're getting actually the correct answer as agreed upon by the university because they're sharing information and can make sure the right answer meets the question that was posed at 3 a.m. by that student. And the thing they're doing differently that I think is important here, Brad Wheeler, CIO, is on the slide here, but he's working with the CMO and the CFO and the president's office, and they've formed this great coalition across units to say, actually, well, maybe in some cases the CIO and the CFO and the CMO don't really talk to each other, or they're fighting, or they actually have a lot in common. And they are actually all people that need to think horizontally across business lines, and they want to share data, and they want to understand how do we scale this thing that we're trying to do, but in a way that also delivers the business units what they need and gives personalized attention to faculty, to staff, to students. And Brad and the team at IU are doing something that so many customers, I think, are, and so many of us are thinking about now, which is I need to stop thinking about, I'm going to go solve this problem in marketing. I'm going to go solve this problem in admissions, and then this one in advising, and this one in career services, and then this one in solutions, and then this in alumni, because I'm then creating siloed experiences, wildly disjointed experiences for one student who just wants to have a seamless experience to connect to their dream, to their career. And so Indiana University, like many others, is thinking horizontally about how do I make sure that no matter what question a student has, no matter what kind of experience they're having, they can have a personalized but consistent experience, and an experience that speaks to them across touch points across IU. this is really powerful when we talk about creating a sense of belonging, when we talk about things like, making sure students get answers at the right time, which isn't just a nice to have, but is often the difference between a student making a decision that will positively impact their future or might require them to take an extra semester or take out additional student loan funding or potentially drop out because they're nervous that they don't have the funding and don't understand what their options are. Getting the right answer to the student in the right amount of time makes a huge difference. And that's what horizontal thinking across the university, that's where that can bring us. I'm going to land on one last visual here and happy to have discussion. I like to bring in customer quotes if you can't tell. And this last one, which is actually available on a YouTube video from this wonderful gentleman, Tristan Denley from the University System of Georgia. Lots of YouTube videos with him giving great, inspiring presentations about advising. He's their chief academic officer. I find him to be really inspirational. And a quote I actually pulled from one of his YouTube videos, but that stayed with me, is students can see that we believe in their success through the way in which we interact with them. So we've been talking about this a little bit, right, or a lot, in terms of how we engage with students. What does the communications look like? I think it's really important to understand and appreciate the weight of what Tristan is saying here, which is most certainly we need to communicate with people in a personalized way and engage them very early and then connect them, yes. But we really need to think about this as not just a comms problem, and it's not just for technology to solve. Like, there's a real role here for HR, there's a role for organizational structure, and how are we organizing ourselves to support students, not just putting technology in place with the same way we've been doing stuff. How do we organize so that a student knows that we are there to support them, and that we as staff members at the university also know amongst each other, yeah, we're organized to help here. So academic advisor, career services, everyone else, all of us, our mission, our goal here is about helping that student to the finish line and making sure they have an amazing experience so that they can become an engaged alumni, working in the community, engaging with us, coming back as their career changes, and really having a lifelong learning engagement with us. So I hope some of that was helpful to you and inspirational. We've got actually, sorry, I forgot one last thing here. We have a pretty awesome, not just because we made it, I think it's pretty great to read. We worked with Jeff Salingo on a pretty awesome report. It's about 30, 40 pages called The New You, that really captures some ideas that I think will inspire thinking, honestly, about what you could do differently, some ideas to bring back to your institution, some ideas to think about big digital transformation, like, all caps, digital transformation, transform the whole thing. But also, I think the really important things, the kind of lowercase digital transformation that's about creating moments that matter, high value moments that matter, that go back to that student at ASU at the beginning of the talk here, that say, we see you, we hear you, we value you, and we're gonna make sure that you feel wanted at our institution. Matt, thanks so much. I'll turn it back to you. At least I think you might be on mute, Matt.
Jason, you hit exactly at the time that you were supposed to, so I appreciate that. There is a lot of dialogue in the audience around some of the stuff that you're speaking to. One is from Karen, who says, why does educational institutions, why are they not harnessing the social media platforms like other consumers do? YouTube, Instagram, when students are 24/7?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll speak to some inspiration I've seen lately from some universities. I think doing something new, exercising a new muscle can be challenging. It's a little bit scary to think about the comments that are left or how those things have a life of their own. I think the universities who are doing that really well, I'll talk, Indiana University actually just refactored their whole website around the demographic and the student they're trying to attract. Schools that I think are doing that well are having real conversations around why it's good to give up some control, and that we are not at the center we are part of a network and we're in conversation with the customer, not the center of the conversation. So I think when you kind of flip that a little bit and embrace that, you're going to get some bruises and stuff along the way, but also there's value in the authenticity of real conversation, and people really want that right now, especially right now. I think that goes a long way to foster that sense of belonging.
Yeah, and I think you kind of hit it. You said this is the opportunity to pivot, right? I've been in this for 20 to 30 years. You've been in it for a long time. We've never seen the opportunity. We have a license to change. And in my presentation, I'll talk about that. We have a license to change. This is the time that leaders can lead without feeling, oh my God, I need consensus, because we have consensus-driven institutions struggle sometimes to change, right? So this is the opportunity. Consensus doesn't mean don't listen to anyone else. You need to have the why, as Eric said before, so that everyone believes in what you need to do. So, in your example of University of Indiana, they had a goal, they had a why. Then they decided, hey, this is the strategy that we have to do it. They realized needs were changing, right? And that's an important piece of it. So there's another question out there from Rodney Alsip. Information access on campus is more about campus silos that prevent access. The data and information is available, but access is really a siloed issue. Any suggestions on eliminating the silos?
Yes. So this is, very much, I think it's having a real conversation, kind of the come to Jesus conversation about why are we here? Like, what is the goal of this organization? And it's not about silos and maintaining those. It's about serving our students. And I, as an advisor, do not own the data. I am a steward of that data across an experience. And, this conversation happens a lot because this is not about whether technology can support appropriate levels of sharing and privacy. Like, yes, that happens on a global scale with commercial companies every single day. This is about institutional willpower and creating that why and aligning individuals around success of students, not about success of their individual unit.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. There's a question on getting access to your the report, the Salingo report. Everyone has access to the Quiller. So inside of the chat, you will see that all of our presentations are accessible to you while the presenters are there. In them, there are embedded links to these type of reports. So in Jason's presentation, it's certainly there, and then driving it that way. So folks that are looking for it, please just look on the Quiller link. So, Jason, any last words or thoughts? I'm going to actually start transitioning it to a gentleman by the name of Andy Hanna, who is really changing the way that we look at data around students, right? You talk about the engagement element of it, but some of it is trying to understand, who these students are, what your ideal, student is. And we're going to go into that discussion with Andy in a second. Would love to transition this to David, and David's going to be the next facilitator. As you guys notice, we're going to switch facilitators and moderators through the day because it's nonstop. Matt Alex can't talk the whole day. So we're going to have David, step in and take it from here. Jason, I appreciate the time. We would love to have you back on our stage as we go. Any closing thoughts as we move to the next guest?
No, I'll just say hello to my good friend David, and Matt. Super grateful to be here today. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
David, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you? This is going great so far.
Yeah. For the first time, this isn't too bad. So we're gonna have Andy jump in. Andy, I don't know if you could show if you're on. There you go. Andy, me and Andy met at Florida State in the lobby, and we've become friends. And things that Andy is doing around data is really important. Data is power. And I'm a big believer of that. And so David is going to be your the host for the next 30 minutes. And then Andy, thanks for doing this. And I'm going to enjoy your session.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. So hi, everyone. Welcome to the next session. We're going to spend about 20 minutes as before. The format is Andy will speak for about 20 minutes on the topic of shape the class, shape the future. Great topic. And we'll have time at the end for Q&A as we just did. You will hear a chime. I'm going to start a timer as Andy begins speaking for a 15-minute warning. So is kind of a 5-minute reminder to wrap up by 25 after. And then we will have Q&A, which I will moderate. And with that, I think we're ready to go. So just quick introduction for Andy. As you can see here on the screen, Andy is the chairman of the board and chief partnership officer at OTHOT. And OTHOT is a fairly new company, right, Andy, that you guys have been around a year or two and focused on 6 years now. Sorry. Seems like shorter than that. Relatively new, right? So you guys are focused on artificial intelligence and prescriptive analytics, specifically in higher education. And I actually know your CEO, Fred Weiss. He and I go way back. So I don't have further background on you, Andy, but I'm going to turn over to you to run the session. And I appreciate you taking the time to do that today. So starting the timer now.
Great. Thank you very much, David. And thank you, Matt. Thanks to Beyond. Just fantastic to be here and be part of this this experience, and looking forward to sharing some of what we're doing at OTHOT, but mostly just some thought leadership around getting to data and the use of data and knowledge. And that's really where I want to start this. I have a personal philosophy that I'd like to convey, which is with time and knowledge, we can capture opportunities and solve problems. And the reason why I start there is because the beginning of my presentation is going to have some highlights on some challenges that we're facing. And as I talk to my colleagues across the country, as I talk to presidents and provosts and vice presidents, and we talk about what are the objectives for the 2020s. And the 2020s, for the most part, most institutions are talking about growth, whether it's growth in programs or it's growth in students, number of students, or it's growth in NTR. That is a major theme, and rightly so. But related to that, growth is great, but we can't ignore birth rates. And that's why I wanted to start here, and I wanted to start with a little bit of the challenge. And we see a lot of data that's out there and a lot of studies that talk about a huge decline that's going to happen at 2025. And so we've used a number of data sources and we've looked at the challenge. And there is no mistake about it, you can't avoid birth rate. So we're almost 17 years since the financial crisis. And what happens at that time is those birth rates start to sink. But it's not just a national story. And sometimes what data and analytics allows us to do is to drive to the individual, whether it's the individual institution or the individual who attends our institution. So as we started working with our partners and some other universities across the country, we looked at it from a regional basis. And when you look at it from a regional basis, it's a different story in New England than it is in the Southwest. Right, so there are different demographics and different population changes that are at play. But then as you continue to dive deeper and you look at the individual states where universities and colleges are recruiting, you can see another challenge because certain states have lower growth rates of those first-time students that we should expect in 2025. And then if we look at the number of competitive colleges that are in our geographic area, and we look at schools who may have significant resources and they may have a brand that's stronger, that's going to drive our growth rate lower. And by the way, borders are no longer, they're no longer a defense because we have schools that are crossing borders and recruiting. So depending on your individual institution, it could be as much as double or 2.5 times the negative growth rate of the supply of first-time students that you're typically used to recruiting from. There's two things I want to point out that are really critical in what I said, though. It's 25 to 28 is when that decline is going to happen, which means that we have time. And we can drive it down to the individual institution, which means that we have knowledge. So that knowledge and time can help us capture the opportunity, or in some cases, solve problems. Now, I'm not foreshadowing an apocalyptic future, but I just want to highlight that we can't ignore birth rates and changing demographics and the competitive actions of other schools who are coming into our geographies. And so I want to start there, and I want to say it comes to the individual institution. And we need to ask ourselves, who is our ideal student? Where are they, and how do we attract them? And we can say, based off of those birth rates that I was talking about and the supply of first-time students, that without change, our fate can be determined. If we continue to think just about our geography and where we recruit, we're going to end up in a situation where we're going to have a decline in our number of students. And so change is critical. I want to use an example from the retail industry that everybody's familiar with, which is Amazon as compared to Sears. If you think about how Sears started back in 1880, they were a catalog company. You took the catalog, you looked up a product, you sent a check in the mail to Sears. Sears put on a Wells Fargo wagon, and it got delivered to your doorstep. Think about what I just said. You order it, send the money, and it gets delivered to your doorstep. Effectively, Sears back in the 1880s was the Amazon of the day. Amazon, of course, has been the digital native retail giant that has captured most of the market share in that Sears had once had. Sears is no longer around. Amazon is the main player. This is not to say that there is a foregone conclusion that that's where you're going to end up. It means that we need to use technology to position ourselves to be in a competitive situation. So Amazon's secret to success, of course, is analytics. They are the most analytic company on the planet, and they understand how to drive down into the individual and understand the individual's behavior. And that's what we need to start to think about when we think about how we're attracting students, is how do we get to know them en masse the day that we meet them. It's not saying that geography isn't important. What it's saying is that we got to look beyond geography. I want to use one more example from industry, and that is that we can look at a sales funnel. And in a traditional sales funnel, we all have enrollment funnels as well. And in a traditional sales funnel, what we see is that it's highly dependent on time and a sequential process. So how long we've known a customer, what stage of the process they're in, what the likely contract value is. We multiply all that together, and that tells us what our sales forecast is. It's a function of time in a sequential process. What we should be looking at, however, is the likelihood of an individual to buy, or in our case, the likelihood of an individual to enroll in a university. We can know that based off of data immediately when we meet the person. We can gather data and have an idea of how they fit with our organization. And so we should be thinking about using technology, about learning about the individual at a very deep level, but we should also be looking at how we can see their fit related to our institution. So we can pay more attention when we know, even from the day that we meet them, their likelihood to enroll. We can pay more attention to them. We can allocate more resources to them. And we're very, very lucky in higher ed, because once the students come out of stealth mode, we know more about them than any other company or organization knows about their prospective customer or their prospective student in our case. So again, we're in a very fortunate situation to use the technology and the tools that are available to us. I want to show you a picture of how we think multidimensionally about the individual institution. What you see here is two charts. And on the horizontal axis of both charts are growth rates from 2025 to 2028. So if you remember from that first graph, that goes from 0 to -13 on this graph. So that's your negative growth rates of the supply of first-time students that relate to your institution. We can use predictive analytics to understand, based off of where you recruit and how you recruit, if you do nothing different than what you are doing today, what will your growth rate be between 2025 and 2028? Now look at that left-hand graph. That left-hand graph at the bottom left, first of all, on the vertical axis, we have the growth rates from 20 to 25. So we're looking at the growth rates of 2025 versus 25 to 28. If you're in that bottom left-hand corner, you have very small growth rates over the next 5 years. You have very negative growth rates from 25 to 28. And the darkness of that circle tells you how concentrated you are in a particular geography. So if you're a dark circle in that bottom left-hand corner, you need to think differently and boldly about your strategy. Take a look at the right one. The one on the right, again, on the horizontal is that growth rate from 25 to 28. On that vertical axis, that's the retention rate. So lower the retention. So that yellow corner that you see is lower retention rates and very negative growth rates. You might immediately think, well, that's trouble, but that's actually opportunity. It shows you the importance of retention, right? We need to look at retention in a very strategic way when you're in a position where your growth rates are going to shrink. And this can be done on an individual school by individual school basis. So today we have the knowledge, and most of us have the time to be able to understand where we are, and we can develop strategy to future-proof our organization. So what does it mean to future-proof your organization? Number one, it's to protect and engage, right? Looking at that multi-dimensionality of the predictions of where your school will be if you do nothing different, and we're subject to those growth rates that I talked about. We need to make sure that we're strong with our recruitment and retention and protecting our geography. It's not meant to say ignore geography. It means that we need to get beyond it. All of our schools, every school exists because, you have assets, you have programs that are your shining stars. They're the reasons why students seek out your institution. We need to make sure that that isn't just known to the individuals in our geography, but we can look across the country. We can look at potential students that may be 3, 4, 5 states away, but they match what we teach and what we're good at. And if we're able to do that, if we're able to put our brand on what we're good at, that brand will resonate all the way across the nation. And I think we heard this in the first 2 talks as well. Future work is critical. We need to make sure that we're matching future work, the placement of the individuals, the outcomes, to what our programs are. And if we match those programs to the student, we're going to have a seamless stream of students who are going to enroll and be successful and graduate and get a great job. And we need to think about this because geography is not as big of a barrier as it used to be. Even though you may be sitting there thinking, well, I'm still going to protect my geography. Living in Pittsburgh, the number of television and radio ads from Arizona State University is amazing. So there's a whole complete change from a competitive aspect that we need to think about how to move beyond that geography and realize that virtual students are the new normal. Not saying that we're going to go completely virtual, but there will be an aspect of virtual education that will continue well beyond the pandemic. So now I want to talk a little bit about how do we make this happen, right? So these are big picture concepts that make logical sense. And when we think about it in the context of the changing demographics and the supply of first-time students, we have to ask ourselves, how do we prepare? How do we change the institution? And what advanced analytics and AI allows us to do is to understand deeply an individual from the day that we meet them in high school to the day that they enroll through their experience at the university, helping them get great jobs and then be active alumni. It's a continuum of data and analytics on one platform. We need to understand that continuum every step of the way. And when we understand that continuum, we can enroll the best fit students at the right price who are going to persist, get a great job with the least amount of debt, and remain active alumni and continue to give back in terms of time, treasure, and talent to the university. We have to understand that these students, this generation of students that are entering into university, have been taught by Amazon, Netflix, Spotify, TikTok, Instagram, that the world is a personal place, that everything comes to them personalized. They think about data and experiences very differently than any other generation. They expect a personalized education. They expect to understand where they're going to get a job or be placed once they graduate. And you can't do that unless you have this deep understanding of the individual from the day that we meet them until the days that they're active alumni. And I would say that most institutions have a vision of lifelong learning, of lifelong relationships with their alumni. We can't really serve that constituent unless we've understood the journey that they've been on from the very beginning. This is why those companies that I mentioned, or the students are interacting with, the Amazons and Netflix, the et ceteras, they understand analytics and people at a very, very deep level. So when we do that, when we have that continuum, when we have that single pane of glass to be able to understand the individual, we can then use that information to optimize the outcomes for a student. We can say, we can help them understand what their passion is. We heard that earlier, what their outcome that they want to be, and help them, nudge them into the experience that are going to increase, maximize the probability that they're going to be successful. When we use predictive and diagnostic analytics to understand where our individual institution is related to growth rates and retention rates and concentration, we can then set our strategy of what we need to do to grow. And that has to come from a reimagination of who we are. We have to understand what are the assets that we have, what are the programs, the professors, the experiences, the outcomes that we have that will resonate to the student regardless of their geography, and so that we can serve them in the best way possible. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andy. Come back on here. So we don't have any questions submitted yet. Please, if you're in the audience, use the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen and feel free to type in questions. Here comes a question now. So this is a long one. I'm going to read this to you, Andy. Here we go.
Okay.
Doesn't Google entry into reasonably priced online education with certifications that are already recognized by a number of large institutions play into the lifelong learner model and pose a serious threat to higher ed revenues as well? I assume the metrics of these slides are not included the impact it can have on our institutions. The competition for students has been disrupted. Much like another industry where in order to survive, banks must look like tech firms because tech firms already look like the banks, such as Venmo, Apple Pay, Google Pay, etc. Google doesn't have to have the brick and mortar or the tech silos to handicap us financially to deal with. Does that make sense, Andy?
Well, that is a lot. There's no doubt about it. So I could take that question, that comment from a number of different angles. I think absolutely, first of all, that competition is going to come from numerous angles, and the numbers that I showed and the analysis that I showed are primarily related to growth, the same share of students going into to colleges and universities once they graduate from high school. So that could be another pressure that reduces down the or increases the negative growth rates that you might experience. So it heightens the awareness of what we need to do. The infrastructure that's been built is absolutely a really interesting point. And in fact, if we look at what Sears did, if we go back to the example that I had earlier, that Sears, they transitioned from that mail order catalog system to a brick and mortar and distribution system of the mall because of the technology called the automobile. So they were able to transition from one business model to the next. But what made them successful in that transition to the mall actually hindered their ability to transition to be a digitally oriented retailer. And so that is a cautionary tale that we need to make sure that we understand that maybe some of the systems and structures and the infrastructure that we built is going to make it a big challenge for us to transition to a digital world. And then the last thing I'll say is the only way that we can continue to have that deep relationship with the individual is to try and mimic the Amazon experience with the retailer as close as possible, which is understand the individual and their behavior. And that's why you need to have a system or some type of platform that allows you to digitally understand the behaviors and the desires, the passions of the individual, and maintain as much of that market as you can. So David, an equally long answer for a long question or a comment, but hopefully that hits the mark.
Andy, I have a question, and it really goes back to, and as you know, Beyond is built off of what we call future of work and future of learning, right? Our firm is built on rethinking how organizations, universities, and industries are going to rethink what they do. So you just gave a great example around Sears, right? They had to think about the transformation when they realized the automobile is going to be the method and the way people come, right? And if we just think about, Amazon coming into the world, right? So when we think about future of work, and I'm working with a bunch of different innovative universities around future work, they have to first align with industry, because industry is what will influence the transformation within the curriculum or the offerings, right? How does a university or a college, when they're thinking about future of work, use the data that we have? Because remember, data is power at these universities. I don't think they realize the powerful element of what sits on their platforms, right? It's data. How do you harness it? How do you start to integrate it with industry? Like, how do we start to recognize that this student that we taught and then went into industry, and then they came back and relearned something? Maybe they went to an innovation hub or one of the centers, right? And then they got a new job. Like, how do we track that type of world? This goes a little bit to my enrollment DNA world that me and you talk about.
Sure. Yep.
And there'll be another session. But I would love you to talk about future of work and what this means and why data is so important, because the world is changing around us.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Matt, and I'm actually going to take it from answer it from two angles. The first one is the student. So the student is the future worker, right? So that number one is we need to understand what does the student want to achieve and through their journey at the university, and where do they want to end up upon placement. And what we're working with a couple of universities, which I think is really cool, is one of them is, so if a student knows what they want to be, let's say they want to be a Big Four accountant, right? So we know that there's a market for that, and the university has sent hundreds of thousands of people to that end, and a Big Four accountant over many years. What data and analytics can tell us is, what is the best path for that individual student to take to maximize the chances that they're going to be a Big Four accountant? What's even cooler than that is most students don't know what they want to do, right? So imagine that what the platform can tell you is they can say, you can press a button, you can say, here's who I am. Here's the classes I've taken, here's the grades, here's what I like to do, here's the types of organizations I'm involved with. And the platform all of a sudden says, oh, here's 10 pathways of students who came before you who are like you and where they ended up. All of a sudden, I have a vision for where I want to go. And now I'm engaged. Now I graduate sooner. Now I get a great job. So that's the student angle of it. The university angle of it, which we have one visionary university that we work with that's sort of on that path, but they say, what I want to do is understand, there's a particular industry, a couple of industries that they love. What are they looking for in the next generation of students? And so if I can take those attributes and I can put them at the end of the process as an outcome, I can now combine those two things and make sure that my students are learning what they need to learn to be able to hit those outcomes of future work. So that's the vision, which, Matt, you asked this question because you know how passionate I am about this, but that's what I think, when you really get to the power of individual analytics and AI, that's what we can do for students, and that's what we can do for future work.
So, and there's a bunch of other questions, and we're going to get to each one of them, but I just want to make this statement. We've gamified a little bit of what we're doing in the summit for our thought leaders and their respective companies. OThought is leading in the number of clicks that we have gotten on our website on this on the summit. So there are 1,073. They're in the lead. We got a day, and we'll see if others will come in. Got 73 of those that registered through your links, and you just took over Salesforce in the number of participants attending today's session. So you're at 125. You were hit 126 just a minute ago. So now you're leading that. So just want to say thank you for all the promotion. And David,
don't thank me. Don't thank me. That's our incredible marketing team. And being a digitally native company, I'm so proud of them. But thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, so awesome. David, there's a bunch of other questions. I wanted to.
I'll put those.
Yeah.
We've got 6 minutes left. And I'll just comment as well, Andy. I think the holy grail has been, figuring out how to really understand that student and continue to understand that student as they become an alumnus of the institution, right? That's kind of I grew up in advancement. That's my background, and that's everyone's trying to figure that out. So I think the analytics, the data here are critical to being able to better align with industry and also to better understand our students and alumni, for sure. The next question I have here is, how do institutions make sure their faculty stays up to date to teach lifelong learners? Faculty stay in the same institution for 20+ years and teach professional development, and often professional development for faculty is not supported. Any thoughts on that topic?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting way to think about using the data. If we're learning about the progression that our alumni are having in their careers in life and what it is that they want to learn, a lot of this is that we have to understand what organizations are looking for and what individuals want to learn. There has to be a feedback loop. So that data and information gives us the opportunity to create what we'll call prescriptions, right? So that the alumni will remain more engaged if they're participating in a particular event, or they learn or go to a particular education session, or they're learning a particular topic. Like analytics is a great example, and University of Pittsburgh is doing a great job with that. So that feedback loop, though, those prescriptions, if you don't have the content, if you don't have the skills or the knowledge within your organization, it allows you to say, this is what our alumni are looking for as lifelong learners. And so how do we build the programs, and how do we build up the faculty to be able to deliver what's necessary to keep them as lifelong learners, and perhaps fend off Google or LinkedIn or so that we can maintain that relationship with the alumni.
Great. Another question here. The question is, and this is a question that I've been thinking about a lot myself, how do we go beyond just retention? So we look at our students, we get them to graduate, but going beyond that, using data analytics to identify how we can tailor services after they graduate. Are they going to leave our geographic reason, for example, like leave the area? Or are they going to stay in the area and get back to the local economy is one example. Any thoughts on kind of postgraduate success?
Yeah. I mean, so a lot of schools will do surveys, periodically, of course. And one of the things that we have to get much better at is using much more modern techniques of understanding individuals and sentiments and what they're learning and what they're experiencing. And so there's a great CMU spin out called Civic Science, who knows how to put questions out there in a very digital and social media oriented way, gather that information and analyze it. And so we have to be able to be in a sort of a constant communication that's not, I would say, intrusive, so that we're able to get that insights from them and learn from it. And it's an untapped area where we can take these different forms of information, whether they come off of surveys or they come off of sentiment analysis or whatever, that feeds into our platform that enables us to understand what they're looking for and how do we remain engaged with them.
Great, thank you.
We have to be more modern. I mean, it's unfortunately, a lot of this is about digital transformation. And it's not just digital transformation that we're saying, okay, our data's in silos, how do we use all that? That's a big issue, but we have to think beyond that. We have to think about how do we use modern tools to gather data that's behavioral and that gives us insights into what those people want to do and learn post-graduation.
So true. Thank you again, Andy. We're going to wrap up a minute early here.
Really quick, there's one question just from Mary. I know she put this on chat. I want to make sure we get her in. Any insight in regarding linking data from like Coursera or similar platforms? And she speaks about ASU and Southern New Hampshire. Of course, ASU and Southern New Hampshire is just a tremendous, the approaches that they're taking to really just engage is different than others, right? How does the data from these different platforms around Coursera and other platforms, how does that align with the things that you would have to do to attach it to the student, and then that student's information is coming through that Coursera experience?
Yeah. So, one of the things that we spend a lot of time on is taking that friction of data alignment off the hands of universities. So how do we write algorithms that seek out, how data from one system, from 5, 10 systems all relate to the same individual, because everything has to be driven to the individual so that we can understand the individual. It all starts with a unique identifier or a map to that allows you to align that information by individual. If I would say one thing that universities, if they really want to understand the individual like I'm describing, or like others that are digitally native and the analytics leaders of the world, you need to be able to have some sort of unique identifier for them. And that's how you do it. Then you can pull it all together. I mean, for us, it's easy. I know everybody out there saying it's not that easy, but when you do it every single day for 6 years, you learn how to do it. So that's that unique identifier.
Great. I know we're over time, but I just wanted to get Mary's question in. Sorry,
Thank
Dave.
you.
Sorry, David.
All right.
Well, thank you so much. Great to be involved. David, Matt, this has been awesome. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks again, Andy. Appreciate
Okay.
you.
Bye, guys.
All right, JTH, are you ready to take over for the next session?
Yes, I am. That was actually a great lead in there. As you talk, one of the things that struck me was you're talking about the how you now have to move beyond geographies, and one of the ways that happens is through transfer and transferring students in and out. And that brings us to our talk then here. Are you a transfer-friendly institution? We've got Paul Reinhardt and Steve Hahn. Paul is from Smart Panda, and Steve is from Huron. Again, for those just joining, this is going to be a 20-minute talk. There'll be a time check at about 15 into the talk to give folks about 5 minutes to wrap up, and then time for questions. Please put your questions in the Q&A area at the bottom of the Zoom. That's where we'll see them and answer them. We will, just as we start up, post the Quiller link into chat. And just a little bit of, Paul, Paul, are you on video, and can you see the, can you see your Quiller?
Yes.
Okay, great. There you go. So if you just advance just a little bit, Paul Reinhardt is the co-founder for Smart Panda Tools. He has 20 years experience in putting in PeopleSoft Campus Solutions as a consultant. He has done implementations all across the United States. His focus really is very heavily in student records, which makes him quite an expert in transfer credit. He has deep functional and technical experience. He helped found Smart Panda Tools back in 2018, and he's based in Los Angeles. Steve Hahn is a senior director in the student strategy at Huron. He has 20 years in education. He's worked at the University of Madison, Wisconsin, in various leadership roles, including he wound up at the end there as vice provost for enrollment management at UW-Madison. He is passionate, and I know this from experience with them both. They both are passionate on these topics. Steve is very passionate about proving access to higher education and really making that more affordable and innovating around the student experience. He has worked at all levels of the university admissions and academic services, real good focus on information technology and enrollment management. I've had the pleasure of working with both of them on and off over the years. They have great deep knowledge and expertise in this areas. And I think passion really does cover the word to describe what they feel about these topics. So, Paul, I'm going to turn it over to you and take it away, and good luck.
Okay, thank you. I'm listening. Let me know if you, for any reason, we're having any audio video difficulties. I've been listening to the session so far today, and man, this is just fantastic idea. It's a fantastic group of presenters. I think the topics are just really popping and sizzling, and I'm really excited to follow the presentation we just listened to, because we're really starting, I think, to get now into the meat of this topic, right? The summit is called Enrollment Sustainability. And we just heard topics of, recruiting your students, retaining them. How do you achieve your campus goals in terms of your student headcounts? The right mix of students. And so that's a perfect lead into our topic, which is are you transfer friendly? The irony, in a way, of moving to transfer credit now is that transfer students are oftentimes highly motivated. They are intentionally seeking out your school. They really want to succeed at your school. They want to enroll at your school. And yet, oftentimes they are not admitted. They are not given the same financial aid packages. and their success rates, their access to information and their success rates are historically very poor. And so we think this is a great opportunity actually in today's shifting marketplace. We're starting with a story here, and it's a story really of lost opportunity. This is a story of enrollment sustainability that is in fact not being sustained. And so we're going to talk about ways that tools that you have at your disposal today to turn this around into a much brighter picture, both for the students and for you as schools and enrollment managers. This first slide here talks about the obstacles that transfer students and really students of all kinds have faced moving through the higher education system. You know, if you look at over the past couple of decades at the percentages of students who successfully move from high school to community college, or those who successfully move from community college to four-year schools, these percentages are very poor. And I've just got a few high-level statistics here that kind of show this issue. But behind all these numbers are individual students, right? These are personal stories. Many times the students are first generation students. They come from disadvantaged backgrounds. They're adult students who have jobs or trying to raise a family. And so there's individual stories here. There's also an economic impact to our nation, right? Our workforce development and our economy are hindered if we can't allow every individual to maximize their potential to contribute. There's a social justice element here as well. And so let's look at a couple of these numbers. Students lose 43% of their credit in transferring. We have the sources down here if you want to chase down these numbers. So think about that. If you're a student and you've gone to school for a couple of years and then you transfer, trying to pursue that four-year degree, and you're told that 43% of your credits are not accepted, I mean, you've basically lost maybe an entire semester of work. We'll look at a couple other numbers here. Transfer is much much more common than anyone thinks. So 38% of college students, this is all college students, 38% of them transfer at least once within 6 years. Those who transfer more than once, 2 or 3 times, personally, I'm included in that number, is also a fairly high number. We already saw this one about the credit loss. Here's a study that was done a few years ago. 1 million students who started off at a 2-year school, out of that 1 million students, only 350,000 received a degree, and only 60,000 had a associate's or certificate's degree when they transferred. You start with 1 million and you end up with 60,000, right? This is the kind of numbers. We won't go through all of these. When they move from for-profit schools to public schools, it's even worse. Websites that do not list articulation agreements. And we'll end with this one. Community college students that transfer and receive a bachelor's degree in 6 years, look at this number, 14%. That's about 1 out of 6. Okay, so with that, starting with that bleak picture, we're going to move on to what can we do? What things, exciting things that are being done now to improve this situation? I'm going to hand it off to my good friend, Steve.
Thank you, Paul. And thanks to the organizers for an invitation to participate in this wonderful event. It's great to be here with all of you. I would like to talk about transfer students. But if you define transfer students as those who are students carrying transfer credit, I think that the problem or the issue, if you will, is much more mainstream than we are talking about. And I would like to do what we can here today to start a shift in how we talk about transfer students and get away from the paradigm of a transfer student who has somehow pursued an alternative path to their education or to their degree. I would submit that transfer students and transfer credit are the new normal, and that pressures and currents of student mobility, which were always in play even before COVID, were vastly accelerated during COVID, because all of us have put our educational product online this year. And after the pandemic is over, which we hope will be soon, and we return to not what was normal, but move ahead to a new normal, much of what's online will stay that way and should stay that way. So the options for students have momentously increased. And in this sense, most students, or many students at least, are technically transfer students. When I was the enrollment director at UW-Madison, in a recent graduating class, a vast majority of students who graduated that year had transfer credits brought in. They were either brought into their freshman experience already, or they were acquired during their undergraduate career there. And so their concerns and the concerns of what we used to call, transfer students, or this other kind of student, which I hope we're not talking about anymore, their concerns are exactly the same. They would like to know what will transfer. More than that, they would like to know what will actually apply to their degree and make progress for them. They would like the evaluation of their credits to be done in a timely fashion so that the academic and their record can be reflective of the up-to-date information at all moments in time. So these are the expectations of transfer students. In fact, I would submit these are the expectations of all students. As students become the general contractors of their own careers, and they seek their solutions from among a variety of different institutions. One last point I'll make on this slide is that admissions directors and enrollment directors are really good at the demographics of the high schools and the recruitment possibilities of their hinterlands. And I would submit that as we look around for recruitment and enrollment possibilities, that transfer students, are relatively available to institutions who are doing what the students are expecting. Transparency around articulation agreements, evolution of articulation agreements into matriculation agreements, around admissions into the expectation of matriculation. Clarity around what will transfer, applicability, maybe the ability, certainly the ability to do what if planning. And the good news is that all of those things are under the control of the folks in our audience here today. All of the academic administrators have the power to make this more transparent, have the power to make the rules of the road, if you will, more clear for their students. And transfer students are thus more likely to think with affection about institutions which give them that clarity and allow them to plan. So I think it's a good bet to bet on solutions around student mobility, and for the reasons that were on the slide here. I would also say that in addition to those reasons, we should all be talking about this in the next year and the next 5 years, because it's the right thing to do for students. It is the mission of these institutions, all of our institutions, be they 4-year or 2-year or any institution, to facilitate transfer. State funding is tied to public institutions. And in fact, in many cases, state funding is tied to transfer goals and transfer students as well. It's the right thing for your competitive advantage. And on the reverse, failing to do so costs in terms of student loan debt and in terms of the opportunity costs for lost enrollment for your school. Paul, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Steve. And I just wanted to say how happy I am to have Steve sharing the stage with me here. Steve, with his wealth of background, is in higher education, really on a national level, brings some insight and strategy here that's really quite remarkable. I'm going to carry on with talking about why it's to your advantage, why it's to the school's advantage to focus on transfer student success. And as we said, really just any student who has a prior educational history, could be an adult student, could be a swirling coronavirus student. It's to your advantage, your competitive advantage to serve this market. One of these is cost savings, and we'll go through these fairly quickly. We have over here on our website, smartpandatools.com, I have a map which I had a lot of fun putting together. We won't go into all these numbers, but we talk about how we got these numbers. But if you crunch the numbers purely on, this is just the national cost of hand entering transcripts. If you do the math on the likely number of transcripts that are being sent around the country, based on transfer students, so we're not even including, first-time admits, we reach a number of $34 million a year just on the manual processing. So in the state of California where I live, that's a staggering almost $5 million a year on just manually processing transcripts. So there's a huge cost element here. Let me go back to but it's more than just cost savings, it's actual competitive advantage for your entire institution. I'm going to jump over here to another tool we have on our website called our interactive assessment, self-assessment. So I won't go through this whole thing, but what we're showing here is that if you're transfer friendly, or if you're not transfer friendly, it's impacting every stage of the student's journey towards your school. It's impacting your recruiting effort. When the public or a possible applicant cannot readily see which courses you may accept, then they're likely, to consider some other school which will tell them which transfer courses you'll accept. When they actually do apply to your school, again, how quickly do you record that transcript? How quickly do you acknowledge it? How quickly do you turn around a detailed articulation of those credits? So when you do not quickly turn around a detailed articulation of the credits, then you're hurting all these other facets. When the student goes to enroll, they don't know what enrollments that they should choose next, because as we know, the next enrollment that they need to choose may have a prerequisite or maybe a built on a transfer course that they're bringing in. So the whole pipeline, your financial aid team on your campus is often struggling with preparing accurate packages and preparing accurate financial plans for transfer students because they don't have the information, the transfer background in a timely fashion. Your advisors as well are not prepared if you're not able to handle transfer students in a timely fashion. We talked about the revenue model here, but also technology makes this more possible than ever. So only as recently as 10, 15 years ago, there were good reasons why transfer credit was difficult. But with the integration tools that we've had now, with the data transportability tools that we've had now, APIs, there's no longer a reason or a technological barrier to really making these solutions happen. So let's start talking about then, what does a solution look like? This has been a plague on the higher education system for a long time. What can we do now to turn this around? And I'm going to hand it back over to Steve to talk about the policy and collaboration elements of the solution.
Yeah, thank you. And this was a question in the chat too. I think two things on the policy front, articulation agreements should, where they are extremely well articulated, could graduate or evolve, if you will, into matriculation agreements, which remove, no matter how well articulated, remove the black box of admissions, the uncertainty, and set the expectation in the source school for certain matriculation. And I think really well articulated agreements can do that. So there's an evolution there, articulation to matriculation. There needs to be an evolution from school to regional arrangements. or even national consortiums. And I think Paul's got a link at the end of our slides here for some initiatives and on a more national front there. But I think also, and I'll say about this, Paul, I think also is that this needs to move from out of the administrative realm and into the faculty realm, faculty to faculty arrangements, where there can be discussion around course requirements and course objectives, can do a lot on maybe even less than school to school, maybe even discipline to discipline basis, can remove a lot of inclarity or unclarity around goals and objectives that can smooth the way for articulations narrow and wide to follow.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, so there's a lot here, right? And so Steve was talking about the policy and the collaboration that opens the door to transparency of the student journey. There is a lot of positive work going on here, a lot of headlines in this area. You've seen this, entire regions of schools are putting together transfer agreements. And we do have some links at the bottom here. We have some links to Aspen Institute. There's a link here to an effort by the Gates Foundation. When Bill Gates puts his eye on something, I think we feel that there's going to be something big happening there. We do want to talk about the technology too. And so there's good reasons technology-wise why there's solutions that are available. We do have on our website here a list of the solutions that we offer from a technology perspective, but there are things like a digital student record, right? So that the world of paper transcripts or even PDF transcripts, we're moving rapidly into a world where students will be able to move, they'll own their own digital enrollment record, and they'll be able to move that around at will from one school to another rather than having to, request a bunch of transcripts to be sent. The publishing and automation of transfer equivalencies and articulation agreements, they'll be online, they'll be automated, they'll be public. And so students at every step, or even the general public at every step, can see, if I take this course at a community college in California, I can get credit for this when I go to a CSU four-year school. We're going to wind up quickly here because I know we have some questions. This is important here, automate the mainstream, right? The motto that we've been using for a while is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Higher ed is notorious, admissions and records people are notorious for wanting to get everything just perfect, which is a great motivation. But to really break through on transfer credit, you don't have to have 100% articulation. We know what the math courses are they're bringing. We know what the English courses are that they're bringing. Transfer is highly repetitive. So just go after those courses that you know that you're seeing over and over again and automate those. And finally, we need to be cis agnostic. So this has been a big focus of our work. We need to collaborate more here, but we know that if we look at the nation and the students' information systems, there's only a few of them that dominate the marketplace. The Lucian, Banner, PeopleSoft, Genzabar, a few others. We need solutions that will integrate across student information system, because oftentimes the student is starting out at a community college that's on a Lucian product, for example, and moving to a four-year school that's running PeopleSoft or some other system. And so we need to have integrations across those. Yeah, we're going to wind up here now. We do please refer to these articles here. Steve's group has published an article as well. And we want to, so we hope that we've presented here some positive things that you can do. We're very happy to reach out to us. As we mentioned, there's a lot of attention, think tanks and big industry groups focusing on these matters. So if your campus is one that wants to really make progress here, there's a lot of people that you can talk to get some quick wins in place. So we'll stop there and take questions, I think.
Thank you, Paul. That was a great presentation there. I like the pictures across the bottom of all the presidents who were transfer students there. I know you and I had an exchange on several of them. We did have the question about is there nationwide articulation agreements? I think Dan Moran asked, what's being done to provide those nationwide and worldwide articulation agreements for transfer courses. He says he has seen several states with articulation agreements, but nothing unified on a larger scale. Do you see anything like that happening on a larger scale? Any other thoughts on that question?
I mean, Steve probably has some thoughts. I'll tell you, that's been on my mind for a very long time. I think with the industry starting to pay attention to these issues, we will see the emergence of a nationwide concerted effort. Steve, any thoughts on that?
Yes, I think the consortia that are mentioned in some of those links represent national efforts towards this. This has been either achieved or in progress in many large state systems with multiple, maybe a flagship and multiple comprehensives. With the, the kind of limitations of geography being removed here, not completely, but I think we're headed in that direction. I think the student expectations of national standards, or at least a national framework for articulation and transfer, would be is going to be in front of us even more than it is already. So the gentleman asked the right question.
Do you feel that soon in coming, that national framework?
I think, again, there needs to be a discussion of the faculty, with the faculty. I think this needs to be moved out of the administrative realm. It needs to stay somewhat there, but also moved into faculty discussions. I know in situations where there was a lack of progress on articulation between system schools or other schools, it is often for the want of lack of complete understanding around maybe one requirement in math or something, where the faculty meeting with the faculty can remove that from maybe the major transfer source and the major transformation, their faculty getting together and removing that barrier. Little moves like that can make great strides in administration's ability to forge these agreements.
That's great. That's interesting. Thank you both very much for everything that you've taught us today on this. This has been a great presentation. This sort of flows really into what Matt is going to host here next. Just really in terms of the pulse of the campus. Matt, I'm going to hand this over to you. And thank you everybody.
Thank you, JTH. Paul and Steve, both of you guys are passionate. We all come from the registrar's office. I'm a proud registrar. And so, I think it comes from that. There's a lot of things that we have to think about, right? There is this accreditation element that we got to think about when new courses are going to start to be unbundled. We have to have these uncomfortable conversations. Courses cannot be just the same way that it's always been. We have to start to understand, what are the courses? How do we unbundle them? How do we bring them into a more valuable consumption for our student body? That's when we're going to become really powerful as a nation. I'll be honest, as a registrar's office, my transfer credit, and I just had a call with my old registrar's office, they're in the back office, and really transfer credit is how you start to brand the value of what you do in market. And I'm a big believer, universities and colleges have to start focusing on transfer and how to articulate and how to bring and make it transfer friendly. That's as important as the glossy things that I'm getting from my daughter at these schools. If I'm a transfer student, I need to know, where's my credit coming? How do I make sure that I don't have a transfer decay? The word transfer decay, think about the number of courses that people take that never get applied to a degree. We got to address that first, right? And that's going to be a huge part of it. Just wanted to say thank you for both of you guys. We will have more discussions because I don't think we could do it. I'll be honest, this one session was more people asked to do this session than anyone else. So we certainly know that transfer credit is going to be a big part of it. I want to say thanks for both of you guys for doing this together with us. So we have, I'm going to segue right into two of my other colleagues, Ron Anderson and Kurt DeJean. Both I've known for a long time. We all come from the PeopleSoft world of higher ed. And as they started to launch their firm, I reached out to them because they're doing some incredible stuff around creating the pulse of a student, right? And the reason this is becoming really important, in our firm, we really focus on design thinking and the journey of a student and how do we get them through the needs that they need. Now, we're not, for the past 30 years, the 3 people in our room, we've been designing the back offices. We've been designing admissions, records, student finance, the back offices. And yet the pulse of the student has not been necessarily heard. And now we're recognizing that's becoming really important. So I'm going to start to let Kurt and Ron talk about the pulse of and why that is really important as we move forward. So Kurt, if you can start to share your screen, and I'm hoping you have the access.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. There we are.
And as you guys are all being in the audience, we are putting the Quiller link. So what you're seeing here from Ron and Kurt are accessible to you. What we want you to do is really absorb them, right? Reading the deck and stuff, you have it. You can read it at any point in time. I've asked all my thought leaders to talk about it, the passion, and that's what I want you guys to really absorb. So Lagniappe is a new firm. I wanted to say it because it doesn't always look like the way it is. So they actually put the word Lagniappe there, and I think it's great segue to allow these guys to talk about what they've done. They've been in the market for years. They've designed major systems. They work with the top universities, and now their firm is really thinking about all the different, what I would call micro innovations that universities and colleges have to think about. And that's why I'm really proud to have them here. So Ron and Kurt, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you, Matt. I will take it over. My name is Kurt DeJean, and first of all, I want to thank you, Matt, for the opportunity to be a part of this. I've really enjoyed the sessions thus far. It's been very informative, and I do also see a lot of overlap in what we're talking about because we all do have some parts of the same vision, and you're bringing it together as a whole. So thank you for having us. We landed the time slot that spans morning and afternoon, depending upon where you're sitting right now. So I will begin by saying good morning and good afternoon. In case I don't see you, good evening and good night. That, of course, is a quote by the great Truman Burbank, who lived in a bubble, by the way, but we don't have to, and that's why we're here. So we're going to begin by taking a look at the pulse of the student in a modern campus. And what I'd like to do is to begin by dissecting that title a little bit. Talk about student. We heard it earlier today. Student is really a lifelong learner. Higher education is typically categorized students as traditional and non-traditional. But today, a person can be thought of as a learner really in any role, in any phase of their life. So no longer are you just considered a student because you're in school. We can say that the student is really a lifelong learner. And looking at our campus, the modern campus is more becoming a fully hybrid on-campus and online institution. I'm currently working at a 2-year technical college as a consultant in the Midwest, ramping up to 100% online operations at the beginning of this pandemic included things like increasing network bandwidth to support all school operations, creating a loaner laptop program for students that didn't have one. The school even installed hotspots in some parking lots of several campuses to allow students with no internet to pull into the parking lot and sit there and connect to the school's Wi-Fi to continue their classwork. And of course, there are many, many more examples of schools scaling up their operations on short notice. But what we can for sure say is that the modern campus supports lifelong learning during all seasons of a person's life and really whatever's going on in the world. So looking at the pulse of the student, a learner's pulse, and I'll use the words learner and student interchangeably. A learner's pulse varies, of course, at any point in time along their path of life, whether they're traditional or non-traditional student. Their priorities change, and students interact differently with institutions based on those priorities. They maybe have a campus life, and there's a lot of interpersonal communications going on. Maybe they have a work life, Maybe they have a family life on top of a work life, on top of a campus life. Maybe they're retired. So the dynamics can be completely different at any stage. And as far as engagement goes, we're looking at engagement equals relationship. So engagement tools help us to reach out and get a feel for the student's pulse. Students need to feel like they're connected and contributing, whether they're online or on campus. And enrollment sustainability really requires people and technology coming together to foster meaningful relationships. Today's tools can deliver very personalized outreach and stimulate conversation that can help a student stay on course to completion of their goals. And the social media impact, we can't overlook that. It's created the expectation of self-expression and contribution. And we can use surveys to engage in familiar ways and to allow students to express those feelings. And are students consumers? Well, the answer to this debated question really depends on who's engaging with the student. I mean, who makes big purchases without reading reviews first? What we do know is that students are looking to enroll in classes like consumers, like an Amazon transaction potentially. We know this by the popularity of websites like Rate My Professor or unigo.com. These type of websites have brought a consumeristic approach to enrollment. And basically, modern students are informed shoppers and they're looking for value. So let's take a look really at why. Why are we talking about this? Why is it important to read the pulse of a student? Well, current events contribute to fluctuations in student pulse, in a student's pulse. And at this year has been no exception, as we all know. We've included one link of many, many different videos out there. This is a CBS This Morning interview with incoming freshmen. You can look at that at your leisure. This video shows us that 2020 ends with a combination of both excitement to return to campus and apprehensiveness about the future. Schools basically need to be able to quickly adjust based on student needs and their expectations. Some of these students are rapidly embracing the new hybrid campus. Other students are struggling to adapt, and we need to know where they're at. We need to be able to respond in meaningful ways in order to help them succeed. So engaging the student's pulse at different points in time can also lead to a lifelong relationship with the institution as we begin to build more rapport like a modern student is used to doing. We can also look at the expectations of timely and meaningful interactions. So learners expect timely and meaningful interactions with their education providers. Engagement tools such as modern surveys, using multimedia content perhaps, can provide real-time metrics to staff and administrators in a modern and timely way. An example of timely engagement could be something we just heard from the previous session, Paul and Steve talking about transfer credit and turnaround times. That could equal faster admissions to programs. Imagine a prospective student eagerly awaiting feedback on their transcripts from multiple schools, which will determine the course of their planning for the future. Like, what town will I live in and what instructors will I have access to? Another example of meaningful engagement could be aligning the staff to adjust to a learner's path to graduation. In a modern campus, the advising role can touch potentially more lives in the traditional campus. And if those lives are constantly changing. So another example of bringing a timely and meaningful engagement together from the administrative view might be using online forms and workflows to replace traditional paper forms and approvals and reduce approval times. And then we can also look at enrollment as a continuous event, much like the marketplace. Enrollment shows brand loyalty. In higher education, like the marketplace, loyalty is nurtured for the lifelong learner, and effective engagement tools can drive future enrollment. Using modern technology, schools can adapt to new trends and communication methods. And to compete really in a modern education system, we got to continually ask, are we meeting or exceeding student expectations? And it's the students themselves who are ready and willing to tell us that. So we can leverage technology to engage these students. Through the use of engagement tools, we can meet and exceed student expectations by staying in touch with them. The goal is to build and maintain an interpersonal relationship between the institution and the learner that goes beyond just next term or a single term. And advising staff are always striving to engage and guide students along their journey. Advisors can now be equipped with many different interaction tools in the modern campus to foster student engagement. Things like Zoom meetings, chatbots, text and email collaboration, and multimedia surveys. So let's take a look at what's next. Using engagement tools to measure a student's pulse. Now, when we talk about engagement tools, a couple key factors that I believe we must consider are to be sure that we're engaging in a timely manner and in the proper context. So what do I mean by a timely manner? Start the conversation while the subject is fresh in someone's mind. And proper context naturally means to present a subject that relates to what the person is currently doing or working on. An example I like to use, and it's not related to higher education, it's that of the airport restroom survey kiosk. Many of you know that I'm talking about that small kiosk located just outside the restroom door in many airports throughout the US. It contains just two images, a smiley face and a frowny face. And it satisfies my two criteria, timeliness and context. I'm most likely to only answer this survey while my experience of that facility is fresh in my mind. I'm not likely to run back and tap one of those faces after an hour of sitting by my gate, still frustrated because my hands are wet due to the lack of paper towels in the restroom. I'm not going to do it. Also, the context of this survey need not be pre-qualified due to the placement of that survey kiosk. It's quite clear what each smiley face represents to every person exiting that doorway. Timeliness and context. Now, the beauty of this simple survey is that it can provide real-time metrics to management in order to better serve the public. Metrics gathered from these survey responses can quickly identify a problem, such as negative feedback only between the hours of, say, 8 and 10 a.m. And armed with that information, management can reach out to faculty workers, facility workers, and offer training or make adjustments to balance their responsibilities more realistically. However, in this case, rapid deployment of those surveys was probably not possible due to the hardware and software and networking requirements for each unit. Now back to technology in higher education. Rapid deployment of engagement tools is a reality. We can empower end users to convey and deploy software without much or any technical involvement. Creating simple and impactful surveys can be difficult at first. Resources are available to help schools learn how to build effective surveys for their audience. One good article on this, and we have a link to it here in our presentation, it's entitled Customer Psychology and the Unexpected Power of Surveys. Now, this article suggests that there are really only three main use cases for a survey. One is to learn things you don't know. Two is to validate your assumptions. And three is to get the recipient to validate and recommit to their beliefs. The third type of survey is less well known and can be incredibly powerful or dangerous if misused. In the context of enrollment sustainment or enrollment as a continuous event, getting the recipient to validate and recommit to their beliefs can assist institutions in building long-term relationships with their learners. Now, we can also take a look at students as consumers. And of course, there are two sides of that coin. And we've got two different examples here in our presentation, which you can look at later. The first perspective we're going to look at is why schools should treat students as consumers. This is from Deborah Green, Director of Student Recruitment at the University of Hull. Deborah suggests or stresses the need to focus on what the student or the consumer wants from the school and less on what the school wants from the student. She says you need to understand the language of communication that your prospect speaks. Is it social media? Is it interpersonal? And then be able to engage with them to ensure that they understood what was communicated to them. And schools, she also says, should engage with prospective students as much and as many times as possible to build a connection, and then be able to measure the outcome of your interactions so you can take action where needed. Now, the second perspective is a TEDx talk by Patrick McGee at the University of Bolton. This one is entitled, "Students Are Not Consumers." And Patrick suggests that schools are treating students more like customers, while businesses in the business world are treating customers more like students. He says that businesses are encouraging purchases by exploring the pros and cons, to argue for and against different kinds of consumer choices, to review and voice likes and dislikes about those choices. Businesses are also encouraging customers to think of themselves as knowledge agents who contribute to the product outcome, much like a student debating a lecture in a classroom. He also suggests that when students think of themselves as customers, they become more passive about attaining their goals, and they tend to demand compensation for mistakes instead of learning from them. They can ultimately fail to build strong communication skills because, he says, customers really don't have to have those. So, combining points from each side of the coin, institutions of higher education can really strive to engage students like consumers while maintaining an environment for growth. Engagement tools can be used to connect with students outside the classroom by offering a social media type of experience to foster discussion and contribution. That kind of brings us now to our call to action. Of course, the need to service incoming students quickly. Learner shopping degree programs and continuing education do not expect to wait weeks or months for things like transfer credit results. Also, with more classes available online, the potential exists for shorter wait lists as classes can be scaled to accommodate in-class and online sessions. We also need to dynamically connect advisors and students. So do you ever wish that when you walk in that big box store that they had the ability to just know enough about your needs when you walked in the door so they could put you in touch with the right person, save you several trips around the store, and potentially even leaving without getting your answer? We can use technology to combine any type of data, demographics, specialized programs, athletics, academic progress, you name it, to keep students connected with the right advisor throughout their educational journey. Technology can also be used to ensure that a student's advisor does not change constantly, allowing the advising staff to make a deeper connection and continue with the student in an advising role no matter what changes take place in the student's path. We can use technology to do pretty much anything we want. And so engaging our students and prospective student population using surveys is a good example of something that hasn't changed for years. Universities are still asking the same type of questions and using the same types of surveys in some cases. What we can do to change is vamp the way that we're surveying students and alumni, or staff for that matter. Here are some of the key ways we can make some changes. So students, and really most people, have a very short attention span and they have busy lives. We live in the age of TikTok and Instagram and Snapchat. So we need to offer surveys that are short and to the point, less words and more pictures. That's what people are used to seeing. Multimedia surveys using short videos can convey your message perhaps more effectively and request feedback at the same time. You could use single question based surveys with universally recognized symbols like stars and thumbs and smiley faces, and to perhaps drive more responses. If you need to ask multiple questions, try using micro surveys where you ask single questions along the way throughout a transaction instead of a long survey at the end. You could even offer incentives for taking the survey, like a 10% off coupon at the bookstore or something, and give immediate feedback. Humans love feedback. Show survey results of the entire population after they answer the question to see what others think. Generation Y and Z love to level up, like in gaming applications. Perhaps you could display their ranking in the total population using a badge or an image that reflects where they rank. So again, the goal is to engage with students in a way that they will respond to. And we should think about that carefully. Carefully design surveys in familiar formats, but understand the technology or the psychology. You don't need to understand the technology. We got other people for that. Understand the psychology behind your strategy to lead prospective students toward a commitment, empower existing students to affirm their beliefs in the education that you provide, and brand your technology for consistent look and feel. Keep it mobile friendly, ADA compliant, and multi-language support for global learners, if that's something your outreach includes. And finally, you can embed surveys at all key locations within the student portal. Much like the example of our restroom survey, placing a quick survey in the student portal and gathering feedback while a student is context of a transaction can improve responsiveness. Your admissions application could be their first technical interaction with your school, and they may be expecting something like Amazon. Sometimes we overlook ways to combine steps to gather this important information. It's almost a guarantee, though, that prospective students will, given the ability to rate their experience and even offer feedback, they will do so at that point. And so, in closing, in short, now is the time to engage your students and find out where they're at in terms of returning to school for next semester. By engaging with them early, you can measure their pulse now and show them the steps you're taking to ensure their success, no matter what the world throws at them. And I'll turn it over to Ron for a few brief notes on our company.
Hi, everyone. Ron Anderson with co-founder of Lanyap, and that's exactly how you pronounce the name of our company, Lanyap. We have a little blurb also on this page to tell you where the word derives from. But I can tell you, as somebody who grew up in Southeast Louisiana, the essence of the word is a little something extra, and that's exactly what we bring with our company. We focus on the Oracle PeopleSoft Campus Solutions product, and we offer, several applications and tools to essentially fill the gap and bring that little something extra. We also have a short video about our company specific to the survey tool that we offer, and we have our website. I'd like to thank Matt, John, and Jane and David for this opportunity to present today. And you guys have been great to work with. And now let's open it up to any questions that are out there.
Yeah, great presentation. I think the one thing that is really important that we have to really understand is there's different times and different type of surveys or pulses we have to engage with, right? Because there is this transactional. I went through a transaction and I need to know as a person, what does my customer, feel about that transaction, right? That's an important piece, but it's really annoying to get that from a company, right? So that's something that universities and colleges have to recognize, is that while you're trying to improve your process, the pulse that you really need is about what does the student need? What is their experience? Where do they want to go? How do they get there? That's the pulse that I'm a big believer of, that schools have to really focus on, is because my need is different, right? And my daughter's needs are different. My son's needs are different. Your kids' needs are different. How do we, as a collective force at a university and a college, allow for the pulse of the need, of the passions. You know, if you just think of all the different presentations that we went through, even transfer credit, how do we get the pulse of those type of engagements of, I'm a transfer student, what do I need? How do I get that from them? Because I believe that's when a university and a college becomes really powerful, is because when I can say, hey, Kurt needs this, or Ron needs this, and then we're off and running, as opposed to my admissions office is doing this good and we have to change that, right? Or update something. Would love your take on the difference between the pulses.
Well, one of the ways we talked about earlier is to make sure that we're not inundating people with long questionnaires, right? So like in a social media environment, people get a quick hit and they give you their feedback. Keep it simple, keep it informative, and then being able to utilize that data and combining it quickly in order to see trends maybe that could potentially drive a business process change, or just giving an advisor some insight into helping that one specific student, like your daughter or son. Brevity, yeah. I think, is one of the keys.
Yeah, I think, and the key is, you know, getting the feedback from the student, the applicant, if it's a transfer applicant or your traditional incoming freshman, and keeping the survey short so that you can get the information from that applicant. Because if you see a long survey, chances are that applicant is not going to take the time.
Absolutely.
We're all like that. You see a long survey, yeah, I don't have time for this. So quick surveys, quick type of responses to those surveys so that you can get the information that you need.
So I'm gonna go in a little deeper, because right now you're tactical with me. You're really tactical. I want you to be strategy. I want you to be strategic. I'm a provost and I am a enrollment VP. How do I think about the strategy of deploying a pulse survey? Like, what are the things that they should be thinking about? And maybe you don't know it, and I'm okay with that understanding. But what I want us to get to is not just to say, this is what you got to do, because we can go and repave anything. We can fill potholes anytime. I want to know, what direction should a VP of enrollment, a provost, what type of questions should they be looking for from their students, from their learners, from their industry? Because I want us not to just put surveys out there. I want us to put some strategy out there. What's your thought on the strategy element that these folks should be thinking about?
Well, is it that the strategy itself is actually using the surveys? Most universities are not using surveys from beginning to end with their population. For the most part, when you see surveys, it's usually either a course or a faculty survey that they're putting out there. So they're not leveraging surveys for the most part from beginning to end. So that's the strategy from the beginning.
All right. So I'm like I said, this is going to be like a TV host at this stage. Like, I think give the fact that the provost said, yes, I'm going to do it. Let's do it. What's the strategy? How do they go about doing it?
The strategy for deployment? Well,
no, not deployment. You're in tactical. Let's move up. Let's move up one and say to me, how do I talk to my constituents that I have in front of me, and how do I start putting strategy around the process? Because the reality of it is, we're going to get people to go do pulses and surveys. That isn't, there's tons of people that can do that. How do we as a organization come and help a VP think about who their personas are and things like that, right? So that's a little bit of the discussion I want to get. And we may not have the answer. And maybe there's some people in the audience that may have that strategy. We have to get to that strategy with these people, because I believe we're going to get pulses. We're already doing it. I just don't think universities and colleges have thought about, all right, and maybe it's design thinking, right? We got to start thinking about, who are we serving? What's their outcome? How do I get that process? Like, I'm thinking that type of strategy, and anything that you guys think like that would be great for this audience to really understand.
Well, I would just back up to one of the points that I was making earlier about the psychology behind it.
Yep.
And making sure you're defining exactly what it is that you want to know, Provost. What do we want to know? And then how do we go about attaining that? And this is a great article about ensuring that you don't lose perspective and create something that works against you. So that's one of the things I can offer is that link here in our
Yeah, that would be good. Because I think as you are putting these pulses in, we almost have to be in front of them to say, how do we put the right set of pulses? You guys talk about these micro pulses, and I love it. I love that strategy. I want to put the right pulses in the right moments, the moments that matter for those students, right? That's where I think we should be thinking of this collective. Now, there's a question here, and I know we're at time then, but because we're in a break period, I'm going to go with the question really quick. If you guys are okay with me just asking a quick question from the audience. From Preeti, showcasing the benefits to stakeholders and aligning institutions' 5-year goals would be a starting point for strategy. Oh, that's a statement she's saying. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Preeti.
That's a good point.
She's saying use the 5-year goal as the starting point. Would love your thought on that if that's something you guys agree or not agree on.
Definitely working backwards from that, right? We obviously have to know where we're going, and knowing that really we only use surveys for learning things we don't know, or validating our assumptions, or getting the recipient to validate and recommit to their beliefs. Is that really something, that's something that ties in with enrollment sustainment?
Yeah.
Right? We're looking to the next term and beyond.
Yeah, and you know what, and I'm brainstorming here because I think what you guys are doing is really incredible. I think we almost need to get people in the room together let's bring the different provosts together and start to understand what are the goals that they're all trying to achieve, because I believe they may have very similar things in the strategies that they will all play, right? And maybe that's a takeaway we got to think about as we move forward. So,
excellent.
Any last thoughts? I'm glad that I can go back and forth with you guys because I think it's a huge, important element of what we do as we move forward. So,
excellent. Yeah. No, thank you again, Matt, for the opportunity, and I look forward to participating in more discussions like that in the future, so we can kind of hone our strategies here and work together.
Yeah, if we can maybe do a group of people that want to be in maybe a whiteboard session where we all work together, because I think once we understand strategy, the pulses are the ones that we're going to be able to go do very tactically, quickly with them, right? So
yeah, that would be a great idea.
Yeah,
excellent.
Thanks a lot to you guys. We are at an official break. We did put a break in here because we believe that everyone needed to take a little bit of lunch, bio break. I want to say thanks for everyone. We've had tremendous amount of participation, and the fact that we've had 100 people continuously has been great. We will start at the top of the hour. We're talking about future of learning. I have Dr. Means and I are going to be talking about it. And then we got a packed set of topics that are going to come afterwards that I'd love for you guys to come back and listen in on. We will do some really a little bit more uncomfortable conversations because the topics that we're going to touch on are going to start to question some of the things we're doing. So I hope you guys will come back. Feel free to stay on if you want to, but go get something to eat, drink, and we look forward to seeing you in about 25 minutes. Hello, everyone. We will be starting in about 13 minutes. If you all want to have an open mic, if you want to raise your hand and have a question, would love to dialogue with you. We're really happy that you're all here with us. So many great topics. So open to anything if you guys want to use some of this time as we wait for the next session. It's good to see everyone, Austin, Maurice, everyone else. So thanks for being here. JTH, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Did you get your cup of coffee?
Yep, reloaded my tea, had a quick lunch there.
Yeah, we just ordered some food here. Just had some of that. That was good first half. So
That was. We had pretty good attendance too.
yeah, we had about an average 115 every session, which has been good.
That's nice.
Yeah, I
And
think
all the sessions were pretty solid. I think each one of them was very interesting.
yeah, they all built on each other, right?
Yeah.
I think that was a great thing about it. So we should work with the Lanyap guys a little bit in terms of their their strategy with the provost. And so I think, because I think we right now, none of us really do it. We don't look at them and say, what is the overall strategy of your pulse you're looking at, right? And so it's probably an interesting time. We've always done it from the transactional, like, is my transaction good for you?
Right.
As opposed to starting with what Eric said, what's your passion?
Right.
And then going into the experience, which is what Salesforce did, right?
Well, I thought that was, the great tie-in that he had was going over to Eric, stuff about how to reach your ideal student. So, first of all, taking those pulse is trying to figure out, pardon me, so much, who your ideal student is. You think you know, and but how do you find out? I think they need a little more polish too.
Yeah, we're still recording, so I'm going to get Dr. Means in.
All righty. Hey, and Jane, thanks for posting everything as they come up.
She's on her phone.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Means. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, we are live. We're live streaming on YouTube and here. Just an FYI, we thought we'd leave it open. It's gonna be good.
Awesome.
I will share the screen, Dr. Means, and then we'll take it from there.
That
Do you want me
sounds
to call you Dr. Means, or do you want me to call you Tanya? I call you Tanya all the other times, but since we got
Whichever you prefer.
100 people,
Doesn't matter.
I think
You can alternate.
giving you the creds that you deserve is the reason. So I have other friends who are doctors, and I always call them doctor, and they're like, oh, can you stop calling me that? And then there's times we're like, oh yeah, I think that'll be good if I'm the doctor in the discussion here. So it's good.
It's nice for a formal introduction, but it's not necessary for regular conversation.
There you go. There you go. No, I don't know if you've been in the morning sessions, but it's pretty neat because we've talked about the passion of a student to the experience of a student to the data of a student, of how to manage it, then transfer credit. And then we, of course, went into the pulse of a student, right? So we got a lot of good topics this morning. So I'm excited to go into ours, which is right now is like, okay, now the future of, right? So we got 5 minutes before everyone else, joins in, and then from there. So there was another person that just had the title Means in there. Was that you, or was that someone else in the attendees list?
Oh, I haven't been able to join anything yet today.
Yeah, so there's someone else that has the same last name as you.
Yeah.
I actually invited that person into the panel, and then you said hi. So I'm like, oh, oops, might be the wrong person. So
It looks like my video has been stopped and I can't restart it. So if you want to restart my video, that'd be great.
see if that works. Yeah, I can see you.
That worked.
That's weird because I didn't do anything.
It said the co-host had stopped my video.
No, that was a mouse drift on my side.
Oh, got it. We're going to have a little bit of glitches. So far, it hasn't been too bad. We haven't had too many. So the folks that are in attendance, we have put out the link of our presentation. The reason we do that for everyone is we kind of want you to absorb our discussion. The link is there for you to refer to at any point in time. What eventually will happen is that this recording actually will go and be embedded into each of the Quiller sessions that we have there. So you will have access to the recording that you're seeing today, and then you will also have the Quiller presentation for about 6 months after, and we will give that to each of you guys as we move forward.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
I'm going to just share my screen so that we can get that out of the way. I always have a hard time finding my slide. Huh.
I've got the link if you want me to just put it in the chat.
No, I have it. I don't know. It's not. It's this Zoom sometimes goes flaky on me. So let me just. There you go. Okay. Can see that? All right. So we'll start in 2 minutes and get everyone back engaged. JTH, you can hear both of us well?
Yes, I can. As soon as I get back over on mute. Yeah, I can hear you both and I can see the screen.
All right, good. Okay, we'll start in 1 minute. All right. As we come up to the top of the hour, we will be starting very quickly as you guys all come back in. We're excited to have this discussion with you around the future of learning. As you all know, we've been talking about students earlier from what their passion is, from how we interact with them, how do we keep pulse. You know, those are all important elements as we go. Now we got to start talking about the future of learning. And this has become something that I'm really passionate about. Dr. Means and I have had been in discussions about this for a long time. We both come from the perspective around future of work, right? So when we think about future of work, we now also need to apply that to the future of learning. So I'm really excited to have Dr. Means here. She is the assistant director of the College of Business at University of Nebraska, Lincoln. She's been in higher ed for 20 years. She is the director of Teaching and Learning Center. And I'm really excited because every time I have a discussion with her, we just have a great time in talking about what the future of learning really looks like. So first of all, Dr. Means, thanks for joining me in this discussion. So when we think about the future of learning, I always start with this quote: when status quo ends, opportunities start. When status quo ends, we recognize there's fear and uncomfortableness, and we understand that incumbents like it a certain way. They feel the loss of control. There's resistance. We've seen this for the past 30 years, and when I've been putting in student systems, it's no different when we're asking people to change in anything we do. We, of course, got to think about that in learning and the way that we approach learning as we move forward. But I really believe there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for universities to really think, reimagine, transform, innovate, and empower, and even renew what they've always been there to do. Me and Dr. Means have talked about it. I'm a big believer that the asset of a university and a college is the knowledge that it disseminates. And that's why I believe faculty is going to become a big part of how do you empower that, that faculty to do really great stuff, right? So today, we're going to talk about the modern learner and the modern educator. We're going to talk about imagine ifs and things like that. And the way that I want to approach this, instead of us just having, you know, a set of slides, me and Dr. Means are going to talk about the topics that are in hand. It's not scripted. I'm never scripted, as you guys have all learned in the past 4 hours, I'm pretty off the cuff. Dr. Means and I are going to go pretty off the cuff. But campuses have to stop and reflect on their status quo, right? They got to shift out of the pandemic, and because it's not going to be forgiving, right? That's what we have to recognize, is that if you still stay on the road and the path that we've been, helping, pave the potholes, we're going the same direction. And if you just listen to the first half of our day, we have to rethink what we're doing, right? And that's going to be an important piece of it as you move forward. So, Dr. Means, when we think about this, we think about the mind shift that we're having. I would love your thoughts on it, because you really do focus on future of work. And I think because we think about future work really becomes an integral part of future of learning. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks, Matt, for involving me in this conversation. It's one of the topics that I really enjoy talking about. So this is a lot of fun to do. Well, we find that when we start thinking about learning, we're not just talking about the traditional brick and mortar, four walls, everybody comes into a classroom, sits down, and is learning specific skills or knowledge, and then they're going to go out into the world, and then their life is going to change. We're wanting to have learning be something that happens without necessarily walls or barriers around it, and becomes a continuous process that they go throughout their life. So even when they're in a classroom, we're trying to teach them how to learn, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But when we think about the things that are happening in the world, you've got information here on the screen about the fourth industrial revolution. The things that are happening are that we're shifting what we think of in terms of what it means to be prepared for the workforce, or what it means to be prepared for a life of learning or engagement in the activities that we expect people to be able to engage in throughout their lives.
Yeah, and we put a video out there. It's on your Quiller. We encourage you to watch it. There's a couple videos that we've already embedded in here. When we think about the fourth industrial revolution, we've been through it ourselves, right? We've been through the third industrial revolution when the internet came into play, right? So if you think about that, Kmart's and the Sears, they didn't recognize it, or they hesitated to make the shift that was necessary. When we're in the fourth industrial revolution, we are seeing smart retail and smart banking and smart venues. They're doing a lot of smart stuff. And is there going to be an Amazon that comes into higher ed? I don't believe that's the case. I actually believe that the schools that are not the brand name schools will become the schools that will lead the industrial revolution. Why? Because they have to reimagine their academic and campus enterprise to actually survive or actually accelerate. So you will see, schools already doing it, right? You talk about Southern New Hampshire and Arizona State and Maryville. All those schools are already starting to do the innovations that our campuses need. I believe there is a new set of leaders within those ranks that are going to come. And why is that important? Why can't Google come and do this? Because I believe that accreditation is an important element of what's happening here, and they're already accredited. So them being able to work through that accreditation process and bring these innovations into here allows for the fourth industrial revolution to play a bigger role as you move forward, right? So,
and Matt, I'd just add one thing to that. I think the key thing to think of in terms of the way that we'll be able to change is responsiveness. So are we going to be responsive to the needs of industry? Are we going to be responsive to the needs of the students at different times in their lives? Are we going to be responsive to changes or things that impact our institutions? And that's going to be really key, is how responsive are we?
Yeah, and that's a great point. I believe that we have to look at how do we align with industry. So that is part of future of work, right? When we think about future of work, there's 4 tenets that I always follow: is what is the work, who does that work, where's that work done? But the one that's really important and is specific to a university and a college is how do you disseminate the information so that students can actually take on the jobs of the future? And there's going to be it in the traditional sense and the non-traditional sense, right? So that's going to be a big part as we think about it. This disruption has allowed us the license to change. I said this earlier when Salesforce was on. This is the opportunity for us to say, hey, you know what we've always done may need to be thought differently, right? The reason that we don't have BlackBerry and Kodak and all these places is because they didn't want to take the opportunity that was in front of them. Imagine if they would have been the ones that said, hey, we're going to take advantage of the technologies here to make Kmart better or Sears better. It didn't happen, right? This is why I believe there are leaders within these institutions that are going to be able to drive those transformations. And we talk about digital change, right? You got to be digital, and that interaction is a really important piece of it. And we got to really drive towards a lot of that. I put a quote here from Tanya. I mean, you want to speak to it a little bit, Tanya, and since it's your quote, so.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, one of the things we realize is that there are basically 3 different time periods when we start measuring how we've reacted here in this situation. We have the way things were before the pandemic, we have the way things are currently during the pandemic, and we have the way things will be after the pandemic. We start talking about what happened before the pandemic. We can think of all of the different practices that we had, but a lot of them don't apply to what we're doing right now because this is such a different and unique time. We start thinking about the things we're doing right now during the pandemic, and we realize that we're making adjustments, but many of them may not stay the same as we think in the future. And so when we think about what we can learn from before and during, we realize that we've got lots of different ways that we've addressed the challenges that we've encountered, and we can take those and leverage them to be able to, in the future, to meet the needs of a variety of students in lots of different circumstances, lots of different contexts, and lots of different needs.
Yeah, I think that's an important statement. One of the things every institution has to think about is what will actually continue because of the pandemic, right? Remote learning is going to continue. It's going to be a very competitive landscape coming out of the pandemic. Why? Because students have now experienced it. Students have the ability to take courses at different places. Schools can actually offer their courses. So now you can move away from the traditional, 4 years to like a more, non-traditional base. And I don't like to say non-traditional because I believe continuing learning should not be non-traditional. It should be what we should be doing in the world of future of work, right? So it's an important piece as we think about that. So we're going to talk about the future of learner, and we're going to talk about the future of learning in terms of educators. So we call it the modern learner, right? What is the modern learner? So modern learners are digital natives who expect a frictionless experience, right? They demand world-class experience and learning that is accessible from anywhere, and they're socially empowered through information and recognize it through the value of feedback. So if you just ask your kids, like I said, I have 2 kids, and they are empowered through knowledge. Things that I would have never understood as a kid, my son at age 13 can answer information. He can tell you who the best products are. He can tell you he is going through that. And I believe universities and colleges have to understand that as they come through it.
I think another key piece to recognize here is because there is so much information available in the world, and our students have access to that, they are picking and choosing the things that they want to learn. And they're not finding a good match for that at some institutions. They're seeing a curriculum that's defined for them that says you need to go through these particular courses and have these particular assignments and come out with this particular outcome. But they're so used to a world of information where they can get anything they want in as small or as large pieces as they want. And I think we're going to have to shift to be able to offer that kind of experience to students.
Yeah. And like I said earlier today, my daughter is 17. She's applying to colleges. So I'm sitting in the background watching, how her interaction is, not trying to influence her in any way other than just listen to let her go through that experience by herself. She asked me the question of what major, because if you ask, there is so different majors at different places, and even the way that those majors are actually framed are different, but they are probably teaching the same thing. They're just framed differently. And I've encouraged her to not worry about the major. Pick a topic that's going to allow her to want to learn and experience and be able to process information, all those things that a learner has to do. So can you tell me a little bit about what is the value, take the major out, but what are they learning through the different majors, right? For the workforce. Can you speak to that a little bit, Dr. Means?
Yeah, absolutely. For one thing, they're being exposed to a culture and a network and the concepts in a particular field. So a major can be helpful for that aspect of it. Certainly they should take a variety in the beginning to be able to see, what even is possible, what's out there. My son is also preparing to go to college. My daughter's already in college. And as they start thinking about, well, what major, what things should I do? It's a good thing for them to take a lot of variety to be able to be exposed to a lot of different fields, industries, cultures, and start to become enculturated in that language and that environment to see if it's a good fit for what they want. But then from there, that's where we need to start designing those personalized, those small pieces that they can add together to be able to make up something that's meaningful to them, so that when they are done with their degree or their certificate or their credential of any kind, they can then use that in a way that helps them to get launched into the work that they want to do.
Yeah. And when we think about the modern learner, the way that I frame up everything in my future of learning and future work is, what are we dealing with? What is the factors that are in play? When we think about the modern learner, I always say they wear 3 hats, right? They're a consumer, they're a customer, and they're a product. Now, I've done this talk a few times where I've had people come and say, I don't think they're customers. It makes me feel like, and I keep saying to them, if you're not a customer, then you shouldn't be taking money from them, right? You have to understand exactly who they are, because you have to create their experience for a customer, for a consumer. If they're the product and who represents you in the market, you have to treat them like a product. How do you make them continuously develop as they move forward, right? The other factor is, the multiple learning models. We have now seen it, right? We're doing a synchronous online version, right? There's of course synchronous traditionally in person. And then of course, all of this content that we're actually doing is actually going to be, it's going to be online after our conference. So then you can listen and watch this asynchronously. So we are now going to be able to say, schools have to be polysynchronous in the way that they offer, right? It has to be allowing them to take it in any way that they want. And then you just mentioned about personalized and on demand, right? Those are important elements. And I believe that institutions that start to think about that, and it's hard now because we're built on an institution-centric mindset. This is the pivot. This is where you have to say, we're going to continue to do traditional, but we know what? We're going to now also try to figure out, how do we personalize it for the people that need it personalized, that need it on demand? And of course, the return on investment is a big piece. Any thoughts on that, Dr. Means?
Yeah, I think you brought up really key points. I think the one thing to say about polysynchronous is that it also includes the ability to participate and not just consume in an asynchronous manner. So are there ways that people can respond, they can share their thoughts, they can add to it, extend it, enhance it, mix and remix and all of those kinds of things, that if we're designing for a polysynchronous activity, then we start thinking about what ways can we help this to not just be a one-way broadcast, but something that is more than just something to be consumed.
Yeah. And when we think about returning on investment, you have to understand what the value drivers are, why someone is selecting your institution or would select your institution. So I have a video here. It's embedded in here. Watch it at your leisure. It's about brand. School students are going to pick and parents are going to pick brand. And I always use the word parents because I believe parents are as important in the way that you interact with that student, especially if they're coming out of high school. My daughter's asking me, hey, what should I be thinking about? So the parents have to be an integral part of the brand question. And then of course the experience is, what does what does the student want? Do they want that experience of a 4-year experience, or do they need it maybe slightly different, right? What's that experience and how do you create that value? And of course, everyone's trying to figure out how do you specialize into something, because everyone believes that a major defaults you into a career. And I'm not a believer of that. I believe majors are just allowing you to love what you're learning, and then lets you position you for the market as it comes, right? And of course, convenience. How do you make it convenient? So making it online, making it accessible, even having local institutions, peer-to-peer collaborations is going to be a key element of how universities are going to work with these modern learners. And of course, affordability. This is going to be the #1 driver in many places, and we will see that as we move forward. So, so what are the conversations that we're having? Dr. Means, do you want to just speak through these a little bit, and then we can certainly, chime.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So every institution is going to find that there are a different set of questions or conversations that they need to have in order to be able to come to a solution that's best for that institution. And so these are starting places. These are questions that you could be asking. How can we combine what we're doing in our brick and mortar with what we're doing digitally? How can we make that an experience that's differentiated from anyone else who might be trying to do that? That might be aligning with your strategic plan. That might be aligning with particular outcomes that are expected out of your degree programs. There's a variety of different ways in which that can be that conversation. Is how can we blend what we're doing on campus with what we're doing digitally? Next, you can start to ask questions about how the specific courses are being adapted. We've got personality and preferences and aptitudes as 3 of the key things you could look at, but there are lots of other ways that you could tailor those experiences to fit what the students are needing. We won't have to go through all of them, but just basically looking for questions that you can ask that specifically align to how are you wanting to make what you're offering applicable to the audience that you want to attract.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. And we got about 5 minutes before we got to close up. So I want to get to the modern educator, and Dr. Means, this is your area of expertise, right? What does the modern educator look like? What does their world, have to really think about? What are the factors that they're thinking through at this time, and what will come after the pandemic?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that this experience that so many faculty have had right now has been really key to aligning people with that modern educator expectation. They've got a changing landscape in regards to a lot of the things that they have gone through and the needs that they've had to be able to change what they're doing in order to fit the pandemic requirements and constraints. And so taking that experience of being able to adjust and adapt and be agile and be responsive and be resilient, all of those things that people are doing right now are great for getting them to continue to do those things as they work forward into the future, and also to recognize that these skills that we're developing during this time, both on our part as educators, but on the students' part as learners, these are all going to impact us for a really long time. And so there's lots of different factors that can play into the things that we can do. You've got some great resources about the learning chemistry, all the different pieces that build into a learning experience. We can talk about things like, should we reimagine how we deliver content? Can we talk about unbundling or remixing and reusing and sharing and combining with different sources? And so we can bring content to be responsive to the needs of the environment.
Yeah.
There's lots of other things we could talk about. We don't have a whole lot of time left, so it's kind of trying to be quick there.
This is great. No, and I think the whole concept of unbundling is going to be a big part of it. And I know people don't like the word unbundling, but the reality of it is students of the future are going to need micro learnings. They're going to need to have things that are designed where it's a little bit more stackable. It's a little bit stackable as you move forward, right? So that's going to be a piece. I'm a big believer that the digital marketplace is going to be a key element of how universities and college disseminate that knowledge, and I believe that's the asset that we really have to think about. And then I'm a believer that as an educator, you're also creating what I would call an academic rigor that prepares students for the workforce, right? Not only are you going to give them the skills, but what is the discipline and how do you research? I'm a criminal justice major and I design large student systems and I'm helping, universities transform. I will tell you, I go back to the way that I read cases where I applied historical cases to relevant cases, right? Well, I do that today. I'm listening in the same element as we move forward. So I'm a big believer that your major is going to allow you to be prepared for the rigors of the workforce as you come through. So we're of course having these modern conversation. Are you teaching or are you learning, right? Teaching is really designed around the instructor and the professor, whereas learning is around the consumer, like the person that's student-centric, right? We got to think about that as you move forward. And then you got to understand when courses are they designed for a digital consumption, right? The thing that we now have realized is that March till now, moving everyone to Zoom and just putting it on PowerPoint, the value of that is not going to resonate for a long time. You have to start thinking about how do you create platforms to do that as you move forward. And of course, in the workplace, we're looking at reputation and rigor and resilience in the way that we work. And that's going to be an important conversation as we go. So I always use the word imagine if, and imagine if a modern learner could create an academic path with their career passions, right? That was our first, we started the day with passion, profiling of students, right? Why couldn't we do that as we think about the careers that they're going to think about that they need to go to and then majors that align from that, right? So, and then of course we talked about, transcripts being a little bit digital, allowing for the learner to own their academic path. This is where students that become mobile are allowed to go to multiple schools. And then tomorrow we're going to be having a discussion around, degrees and accreditation, which is really uncomfortable conversations, but we need to have it. And these are the things that we got to think about as you move forward. And then, Dr. Means, I don't know if you want to just talk about, this whole thing on affordability, funding the educational opportunity. Would love your thoughts on it because I think it's an important part of how a modern learner will see the ROI as they move forward also.
Yeah, that's a great point. We've actually seen several instances on smaller scales where we've got, employers who will send their students to, or their employees to an MBA program and will pay for it, things like that. But then we've also seen really great examples where Starbucks is partnered with a university or where Walmart is partnered with a university. And so we've got examples out there of when we've got these partnerships, and these partnerships then help the employees within a company to be able to continue to move up or to move on through in their career. And so that's one way. But then there are also a lot of ways that we can have the institution itself that can reduce costs and make it more affordable for students to participate in learning.
Yeah, no, it's great. And as a modern learner, this whole thing around the micro-credentialing and designing to the industry, like we're working, our firm is already working with the universities that are saying, hey, which industries can we work with you so that we can look at the future of their curriculum and how do you prepare that, right? There's colleges all over the place, universities that have innovation centers that are really thinking through this. And that's why it's an important piece as we go. Now we got to get to some questions and answers. So what's really next in the future of learning? You got to be flexible and agile, right? You got to figure out, is what you're offering scalable as you move forward? And then the continuous learning model. So these are the 10 things that when I was saying, hey, what is the future of learning look like? These are the 10 things that I was saying, this is what universities and colleges have to think about, polysynchronous, the personalized things. So this is an important piece of the things of the future of learning. Any thoughts on any of these? And then JTH, are there some questions that you want to ask before we move?
Yeah, there's some questions there in the Q&A section. One of them is from La Luna Thomas. I probably slaughtered that name. If we encourage students to explore varying interests, this plays a role in their expected graduation rate, which is what institutions are sounding off on to reduce these rates to a 2 to 4 year graduation rate. How can institutions effectively encourage career explorations without suffering in their overall graduation rates? And Maurice Pratt asked a related question about that there have been talks about entirely customizable degrees where students don't have to pick just 1 or 2 subjects to study, but can instead select modules from multiple programs. There are some who are convinced that this approach and view this as a move away from traditional degrees, the structures are problematic. Any thoughts on that? So really is looking at how can you construct and explore things, but still graduate and move forward.
Yeah,
I think that means that we have to move away from the typical semester or terms. We have to be able to fit more things into smaller pieces. We've got examples of pop-up classes that are one credit and expose students to a lot of different information in a very quick fashion. We've also seen some really great examples out there right now of programs that have become interdisciplinary. So putting together things that are in different colleges, but are paired with each other really well. So there's some really good examples of people who are thinking this way.
Dr. Means, I'm glad you said it and I didn't say that, right? Because if I would have said it, they'll be like, "Oh, that's Matt, who's, he's more in the business minded." No, the reality of it is we have to stop thinking in the traditional sense of a 16-week course, because the way that people are consuming information doesn't require a 16-week. That 16-week course was built for many different reasons, right? Today we can do an hour course. We could pop up things at a minute's notice, right? We did this summit in 3 weeks and we have 600 people ready to go, right? That's an important piece that we have to think about. I'd like to go back to Ms. Thomas's question around the 2 to 4 year graduation retention rate, right? I'm a believer that sometimes these rates and these things that you're being qualified for is actually handcuffing you from actually doing the right things for your students. Because you need a 2-year rate and a 4-year rate, you actually are starting to look at the rate of graduation as opposed to like putting the value of a student learning that content and being a great employee or a great asset in our market. Like, we have to go back and say, why are we grading ourselves on a rate structure that may not be always beneficial for the actual student who only needs a 5-week course or a 6-month course, or you know what, they take 6 years to learn something because they're not at urgent. So I would love to come back to that discussion because I think that's a whole Zoom in itself. Because there's a discussion around that accreditation that I think we got to get into that'll allow for us to have just really deep conversation where I think then we focus on the asset of the knowledge that you disseminate, because that becomes the value, and then we're graded or scored on that element of it. So just would love your thoughts on the this whole notion of rates, and things like that, Dr. Means.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are some things that it does take that much time to be able to get expertise or even a level of proficiency.
Yeah.
But I also think that we do some of the things we do for efficiency's sake. And it would be very challenging if we had every semester where there would be all of these courses that would be running on different calendars at different times, and unless we were designed to offer it that way. So it would be very difficult and would be quite a mind shift for an institution to do that.
Great. And we're at time, and I think JTH, we're going to be having Miriam join us soon, right? And
that's correct. She is already ready to be moved over.
Yeah, I just moved her over. So Dr. Means, thank you for joining us. We're actually going to still be talking about curriculum now. So that's why we put Miriam in. Miriam's really passionate about it. This isn't the last time you're going to see Dr. Means and myself in a Zoom, in a summit. We just gave you whet your appetite a little bit around future of learning. to be honest with you, we probably have a whole summit on future of learning on its own, but we just wanted to give you guys this a little bit. So JTH and Miriam, it's all yours. I'm excited. You know, I've always loved listening to Miriam. It's all yours, JTH.
Well, if you
And
could,
thank you for including
release
me.
the screen there, Matt. There we go. Excellent. Miriam, are you on? There we go. And you need to unmute.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I will just pull up.
Miriam, bring the passion. Bring the passion. See you.
There we go. So if you go just a little bit above there, Miriam, we'll do a quick introduction. Miriam Hashemi is the founding director of Novosphere Consulting and is also works at Ryerson. She's been a great conversation as we have worked together over the last couple of weeks. She really focuses on that intersection of thought, action, and imagination. She's a higher ed professional, but she also brings that view and that passion as a philosopher, as an artist. She's worked for private sectors for the last 15 years. She also has master's in human design, human systems design. She has a bachelor in philosophy in French. And she also has accreditations in mindfulness and facilitation and building healthy communities here, healthy organizations. She looks at designing innovative cultures and it does a lot with the human creativity. She's a great artist, and she also works with ethical artificial intelligence. She brings a great deal of insight and passion to this, really looking at curriculum and how curriculum needs to evolve and how we can evolve curriculum with the changing learner. So without any further ado or introduction, I'll turn it over to you, Miriam.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate speaking to you all, and I think I'm very passionate about this topic, as Matt said, because I think it's important. And I don't think we can talk about all of these things, curriculum, co-design, the future learner, without first considering the purpose of education. To understand the future of education, we need to look at the purpose of education from a historical perspective, how we see, how we think. And for me, education is perception. It's teaching us how to look at the world, how to interact with the world, how to make connections. Many of you are aware of systems thinking. It's a way of seeing interconnectedness and fragments as part of greater wholes. Ecosystems within systems, learning from and acting with each other in their respective environments. And if we look at human systems and education systems over time, we see that paradigm shifts occur at the margins with creative outliers and originals. And it typically takes about 50 years for new thought to become mainstream. This means the rate of change is generally slow, and it's part of the bureaucratic barriers to movement and progress in the way that our current higher education system is set up, with lifelong tenure, lengthy accreditation, program reviews, grandfathered textbooks, and systems of hierarchy that are very comfortable with the status quo until now. Education also helps us see. It's a holistic endeavor that used to include the arts, sports, other disciplines. And over time, we created these degrees in separate fields so that one person knows a lot about a little rather than a little about a lot. And what we've done is separated our minds from our bodies, teaching and learning like we're empty shells with disembodied cortexes. Over time, we've come to see a return to holistic learning and a reintegration of our minds and bodies. Mindfulness is now being taught at MBA schools. Executives are taking meditation retreats, and doctors are learning about psychosomatic illnesses. Education is also about how we learn. So we've come to see that learning has changed over time. Keeping in mind that we're systems within systems, we've come to see that thinking and being is integrative. And this integrative being leads us to ecological learning. We're ecological learners. We're learning all the time from everything and everyone around us. From the time that we're conceived to the time that we die, we're learning. And this means that education and curricula is not limited anymore to the classroom. It's about life, it's about us, it's about others and the world around us. It's a multi-layered, cyclic, dynamic learning process. When we look at higher education, we see that over time, the scope of measure and rate of adaptation has also changed. During times of great stress and increased complexity, we see an opportunity for educational paradigm shifts. Think of the Industrial Revolution. And so if we think about humans and systems over time, we recognize that education is due for and in the midst of a cultural shift. When we consider the purpose of education, we also have to, as Matt mentioned in his talk, think about the stakeholders. Why we educate depends on who we ask. Everyone has a vested interest, a different stake in why we believe education is important. The reasons why we educate are changing, and the future learner is changing. And so what we need to adapt to is what and how we teach. University space obsolescence. We need to focus our gaze and look at the patterns that are emerging. This is one of my favorite infographics from the Pew Center. It talks again to some of the points Matt mentioned about values and how digital natives and techaholics are in a different environment. They have different needs and different interactions, different aspirations, different values, different ways of seeing the world. They're going to be moving away from the current educational paradigm and methods where we try to catch up to Generation Z. And it's hard to do when we have lifelong tenured researchers who are maturists or baby boomers. As soon as Facebook is out, Snapchat is in. As soon as MySpace is out, Instagram is in. And the list goes on. How do we keep up? Why would anyone pay hundreds of thousands of dollars when they can learn almost anything for free? Higher education has to evolve in order to offer something of value beyond prestige and connectedness. And that can only be done by, Matt alluded to this, decoding what is of value to those who are its target demographic and understanding how those informal networks are being formed. Not only that, but the nature of the future learner is changing. Consider this, the average human now has a shorter attention span than that of a goldfish. Anthropologists are saying our thumbs are getting bigger. Neuroscientists are saying our neurocircuitry is changing. The reward centers in our brains are becoming addicted to highly digitized validation schemas, psychic avatars, and many people are choosing computers over cuddles. This impacts how we connect, how we learn, and how we teach. So we come to rethinking education. Why change now? Why do anything? Why not just add some new software, spice up some curricula with a co-op, capstone, or experiential learning course? Because we need to understand the root of the problem from a systems perspective. We're operating in a bigger world here, and we're using industrial era methods and content in a post-industrial age. Our methods simply aren't working. They're out of date. By the time students graduate, new technologies, rate of information exponentially has increased, and alumni are facing multiple career shifts. Micro-credentialing is becoming popular. Companies are creating in-house training. Many organizations no longer even require degrees. In order for us to recognize the magnitude of the problem and the impending obsolescence, we need to understand the iceberg metaphor. Degrees, accreditations, vocational success, that's at the top. That's what we see. Underneath are our limiting mental models, our beliefs, our assumptions, our cultural biases, and a plethora of things hidden from view. And so if we only address what's at the top, we'll be missing a big piece of the picture, the hidden part at the bottom that has the highest impact. So as we consider this iceberg metaphor, things hidden from view, things that we can see, we're also trying to make sense out of chaos and order. The noise, the information overload, the new discoveries, we're seeking structure, planning, design in curricula prep. This is a term by D. Hawk from Visa International, chaotic. And it's a concept. What I like most about it is that our optimal locus of control is at the edge of chaos and order, in that chaotic middle, which bridges both sides of a polarity, a space that resembles our world, ordered within chaos and chaotic within order. And so I appreciate that we've covered quite a bit of ground. We're coming closer to co-design. Just one more conceptual piece about change. There's a lot of different change models out there, and this one by Lewin, to me, is an easy one to understand, because when we change, we're moving from a current state to a future state. And in order for that to happen, we need to undergo a middle state that doesn't always feel comfortable or productive, but it's absolutely necessary in order for us to reach our desired state. And this means if we want higher education to change, we need to move toward a desired future. And if we don't know what that is, we'll end up replicating more of the same, piecemealing pilot projects here and there without ever considering rejigging the whole. That piecemealing then undermines the future vision of where we want to be. Remember, the stakes are pretty high at this point. We're facing the potential obsolescence of higher education as we know it. And the last point here is about systems thinking. Drawing from the natural world processes and perceptions of reality. This means physics, math, art, various other disciplines. They all follow one very simple logic, and that's biomimicry and fractal patterning. That's the golden ratio. This means looking at higher education in a way to find natural patterns emerging. So where is innovation succeeding? What's happening at the organizational level? Which departments have the best cohesiveness and ability to make decisions? Matt talked about the organizations that are most successful. What made them successful? By looking at these patterns, one discovers commonalities, and that brings us to co-designing principles. Here is a visual of the Darwin matrix. This is a fabulous way to conceptualize design thinking and systems mapping. It's a new technology by a brilliant friend of mine in the UK, John Rainford. The reason I'm sharing it here today is because it perfectly illustrates how the co-design of curricula for the future learner has to have whole system engagement with adaptability in real time and reveal the mental models that are in use about how we see the world and the curricula we teach. What I'm proposing here is not that you must use the software, but that you can use this way of mapping to better understand how to co-design your curricula, especially when you're dealing in a complex, multi-layered organization. These maps reveal the inner structures of design thinking, the interconnectedness, the interdisciplinary, intergenerational, and intercultural components. We're facing disruption in education. We need to figure out how to be sustainable and relevant. With the future of technology, we have free courses, YouTube, apprenticeships, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, wearables, biologically enhanced memory. The way we used to do things won't work. For teaching, for assessment, for any of the stuff that we're used to presenting rote learning. So how do we start about the colossal task of co-designing a desired future? What we need to do is to create a vision of what we want our world to look like, how we want to interact with each other, and what values hold the fabric of our societies and our communities together. We're seeing this in business as the old way of working is becoming obsolete, and consumers, Matt again talked about this, are demanding eco-conscious consumers, voting with their wallets, and which corporations they want to support. This means becoming aware of the future learner, their value systems, their hopes, their aspirations, and their imagined futures. In order to remain relevant and sustainable, we must cultivate reflexive, innovative cultures and redefine our outdated notions of stakeholders. We've moved from institutions that are created for the pursuit of enlightenment, of knowledge, to vocational institutions, to micro-credentialing, and rethinking the adaptability requires rethinking education, rethinking stakeholders, rethinking learning. The World Economic Forum and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have listed the skills taught in 2020 as being completely obsolete by 2030. Most of the jobs of the future have not even yet been invented. Google, Salesforce, a lot of other companies are focused on identifying gaps in education because there's an opportunity. There's a lot of resources being spent in trying to figure out what the future will look like. My suggestion is that we'll see a trend towards self-mastery, a focus on relationships, communications, boundaries, emotional literacy, agility, creativity, making new connections, and solid conceptual frameworks. How to articulate ideas, bridge differences, make decisions, build consensus. CEOs have identified the top mindsets, how to think for future learners, future leaders. They're about being global citizens, explorers, servants, servant leaders. The top skills of how to do, being futurists, translators, Yoda as in being able to master the self. Technological teenagers, people who are able to, be at ease with new technology, always willing to learn. So the idea of learning how to learn. And this means creating bottom-up processes, peer-to-peer learning, interdisciplinary communication, and holistic approaches with a cyclic time span that's never ending. It's lifelong learning. So a dynamic curriculum co-design is interdisciplinary and has design processes and structures that allow for information flow. It creates space for new ideas and voices, for new people to sit at the table. It's no longer an academic sitting in an ivory tower in an office thinking, I'd like to maybe teach a course about this because that's my research interest. It's about realizing the world is changing. The course that I was teaching 20 years ago is no longer relevant. What do the students want to learn? How can we create this classical education that was based on Greco-Roman ideas of tripartite holistic learning and respond in real time with agility to adapt? It means having bottom-up flow, diversity, and transdisciplinary. And I think my closing thoughts, it's looking at learning as an ever-evolving phenomenon that never ends. It's part of a deeply human, biological, life-giving experience. And it happens in relationship with our world and with others. It moves us from survival to thriving, to imaginative innovation. It's curious, it's playful, it's experimental, it's self-directed, and it's scaffolded. It is strategic foresight and planning for interconnected relevance. It's future-oriented and learner-informed. It's different at various stages, and it's curated. We spoke also about this, the curation that's geared towards the learner's interests. It's transdisciplinary, holistic, involves the emotional and psychological aspects of social learning, the neuroscientific advances of learning, and it requires diverse communication. So different media and sensory delivery. It's inclusive, ecological content for sustainable learners and sustainable educators. It's human-centric, that's culturally aware, and also incorporates universal designs. That means practical, theoretical, experiential, and reflexive. It also has feedback loops with faster iterations and ethical technologies. It's set within ecosystems and systems thinking for lifelong viability. I hope this helped spark some ideas about how you might go about co-designing curricula for the future learner. I look forward to the dialogue. And if you have any questions about any of the concepts I've shared, I know it was quite a bit, please let me know.
Thank you, Miriam. That was very interesting. One of the things that I've enjoyed talking to you about is how looking at co-design really changes our view of what the stakeholder is and who the stakeholder is. You talked about the professor sitting in his or her ivory tower, looking at their bookcase going, I think I'll teach something about this because this is what my research is. Could you talk more about how you would involve other stakeholders and who those other stakeholders may be?
Absolutely. So I think this image talks about involving not just industry, but making the connections between the learner. So Matt spoke about the parents, and spoke about the learners. It's inviting people at all levels to provide input as to what kind of curriculum we need to design. And John, if I understand your question correctly, you're looking at specific people you would invite to the table to help you design a curriculum?
Yeah, I think that, we think about, sometimes we think about expanding stakeholders in curriculum design is interdepartmental. I'm going to do a shared curriculum between business and law. I'm going to do a shared curriculum between engineering and kinesiology. But you're really talking about co-design in a much broader level, it seems to me. Like you're talking about bringing in constituencies from outside the university. You're talking about bringing in parents. You're talking about bringing in students. You're talking about bringing in alumni.
Absolutely.
Industry.
And I think it comes back to this idea of ecological learning. So if we consider this as the system, we're looking at inviting everybody at every level. Somebody asked earlier in the chat during Matt's presentation about, elementary school teachers. And I think if we view learning as a process, as a lifelong process, then we're always engaged, and it changes our mindset and our attitude towards how we interact with not just curricula design, but with each other. And so when you ask who would you invite, absolutely, alumni. I would invite current students. I would invite prospective students. I would invite parents. I would invite industry leaders. And a lot of organizations have advisory boards and create curricula based on input, but that's only, from what I understand, after the courses have been developed. And so what I'm suggesting is to create these feedback loops within the system that are a slice of everybody that's impacted by the curriculum. And by that, my scope is quite large. And every organization and institution will have to define what their parameters are for themselves in terms of their boundaries. But this idea of having multi-stakeholders with multi-perspectives at the table designing that curricula.
So Preeti asked a related question here in the QA. She says, everybody's talking about lifelong learning. Please share your thoughts on the changes that you wish institutions should make to incorporate same. So I'm taking Preeti's question to be not only, blowing out the, who do you have create the curriculum to create co-design curriculum, but there are other changes that really open up the university to this lifelong learning, this environmental ecological learning that you display here.
Absolutely. And I think Matt touched on this earlier. The speakers mentioned the idea of looking at the student in the scope of a lifetime. And I think what that means is, for me, is rethinking the way that we do our offerings. For example, at Ryerson, we have a slew of offerings for retirees. It never ends. And I believe some of those are, the payment structure is dependent on the income of the people who are attending. So there's so many different varieties out there. And when we think about lifelong learning, I think it's looking at broadening our idea of what branding means within this ecological space. It could mean a curated degree between multiple institutions, not just different departments. It could mean that you create a membership that says you're able to come back throughout the course of your life for multiple degrees. There's so many different options out there. And I think, I'm not one to propose the answers, but I think I can ask the questions and suggest processes for people to come up with their own answers. And so my question to the attendee would be, I wonder what your definition of lifelong learning is, and what would you like to see? What have you seen in your life that you'd like to have reflected in institutions?
Well, one of the things I think that you've alluded to, it's several times, and then we'll wrap up so we can move on to the next one here, is that we're talking about a time of fast obsolescence. If you're talking about lifelong learning, what you're going to learn out of a degree right now is going to be obsolete further down the road. So this really, even if you're focusing on lifelong learning to make your student a lifelong customer, as it were, you need to co-design that curriculum again by bringing in the industry and the community outside, so you know what the skills are that are coming up that you need to instruct your students for. And I think that's probably one of the things that you're looking at lifelong learning. It's not just being able to go back and learn something old. It's not able for me to go back and learn COBOL, but it's for me to go back and learn something that's brand new, but that the university has found out by actually involving the community in the curriculum design. So I think that thank you very much, Miriam. This has been a very interesting discussion. I really appreciate you taking the time to bring these ideas to us. This has been very interesting. I believe, David, I think that you're up next here, and it's interesting. We go from talking about co-design of curriculum, but now also into ushering in that innovation in a post-pandemic world. So Miriam, again, thank you very much. And David, take it away.
Thanks, JTH, and thanks, Miriam. Nice job. So hi, everyone, and Tim is on. Good. So welcome to our next session. This is going to be featuring Tim Mold, and the topic, as JTH said, is educating students, ushering in innovation in a post-pandemic world. And just a reminder of our format for those of you who are just coming in. We have a 20-minute session that Tim will lead, and I'll give him there'll be a 15-minute reminder chime you'll hear as he's 15 minutes into his talk, and then we'll wrap up by 25 after, and then there'll be a Q&A time period. And the reminder, the Q&A button is down at the bottom of your screen. And that's, don't submit it in chat, submit it in Q&A. And Tim, are you able to share your screen?
And you're on mute, Tim.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right, so I can see my presentation.
Press share screen at the bottom, and it should give the option to choose your browser.
Got it. There we go.
And while he's doing that, I'll introduce Tim. Let's scroll down to your introduction section and go full screen. Yep, good. So Tim Mold and I are actually former colleagues. We worked together at Accenture for several years, and Tim's been there a bit longer than me. He's one of the leaders in Accenture's higher ed practice, and his career is focused on the intersection of strategy, technology, and operations. He's spent about 15 years in the high tech industry, but about 10 of that, the last 10 years specifically in higher ed. And you can see some of his experience there, recent work on the screen. Really pleased that Tim agreed to spend time with us today and talk about this topic. We're all interested in hearing how to address innovation. So Tim, I'll turn it over to you, and thanks again.
Thank you, David. Yeah, my connection to this group, I worked with David, John Thompson Haas. I think Matt heard me speak to the audience at ASU GSV this year around an innovative program for a 2-year program to grant associate's degrees in essentially a 24-month program targeted towards underrepresented students that's actually housed within Loyola University of Chicago. And so after hearing that, Matt, John, and David and I talked, and I thought it might be good if we talk. We're going to be focusing today on some research and some thinking that we've done at Accenture, most recently in today's world. One caveat I might make is that, like everyone else, I've been introduced as next to my name, it says thought leader. I kind of think about myself as my client referred to me last week as a thought partner. And I welcome you to share your thoughts, experiences, because the thinking that we all have to do in this space is what's going to drive innovation and education and the exchange of ideas. So whether that be during the Q&A session here, or you want to engage me or my colleague, Samantha Fisher, who was instrumental in this research, I invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd like to start this with a story that, true story, takes us back to March 12th of this year. in which I received a phone call from my son, Josh, who is a sophomore in college. And that phone call was surprising for a couple of reasons. Well, one, because being a sophomore in college, he never calls his parents proactively. That's one. Two is usually when we hear from him, it's a text asking us to transfer some money to his account. So it was surprising from that respect, but I think we all remember where we were when we first heard the news that it became real and the pandemic affected our lives, whether it be a loved one got COVID, or in our case, Josh called us up and said, "Dad, I need you to come and get me. The campus is closing, and I need you to come get me by Sunday, March 15th, which now forever, the Ides of March will have a very personal meaning for us and for me and for Josh. So fortunately, he finished out the semester like the rest of the college students across the country remotely. And then fortunately, we got the news in July that his university would be returning to campus with all of the caveats of testing and the like. But we were a little bit wondering, okay, what's that experience going to be like as parents of a college student? And sure enough, 5 months after I got that phone call from Josh, he went back to campus. And so that's the world we live in. He's now experiencing, as all college students this year have experienced, college education unlike any that we've ever seen. So a couple of facts that I think might be interesting for us as we delve into the research. One is something we probably all heard, which is that according to the Department of Education, right, before the pandemic, only about a third of college students had really taken an online course for credit. And so that meant 2/3, right, were taking courses, doing their academic coursework through traditional means and lecture halls, labs, and the like. So what that meant, given Josh's situation, is life was changing. And the question is, in our minds, is changing for just now? When's the pandemic going to be over? Is it changing for good? And so my colleagues and I at Accenture, we decided, okay, let's go talk to some higher education leaders. And so what we did is we put together an interview guide, and we went out and talked to higher education leaders across the country, primarily presidents, provosts, chancellors, VPs, deans, large, small institutions, public, private, associate degree granting institutions, and R1s. And essentially we asked what boils down to two questions. One is, what are you doing to deal with today's world? And if you could look in your crystal ball, what do you think will stick? So those are the two questions I want to go through what we heard from them, and then share with you some thinking about what that means going forward. And then I definitely welcome questions and comments about your experiences. So what did they say? So when we read these three quotes on the screen, it gotta go back to the old axiom, which one of these things is not like the other? So if you look at the top one and the bottom one, something in common. We took aggressive action. We wouldn't have done this without the pandemic. Well, I think we all know there's some things that some universities have taken advantage of the crisis and done some things they probably were thinking about anyway, but still aggressive. They overcame the inertia. And the bottom one was, some were dramatic and they said, okay, how you receive education, the educational experience is going to change forever. And then we also heard from these same leaders, had to reconcile that with, our students want to be here. They still want to be on campus. They still want to be in person. And so we had to roll around in the conversations with quotes and conversations around these topics. Then we delve a little bit deeper. What did some universities do to deal with this? Well, we had one, right? There was testing and all of that, right? There was a recognition, and I think we all can relate to this in our jobs. There's a recognition of connectedness and community is important, and particularly in the undergraduate experiences, people are building their networks and becoming, fully actualized or trying to achieve that, right? And so this one university we talked to, right, they built an engagement tool to help students connect with their peers in new ways and network and build social interactions they might otherwise have. And so that was one, they call that the Student Hub. Two, they changed certainly the academic environment was going to change, right? We have the constraints of social distancing, but students wanting to be in person and learning, right? So they created a tool that allowed the students to preference by week for every class, whether they wanted to be in person or remote. And then they had an algorithm went through that allowed that if there was going to be too many people in a class, and that was going to break the social distancing guidelines for that classroom, they would be able to prioritize students based upon, whether or not they had a lot of classes last week in person or not. And then they also decided they also restricted people from preferencing if they had a negative test, they didn't show up for their mandatory test, and the like. So this was a way in which they used the digital world in order to bring some connectedness both in the classroom and outside. Another example, which I don't have a slide for, but I'll talk through with you, which I thought was kind of interesting, was one of the universities we talked to sponsored an in-person, socially distanced activity around each session was a topic of interest that would spark conversation. And they said, students, tell your stories, and then around this topic, and the topic might have been, okay, how to connect with others in our world. It might be something like experiences of racism, which we all have been experiencing the world and the discussion and the like, and this was a way to get that discussion going. And so what they found is this was a way, not digital, but in person, to bring the community, to build community, have students interact and the like, and connect. And so I thought that was kind of an interesting way because, and it was, they were oversold. And so they just were, the attendance was amazing. Students wanted to connect. So what does this all mean? These quotes, some of these experiences. Well, I give you the answer in 3 parts. We dug deeper. And I would say one of our conclusions, and it's interviews, right? So you all have been there, right? When you participate in interview-based research, right? You roll through the data, you're trying to figure out exactly what you find. But what we came out of this was COVID and the environment that our students have been living in over the past 6 to 9 months it's illuminated where it's shown a bright light on where student interactions are needed and where they're valued and where they're not. And let's give some examples. And these, I think, will generate some interesting discussion based upon everyone's experience. But this is some of the things that we heard. So, the activity like I just gave about building connectedness, talking about students talking about personal experiences, sharing them with their colleagues at school. That's certainly one. Organized clubs and activities. Greek life. Graduation. Everybody wants an in-person graduation, right? And then, varsity intramural sports. These are all things, right, that it was clear, the message was clear from the leaders. It said, we hear students, they want to socialize and build community. And then it was interesting, there were some other activities that maybe they didn't necessarily need in-person interaction, but they still valued remote interaction. And these are things you might expect, and there's a couple surprises in here, at least for me. But as I thought about it, I'm like, I can get that. So one is, administration type activities. What they were hearing from students is, I don't need to go to the bursar's office or in order to resolve my bill, or a registrar. I don't need to be there in person. Career services, and that was kind of interesting. I don't need to be in person. I still want to talk to somebody and engage with an individual about my situation, but I can do that remotely. It's okay during Zoom. Academic advising, tutoring. That one's kind of debatable, right? Because there's a connection, right, between learner and teacher. But still, that was one that kind of came up and said, well, that may be one. And then the last one was kind of surprising, was mental health. The students who wanted to engage in mental health, they were okay with telehealth. And the way we kind of rationalized this as we thought about it and we talked to leaders was, these are all, can be at times stressful, create anxiety situations. Students don't necessarily want to be seen go into the mental health wing of the student center, or wherever that may be. And so we kind of characterize it as, it's like when they have to sit in a room with an adult, quote unquote adult, an administrator or professional, they preferred the interaction over video is what was bubbling up. And so this is an area where, okay, maybe these types of services, maybe these types of things, we don't need to have in-person interaction. In person, we still want to connect with people, but somehow students feel like they want to engage, but not in person. So that was kind of interesting. Secondly, are on the academic side. So 90% of the leaders we talked to said they expected that the student experience would change academically, and that students would be more tolerant and have actually in some cases, be able to engage more fully in a remote or online experience, such that perhaps a quarter to a third in the future, in the post-pandemic world of the academic environment of a traditional residential college experience, might be done remotely or online. I mean, think about the barriers that we've had in the past. The barriers in the past have been, we don't have faculty that are able to do this or create a curriculum, or even wanted to do this. But now we've pushed past the inertia. We've crossed the chasm, if you will, to say, okay, we can do this. And what that does, right, is that creates shakes up a new cocktail of modalities with the proliferation of programs that we've all seen over the past 5 to 10 years. And so coming to grips with that, I think, is going to be one of the challenges for universities, because we've all seen the data from like Burning Glass that says, okay, these degree programs that were created, the data that I saw for Burning Glass, degree programs that were created in the 2013, 2014 timeframe, by 2018, there were a huge chunk of them that had not graduated at least 10 students. Now, there's lots of reasons for programs to push thinking and the like, but it does speak to that the modality piece is here to stay. At least that's what we heard. Now that remains to be seen. We were in the middle of the pandemic. If life returns to quote unquote normal with a vaccine, maybe that changes, but that's what we heard. And finally, think about what this means for traditional students and non-traditional students. From a non-traditional student background, that point that I made before is we have created a faculty base now and a potential offering base that can expand the offerings that we might traditionally offer online, that any higher ed institution might offer online. And so those learners, there's new potential there on the non-traditional side. On the traditional side, you push the envelope of time to graduation, and the value prop for them. Okay, maybe I can graduate sooner, and that pushes the envelope on, is it a 4-year degree or is it a 3-year degree? So kind of final thoughts. I think, our conclusion is this is going to force us all. We could always say in the past, okay, the traditional residential experience is different than the online experience. And now it's blurred. But what it does allow us to do is be purposeful about what we know is going to add value and be impactful to students, both on the academic side and the non-academic side, so that we can deliver a student experience that adds value in person, where it makes an impact, and then potentially pull back on those areas that that doesn't add value, or be creative in the way we deliver it. And so that's essentially the summary of my thoughts, our thoughts, based on the research we did. I would really be remiss if I did not recognize my colleague, Samantha Fisher. She is our North American strategy lead. She led many of the interviews with us. She did a lot of the synthesis of the data. There were some late nights there rolling through things. We can be reached on LinkedIn and email. And so I put some provocative thoughts out there. I'd love to get some discussion going and get some questions.
Thank you, Tim. That's really fascinating, your findings. And I think surprising to a lot of people that would have predicted one result from all this, right? We have a few clients and we talked to a lot of schools that have successfully managed to bring students back, deliver a lot of their education online, and everything be working well and smoothly, right? I mean, kind of surprisingly so. My daughter, actually, similar to your son, she was a senior this past year for May graduation. She had to have a virtual graduation, and she decided instead of trying to find a job, that she would go to graduate school. She was also a student athlete, and as you may know, spring athletes were given an extra year of eligibility by the NCAA. So she decided to go find a place to play a 5th year of softball. So she went to a graduate program where she could play softball and do a graduate degree. It's a 1.5-year program. So all of her classes she's in DC, going to school. All classes are virtual, but she's practicing with her team, getting ready for the spring season. And And it's going well, right? It's going surprisingly well, just a good experience. So just to share that anecdote as well. A reminder, we have Q&A open, everyone. Please submit your questions in Q&A and I will field those for Tim.
And David, I like it. I love.
Matt, any comments?
The title itself, ushering innovation and yeah, can you guys hear me? I was saying that even the title of ushering in innovation and post-pandemic, that needs to be thought of at every campus, right? The reality of it is we shouldn't have needed a pandemic to think about innovating, right? And so I think that's one of the things that's really important. I appreciate the fact that you're going through this strategy discussion with campuses. To happens is we look at a campus has an issue with enrollment drop or their financial aid packaging is taking too long or whatever the case is, and they just throw technology. And I'm a technology guy. I put in student systems for 30 years. I won't do that anymore. That's not the way we will work in the post-pandemic. Post-pandemic means let's work with your strategy and then identify the right technology to be very successful, right? And it doesn't mean the way that one university does their strategy and another one, we don't put the same technology in at that stage because they may have different strategies. And that's why, Tim, I did hear your stuff at GSVU, and I appreciate you joining us again here. I'm a big believer that the partners you work with have to be able to talk to you about strategy. If your partners are just telling you about how to move a legacy system and digitize your current processes into a new system, you've just repaved the campus as is. And to be honest, you can't do that anymore, right? And that's why we're doing the summit. I'm so grateful for the time. And you notice I have a soapbox here, but that's exactly what I was listening to as we went.
Well, one thing we've noticed.
I was really struck by something that you said there. You had a slide there that you talked about schools going through and seeing where students wanted interaction and where students didn't really need it. And I was really struck by that. Do you see them looking at that information and just using it in in the current pandemic structure, or are they going to take the opportunity to take this information and really rebuild or retool how they deliver education, how they deliver their value?
So I want to make sure I clarify something that I probably was not clear enough on. These are still points of interaction that they want to interact with somebody. I mean, we can all relate to the experiences we've had probably with our cable company and to use a very simple example, or telephone company where they tried to use IVR or AI in a chat or whatever and we tried to get answers to our questions, and we all figured out our ways of navigating past that, right? Whether it be repeating customer representative over and over again, or nonsensical questions that says, okay, must need that gets by the AI bot. What we heard here was the students still want interaction with their questions, but there's this interesting phenomenon around these four where they didn't want to interact in person. And they didn't feel like they wanted to be in the room. It created, and what they heard was creates anxiety, stress. And so somehow a little, in the digital world, right, we've created this phenomenon with this generation that they feel very comfortable interacting digitally and addressing these questions, which can be very, right, mental health gets about as intrusive as you can get to. So you're going to interact, you're going to do telehealth. That was kind of the thing. And I thought about that, right? And in the experiences that my family has had and what I've heard from my kids, and they're like, Dad, I'm okay. I don't have to go to the office, right? And it's almost as if in that case, right, they may be more willing to engage And that is one in particular. Where forcing students to walk across the campus and walk into that office in and of itself is probably a barrier. And so I think the idea is to maybe rethink some of the things that we have always thought, okay, I add value by meeting with students in person. I mean, the day's right. We've seen some of this happen in the past with a simple, the pay my tuition bill through the cashier's window. Those days are gone, right? But for a time, we all felt that was the way you do things. And I think what we're hearing is this generation is pushing the envelope again on some of these areas that we might have considered sacrosanct in terms of in-person interaction, because there's a discomfort level, what we call the adult in the room, actually being physically in the room. And so I think that's the piece, the takeaway here is to rethink making at least the opportunity for students to interact and engage. And these are all things that you want students to engage on. How do you get over maybe that 20% that'll have trouble doing that?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Tim. We have one question, which actually is a great segue into the next. One of the things you mentioned about virtual. Some things are, I think we're finding some things are actually better virtually than they are in person, which is what you're saying, right? And sometimes it's surprising, but it's in some ways it's better, right? It's the student likes it better, they get more value out of it, et cetera. And one of the topics that you brought up as a we don't know yet is virtual advising, right? So the student advisor, one of the things that I've done some work around is, how can we better deliver advising for students, right? So it's not all in person or even over the phone. Can we do it virtually? Have you seen any data on success rates? The question is it more successful virtually, or do you have any data on that, whether in person versus virtually on that?
Well, so that's an interesting question. So in the work we did for Arupe, we talked to a lot, because Arupe is built as a 2-year institution with the objective of those students entering Arupe, getting prepared to finish a 4-year degree in 4 to 5 years. We talked to institutions that have done interesting things with admitting to associate's degree students to finish a 4-year degree. DePaul University in Chicago is an interesting one, right?
Yep.
They started maybe 5 to 10 years back recruiting 2-year associate's degree students across the Midwest. But what they felt was extremely important is targeting those students and providing them advisors when they started their associate's program that would carry through to when they came to DePaul. And that was all remote. And DePaul, if you look at their numbers, I don't have them off the top of my head. I remember when I looked at them back when we were doing this work 15 months ago or so. I mean, the numbers were staggering in terms of the success rate of students doing an associate's degree in Iowa and then at a 2-year community college, and then graduating from DePaul with an accounting degree and going to work for, you name the big 4 accounting firm, right? And so that was a case of matching, remotely, you can better match people's expertise with a student and their desires, in my mind. The important thing is the connection and making sure that the consistency of that connection and the like, persistence. But I know we're at time.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Okay, we're out of time. I'm going to turn back over to you, Matt. Thank you, Tim, for taking the time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Matt, you're muted.
Yeah, that mute button. Tim, thank you so much for presenting. And David, thank you. So our next guests are John Valadakis and Dr. Rubin. I think both of them should be joining us right there on cue. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Gentlemen, how you doing? I was going to grow a beard, but John, I thought, you should be the only one with a spectacular beard, right?
Yeah, I've got the plague beard going. It's enough for both of us.
Well, John, while I start to introduce you both, can you just present yourself?
I'm doing it now.
Make sure you can do that. Just a little bit of background. John and I have gone, and I mean, we've been in higher ed 30 plus years. So we've worked together, we collaborate together. We're on phone calls on Saturdays on the most nonsense stuff that, most people wouldn't sit around and talk about. And so, John, thank you for joining me. And Dr. Rubin, I know that you and John work closely, and I'm excited about this discussion. Adaptive planning in this time is such a critical piece for enrollment, for financial planning, for rethinking what curriculum should look like, all that kind of stuff. When the pandemic hit, John was one of the first people I went and reached out to and said, how are we going to have schools start to plan the pandemic, right? This is when everyone just thought, oh, it's going to be a few weeks of stuff. We kind of knew that this is going to really snowball into a lot of different directions, and planning is going to be a big part of it. So Dr. Rubin is, if you want to just scroll up really quick, John. Dr. Rubin is from University of Rutgers University. He is the founder and senior university fellow at the University of Rutgers Center of Organization Leadership. He and John put a great presentation on, and so John suggested that we should do this on this session. John, of course, is VP of Nuventive, which is a platform that is really helping schools rethink how they plan with a whole set of platforms. But really today we're here to really just talk a little bit more about, all the things that universities have to think about. The platform is of course the back end of it, but you got to start thinking about the strategy of it, right? And so John, I'm going to let you take it over and talk through it, just like you talk about everything else, and then have you dialogue a little bit. We got about 20 minutes and it's all yours.
Fantastic. Thanks, Matt. So we're going to go ahead and dive into this, and Brent, you're going to get us started, right?
Absolutely. Well, it's great to be here. I've enjoyed large parts of the meeting today. I've been able to pop in and out between various Zoom events on campus here. And what, audio okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, and it's a great opportunity to put a sport coat on too, right? That hasn't happened every day, so it's good. It's good to be here. So what we want to do today is talk a lot about planning and strategy formulation. As you've been saying, Matt, strategy formulation, not always a key component of higher education, but absolutely critical sort of post-COVID. And what's clear is that higher education is really not well geared up to do planning in a crisis situation. If you look at sort of the characteristics of planning that are familiar to us, we usually have a long-term focus in our planning. We do updates, but basically they're fueled by the need for compliance with the state, institutional reports, accreditation, and so on. Really not done so much for us, but really for accountability to others. The core never changes too much. We do fine tuning around the edges. We add, we seldom subtract. One of the great traditions of higher education is to never throw anything out, but only to add new things. Performance metrics of some use, we pay attention to them now and then. We don't expect them to change too much. And by and large, there aren't aggressive performance targets that we impose. Again, a lot of these things change in a crisis situation. Data analysis looks to the past, not to the future. Not so much attention to upstream predictors as much as to where things have been. And as we well know, decision-making is notoriously slow and distributed. And who can figure out where many decisions are made, particularly in the large institutions. And I think a lot of this is so well captured by this quote from a provost of a large state university system who says, our planning process led to departments reviewing their data at the end of the cycle, then writing an apology for why they didn't hit any of the targets, coming up with new goals, then ignoring them while while they move to the next update. So, higher ed as we know it. Let me turn this over now to John for a bit to take us to the next step here.
Sure. Thanks, Brent. So as we started working with folks, as Matt mentioned, right, I've been working with a lot of institutions in trying to think about how do they quickly change direction to deal with what's going on in the COVID crisis and become more adaptive. And one of the things that I saw is a lot of the schools that I started talking to took this same approach that they would use to build a 10-year strategic plan or write an accreditation document and use that for trying to come up with a plan for a crisis situation where everything was changing. And they'd write 200-page detailed back-to-campus plans that needed to be approved by their state system, right? They'd focus on trying to maintain normal, as the previous speakers and the comments afterwards were talking about, right? How do we get students back on campus? How do we get them back in the classroom, right? Rather than thinking about how should this work given the situation that's going on. A lot of short-term thinking. Initially, people thought, this is really about, a lockdown for 4 weeks, then we're going to be back to business as usual, right? And weren't really thinking about what are the financial implications, what are the logistical implications, what are the personal implications on our students, our faculty, everybody else who's involved in these processes. And then as we saw in the news, as fall semester kicked off, people really scrambled to adjust as reality didn't align with those assumptions. One quick story I'll tell, I was working with a school, a community college in a big state university system, right? And they were using the Nuventive product to manage their COVID plan. And as we sat down to start setting it up, they gave me one of these big monolithic plans and said, here, set this up for us. I said, okay, well, how does the plan work? Where are all your scenarios? Right? What are you going to do if you have an outbreak on campus? Oh, right. We hadn't really thought of that. What are you going to do if, some percentage of your faculty get sick and can't work? Oh, we didn't really think of that, right? How are you going to measure how things are going? Oh, we don't have good measures, right? But we bought masks and hand sanitizer, everything's good, right? And so, we really had to think about how do you come up with an adaptive plan? And I'm going to bring up a quote from my friend, the general here. So this is a quote that I really like to use when it comes to planning. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, right? You can sit down, you can think about all of these plans, but as soon as you put that plan into action, things change, right? Some of your assumptions might have been wrong. Some external factor happens, like the COVID epidemic, right? Where we have to say, things have changed. How do we react to it, right? And the people who are gonna come out ahead are the people who can see what's coming, right? By making good use of information, forward-looking information, by being able to adapt quickly, right? And being able to say, how do I really make how do I turn on a dime, right? Or at least turn relatively quickly for an institution the size of a large university and be able to do things differently. So as we move forward, right, we say, as we saw this fall, schools that didn't have adaptive plans really had to take some dramatic steps, and a lot of those seemed very reactive, right? A number of institutions, a week after reopening their doors, turned around and sent everybody home. We had others that imposed on-campus lockdowns with students locked in their dorm rooms, only able to come out to get food, right? That certainly wasn't anybody's plan going into the pandemic, and they didn't really have processes to deal with that. By contrast, we've seen a lot of examples of leading practices too, with institutions that were really able to that were really able to react quickly and had good scenario-based plans in place. So when something did happen and they said, oh, we noticed that a few students on campus had gotten infected. There was an article about the University of Arizona earlier this year where they were testing the sewage coming out of each of their dorms, right? And it gave them the ability to detect infections before they would show up on PCR tests. So they were able to find out that, hey, 2 students in this dorm were infected. They were able to find them, move them into quarantine, and avoid a major outbreak, right? That kind of planning and being able to say, we had a plan in place for what we were going to do if that happened. We have a method of getting the data we needed and to use it to make a quick decision, right? So, very good examples there of how, of how some institutions had to be reactive while others were proactive and were able to execute their plans. So moving forward, a little further here. So some of the realities at the present time that are really leading to more of the need for adaptive planning, and I won't I won't read all of these in the interest of time, but a couple that I wanted to point out, right? Pervasive disruption. This isn't the kind of thing that higher ed's ever had to deal with before. I was talking with the executive vice president of the school in Houston, and he said, you know, we deal with crisis planning every year. We have hurricanes, they come through, some number of our buildings get flooded, we might lose power. You know, some of our students are dealing with a temporary crisis, but we know it's going to be over in a few weeks. We know what to do. We can shift resources from one side of the campus to the other, right? And we can make everything work. This is a different type of environment. You know, huge financial pressures. A lot of the other panelists have talked about that today. I won't go into it in detail. You know, the speed of change is something we haven't really seen in higher education before, right? Higher education, as we all know, is a very slow-moving industry by comparison to a lot of others. And really, a lot of our core assumptions are being challenged. I already mentioned kind of the grasping for normal, right? People trying to come back to how do we get back to business as usual? You know, rethinking of value, I think, is a big issue that people need to consider as students start to question, is the money that I'm paying for this really worthwhile if I don't get to be on campus and see my friends and go to parties and access on-campus services and go see football games and all of these kinds of things? You know, that's leading to a rethinking of value and a rethinking of individual values as well. Do I really want to go away to school, or do I want to stay home near my family? Right. So a lot of these kinds of things are really leading to challenges that we have to think about in retaining the students we have and in filling our incoming classes for the next few years. Right. And then finally, thinking about higher ed, unless you run a medical center, really isn't usually about making life or death decisions. Right. And in the pandemic environment, that's something else people have had to grapple with. Right. The decisions you're making really impact that. And as Brent said at the beginning, a lot of institutions really have had limited experience in preparing for or addressing this kind of rapidly changing, turbulent environment and this kind of widespread disruption. Yeah, I won't read through the statistics I put on the page here. They're here for review, but you know, just to show, obviously the disruption leads to some key issues. Big declines in enrollment, we all know that. Huge financial losses, changes in modality, right, and lots of other things that are really driving students to or rather institutions to have to rethink the way they do things. And you know, Brent came up with this you know, this line here, you know, back to the past or back to the future, right? Is the goal of coming out of this cycle to get back to the way things used to be, or as the previous speaker was discussing, right? Is this really a catalyst for innovation? Can we be rethinking the way that we address the issues that are facing the industry? And so again, you know, a number of changes here that we really need to be thinking about as we move forward. And how is this going to impact our business? Not just this current year, right? This wasn't a 4-week shutdown. This wasn't something that just affected fall 2020. It's certainly going to affect the spring. As we start to recruit next year's classes, it's going to impact that. The financial shortfalls are going to ripple through a lot of institutions for years. And we need to think about how do we make all of this work in that, you know, and still be able to deliver a meaningful education to our students.
So our goal is adaptive planning, right? And we're really talking here going forward about review, reimagination, or renewal. There are probably some other words with the prefix re that could also apply. But we narrowed this down to, well, we thought it would be 10, but it turns out it's 11. We probably could have had 15, but we did our best to keep this succinct. So we just run through a few of these. I won't read them all, but fundamental here is the need for pervasive review and reconsideration across the institution to align with crisis plans and also to identify what are the fundamental questions we need to address. We'll have a little bit more to say about that in a moment. Of course, it goes without saying, rapid information-based decision-making is critical. Technology comes in here in a very fundamental way, as does scenario planning and contingency planning. Two things we haven't really done so much of in higher education, particularly in the academic side. Some of the business areas, yes, but my background is primarily in the academic side and not very familiar with even talking about these things, right? So then also there's the issue of access to timely, relevant, and forward-looking information for all decision makers. Again, technology plays a key role there. And another area where technology has been critical, and we've done a pretty good job of innovating, is the substituting with alternatives for face-to-face interaction, for meetings, for contemplation, and with minimal time constraints. I don't know, is it 4 or 6 Zoom meetings or WebEx meetings a day? That seems to be the norm for me, and probably for nearly everybody in higher education and working in any sector these days. Now, I think a really critical point here is that we're really well set up for continuous improvement in higher education. We've been promoting the CQI model for a long time. Baldrige, which I'll talk about again in a minute, has been fundamental to the influence of continuous improvement thinking. Accrediting models promote that, but continuous improvement's not really what we need at this point, at least not for most institutions. What we need is actually transformational improvement. And that's a bit of a different challenge, as I think we all realize, where strategy formulation comes in a very critical way, as does change leadership. Again, something that we've talked a lot about in higher education, but my observation is, for all that we talk and all the programs that there are and all the writing about that, some of which I've done myself, we're still not too good at that. And this is a time where those skills are very much in need. Feedback across the organization from various stakeholders and constituencies. I think earlier, Matt made the statement, which I found was fascinating, that the present crisis provides a license to change. And while I agree with that, I also think it's a mandated situation to engage people as we execute that license. Because looking particularly at the academic side of institutions, I think there are great costs associated with moving too quickly in an autocratic, directive kind of way without engaging faculty. It's kind of well known that there was never a good idea any faculty member could ever accept if they didn't have a chance to give voice or reaction to it. So, I mean, I think the stakeholder engagement piece and the two-way interaction is critical. I also think that we've got to move past traditions of the past and identify areas for experimentation. And then the 11th, and it's the preface to the framework below, is to utilize frameworks and tools that help us do this. The EHE model, which is referred to here, some of you may recognize as an adaptation of the Malcolm Baldrige framework. I've been working on this adaptation for over 10 years now. I was actually on the team that developed the education adaptation of Baldrige, but what we felt we needed to do is come up with a higher education version of this. So this is a model that we used at Rutgers generally, and many institutions and many other schools have used it as well over the past years, to identify the critical components of the higher ed system, to figure out how we can drill down into each of these, look at the key issues that come into play for each, look at critical interactions, look at issues of alignment. And what we've done most recently, and I'm pleased to acknowledge the work of Nuventive in sponsoring a white paper that I did that transforms this model for looking at how this would apply, the Baldrige higher education model would apply in reimagination and renewal post-COVID-19. And we have a paper you'll be able to access if you are interested in that later. But there's a lot that we could say if we had time about this model and the importance of each one of these components and the fundamental questions that come up in each category that are, as I see it, absolutely critical for formulating strategy and forward-looking plans to return to a future that's not like the old one, but is in many ways better, but certainly will be different.
Great, thanks, Brent. And one other thing that I'll bring up here that highlights some of these points too is just I have one picture from a product that Nuventive brought out to help our customers manage their way through this crisis. And part of the idea here, and this is just a screenshot, but the idea is, and this resonates with some things that I heard in an earlier presentation this morning about people flooded with data, not sure where to look, and being able to build feedback loops from people to say, what am I seeing in the data? What am I going to do with it? So what we've done here is really, developed a place where we can bring in any information people might want to look at, whether it's external to the institution, coming from internal internal systems, news articles, whatever it is, putting that side by side with the, what is it people are doing, right? Let's come up with our plans, and we can do that from an institutional perspective. We can do that from a bottoms up perspective, but then we can allow people to manage that and provide feedback and look at that information to make good decisions, put that information all in front of people to give them a way to really accelerate what they're learning, making information-based decisions, putting those forward. And that's kind of, it's a technology tool that helps with all the rest of this, which is why I left it for the end, right? You don't lead with the technology, but to be able to execute some of these things in an effective way, technology really helps. And so with some closing thoughts here, obviously crisis also presents an opportunity. We heard that from the previous speaker. I'm going to repeat that point, not only because it's on the slide, because I think it's it's absolutely the right message here, right? We have a light at the end of the tunnel now. We're starting to see some vaccines. We're starting to see some treatments that are effective. We're going to be coming out of this crisis, right? But as we said, the crisis is going to continue to percolate through our institutions for a while, and thinking about how we really address that and how do we come out of this stronger than we were before. Good information is critical to making good decisions. We need to question some of our core assumptions. We need to plan for the situation at hand and align that to our long-term view, right? And we need to get contributions from across the campus, as Brent said, right, to continuously improve. A top-down approach isn't going to yield sustainable results in a higher education culture. So, as Brent mentioned, he put together a really nice white paper talking about how to apply some of this to adaptive planning. It's available from the, if you send an email to that email address, we'll be happy to send it for you. And thank you, everybody, for your time. We're happy to take some questions.
All right, I'm looking any questions. There's no question specific to your topic here. Let me, the thing that I as you look at the pandemic and, just going through this, what are a couple of things that schools should be thinking about, not necessarily for the upcoming term, but planning even just beyond that? I think because remember, in one of my discussions, I pushed back and said, what is the strategy, right? Because if you don't have a strategy, you can't lay out what the steps are. What are some of the strategies going even beyond the next term that schools should be thinking about?
Let me take a stab at that. I think one of the critical issues in strategy formulation is to figure out not how to add new things, but what should be retained, what should be closed down, what should be expanded, what should be put on pause. But you can't do that without developing a clear set of criteria. Yeah. And that's also something that often is missing. So criteria such as mission centrality, revenue implications, cost implications, stakeholder need, and so on. And you can envision a process where you develop a matrix that has programs on one axis and services on that axis, and on the other axis, critical criteria. And you apply the strategy to decide which things to build and grow out, which things to close down, which new things to add, and so on. And that sort of systematic thought in where you drill down around strategy, that's not common to higher ed.
Yeah. So Dr. Rubin, looking at all these things that we've been doing for a long time, and then having to have some uncomfortable conversations, right? That is some of the things that what you're saying you got to have is, hey, what we've been doing, we may have to revisit, and that program or that course or whatever the criteria that we have to rethink. I think that's what you're saying is like you need to have data around it. You need to make some informed decisions around it, and then drive that transformation, knowing that you may have to sunset something to allow you to have an exponential trajectory to do something else. Is that a good?
Absolutely. And I think, the information piece is critical, and the strategy piece, and the leadership comes in, I think, both in terms of driving and envisioning change. But I want to emphasize again that critical role leadership needs to play in engaging, particularly campus constituencies, in the changes that are being advocated. Because it is quite amazing how effective campus constituencies can be in stalling change if they really want to resist.
Yeah. And actually, that leads to, I saw somebody pop a question up in the Q&A. I don't know if you see that, Brent, that says, how do you get faculty buy-in in this type of planning? Which really leads to that. I know you talked about it. So you want to take a shot at that one?
I will. I think in general, you have to have regular and repetitive communication where you alert people and engage them in an understanding of what the needs are, what the problems are, exploring alternative solutions, and just keeping them in the loop sort of all the way along. I think probably the parallel is with inoculations that we're talking about here, and vaccinations. You can't just assume that everybody will instantly recognize the need and be ready to take that vaccination if they're not brought along with an understanding so that they become part of the problem, they own some of the solutions, and they see it as a necessary step for their own future and their own survival, really.
Yeah, I'll tack on to that too. One of the things that I found pretty successful is if you can set the high level direction, because in response to Matt's question, right, one of the things that I would say there is, there's two pieces to moving forward, right? One is we have to stop any leaks in the ship, right? And part of doing that is exactly what Brent said, right? We need to rethink what we're doing. Can we cut back some services? Are there some new things we can add, new ways of generating revenue? We also need to look at, as others were talking about earlier, what are our constituents looking for now? Has the world changed, right? Are employers seeking something else from us? The gentleman from Salesforce this morning spent a lot of time talking about student preferences, right? And how to, what is it students want? So we've got to rethink that. So we've kind of got to stabilize, and then we've also got to think about what we want to be when we grow up here. And as we do that, we can then come out of that and say, we have some high level things that we think we need to do as an institution, right? And depending on how urgent those are, those might be more prescriptive than collaborative, right? If we're leaking money like a sieve, we need to patch those holes. We can't necessarily wait and collaborate on that. If our enrollment's down 20%, we've got to do something about that. But I think what you can do is you can say, we have this, these are the high level things we have to do. These are the metrics that we need to hit. What's everyone going to do about it, right? Give them a way to now say, okay, in my part of the world, right, in the enrollment management office, I'm going to do X. In the financial aid office, I'm going to do Y. In the English department, we're going to do these three things. And, all of that being aligned back and informed by the same sets of information and aligned back to those broad institutional goals. So you can lay out the targets and say, this is where we're going. Help us get there. Right? How are we going to do this? And be able to use that to move it forward.
Yeah, and I think the education piece is critical too, because, just looking at the realities that I see, deans and directors and so on, they understand how much money might be lost, how many jobs might be at stake, even how at some institutions, the very existence of the institution might be challenged. But how is that understood by others throughout the system? It's not that you need to ask their opinion or ask them to accept it, but this educational process is pretty important. And I would, especially if you're a campus that has unionization, that's a whole other thing we could spend a lot of time on. But you do want everybody to be somewhat understanding of the kind of solutions that are being suggested, proposed, and adopted.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, thank you, Dr. Rubin, John, thanks a lot. We are about to go into a discussion around the community college and the opportunity that it is going to present to many people moving forward. And Dr. Glasper, Dr. Wilson, and Chancellor Lee Lambert from Pima College is coming on. They're going to be joining me on the stage. But really, a lot of the adaptive planning that you're speaking of will actually be very valuable to many of the community colleges that start to rethink what their offering is, what industries are they going into, and so forth like that. So nice segue in. Dr. Glasper, I see you here. Dr. Rubin, thank you. John,
thank you.
You can
bye, Matt. Thank you.
Bye.
You can unhook the screen share. I'm going to ask my colleague and partner at Beyond, Joe Abraham, and look at that. Joe's even in a blazer.
You know what? This must be a very special day, Joe, because I am wearing a blazer.
I know. I'm shocked, and you look good. You look good.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and Matt, you're right. Great segue into a part of the higher ed system that's so important, the community college network. And we've got three trailblazers on with us today. two of whom I've gotten a chance to know over the last year or so, and I've really enjoyed every conversation I've been able to have with them. Dr. Cynthia Wilson and Dr. Rufus Glasper. And then of course, Dr. Lee Lambert, I've just heard so many things about him through you and everyone else. It's just an honor for me to be on with them. Everyone, I'm gonna, as I set my screen share and bring up today's presentation that they'll be walking us through, I just want to give you a little snapshot of these individuals in case you don't already know them. Dr. Cynthia Wilson is the VP of Learning and the Chief of Innovation over at the League for Innovation in the Community College. She got her master's at Southwestern Texas University and then went on to do her doctorate at the University of Texas. Just leads all of education for the League for Innovation. Dr. Glasper, who's the former chancellor for the Maricopa Community Colleges, and now the CEO of the League for Innovation in the Community College. Phenomenal individual. I had the honor of interviewing him on our podcast, the Future X podcast. And if you enjoy podcasts, I'd recommend listening to the session I got to do with Dr. Glasper. It was very, very enlightening. And I'm just excited to have him on. And then of course, Dr. Lambert, who is currently the chancellor of Pima Community College. He's been there since 2013. And really what's interesting to learn about him is one of his great passions is to address the systemic educational and economic inequality and how community colleges can play such a critical role in solving that challenge. I know that's a deep passion of his, and hopefully we'll get to hear a little bit about that today. Just so you know, he's been a true innovator in the space of the community college environment. He got his JD from Seattle University School of Law as a U.S. Army veteran. And actually, interestingly enough, here's an interesting fact that you'll find very interesting. Even though he grew up was born in Seoul, South Korea, but has grown up on 3 different continents. Now, how many of us can say that about our story? So obviously an illustrious career, a great life, and hopefully a lot of great insight to share with us. Dr. Rufus Glasper, I'm gonna hand over to you to take over and guide this conversation, and I'll scroll your presentation as the 3 of you go from here.
Thank you very much, Joe. We really appreciate this opportunity to address the topic of community colleges' role in creating exponential opportunities. I'd like to just quickly turn it back over to Cynthia so she can introduce us to this topic, and then I'll pick up from her, and then we'll move into Chancellor Lambert. So Dr. Wilson.
I had to do the unmute thing first, right? Thanks, Rufus, and thank you, Joe, for that introduction. We are pleased to be here to talk about these opportunities that community colleges offer to students and their families, and also just to workforce and economic development in the regions that they serve. Of course, the pandemic has created challenges to these efforts. And during this next few minutes, we want to address some of those challenges and how community colleges are meeting them. When we talk about opportunities and students, though, it's, I think, helpful to start by remembering just who community college students are. So bear with me just for a minute while I cite a few statistics pulled together each year by the American Association of Community Colleges in their Fast Facts series. This data mostly comes from 2015 to 2019, but just a brief snapshot of community college students. In the fall of 2018, 41% of all undergraduates in the country, or almost 12 million students, were enrolled in community colleges. Of these, 53% were enrolled in credit courses, and almost 2/3 of those were part-time students. 47% were enrolled in non-credit, of course. Most community college students are employed either full or part-time, and 59% receive some sort of financial aid. The average age of community college students is 28, and 29% of them of all students are first-generation college students. The community college student population is also diverse in some other ways, with 45% identifying as white, 26% as Hispanic, and 13% as Black. 57% of community college students are women. So these few statistics, and I won't say any more, are just a reminder that many community college students do not fit the traditional college student profile that many of us are familiar with. Also, most community college students are also local, and that's not surprising given the demographics that we've just kind of talked about. Some are older, many are working, some are supporting families. Many have financial constraints or other factors that suggest roots in the community or less inclination or ability to move away to attend a university. With the pandemic, the thinking as described in the slide that that's showing now from Inside Higher Ed, the article referenced there, was that university students would choose to remain closer to home during the pandemic. Community colleges are ubiquitous in the United States. Almost everyone in the country lives in an area served by at least one community college, and many live fairly close to a community college campus or a community college center. After higher education institutions moved completely online last spring, it seemed to make sense that during summer and fall terms, university students would opt to save money by staying home and by taking their classes online with lower tuition and fees, and they're being the same classes that they would have been the same courses they would have been taking at the university. They could take them from their local community college. Community college practitioners also knew from experience that during times of economic decline or recession, enrollment in their institutions typically increase. Displaced workers start or return to community colleges to upgrade skills or begin transitioning to new careers. But that has not happened with the millions of workers who have lost their jobs during the pandemic. Instead, as the National Student Clearinghouse has found, and this is on the next slide, community colleges experienced a 9.4% drop in enrollment from fall 2019 to fall 2020. And the number of freshmen dropped at a rate of almost 23%. And the Community College Daily article that's referenced on this slide calls this a lost generation of more than 600,000 students who are not enrolled during the pandemic. This article and the NSC report it references affirm also what we're hearing from our member colleges. Students are staying away due to challenges with financial insecurity, safety concerns, problems with the digital divide, which are very serious. Students lack access to technology, including computers or tablets, as well as internet access, which in some cases is just an added unaffordable expense, but especially in rural areas, it's simply not available. The community colleges are committed to helping students succeed, and many have been very active in encouraging and incentivizing students to return or start at their institutions. So if we pull to the next slide, you can see that we've heard from our members about enhanced efforts in recruiting and advising, from stepping up text, email, and phone communications with current students, purchasing big data prospect lists, and improving digital and print marketing. One college we're working with on our hunger relief project offered grocery store gift cards as an incentive for students to make and keep advising appointments that would help enroll them in the next term. Colleges have used CARES Act and other funding to provide computers, tablets, hotspots, as well as other student needs. And as you can see here, the state of Michigan's Future for Frontliners program offers free community college tuition scholarships to a wide range of essential employees and frontline workers. So that's a great program, and you can find out more about it at michigan.gov/frontliners. In Ohio, Sinclair Community College's Returning Citizen Initiative is providing credit instruction in all 28 adult prison facilities in Ohio. So those services also include making students aware of educational opportunities in high demand fields where returning citizens will be considered for employment. And colleges are also working with established transfer and articulation agreements to serve students who are moving between institutions, those that are staying home, not going back to their university. And they're working with employers to upskill incumbent workers in credit and non-credit programs. And now I'm going to flip this back over to Rufus so he can talk a little bit more about what the workforce development issues are that are happening.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. What I would like to just talk about right now is this whole notion of those major components that can help bring our nation's health up in an economic fashion. This article by Opportunity America in June of this year describes the community colleges as the indispensable institution. I don't think that we really understand that or believe that. I don't also believe that we know what it means to have this role. We are considered to be, as Cynthia mentioned, that institution that has a different demographic and has different expectations. But as we begin to look at this particular slide, we talk about the millions that will need quick job focus, upskilling, and reskilling. Referring back to Inside Higher Ed a couple of months ago, they had an article that said if individuals were looking for a job within the next 6 months, though 62% of those that were surveyed said that they would be looking to reskill and looking at a skill-based job or some kind of career so that they can, quite frankly, get food for their family, take care of their household expenses, and figure out a way to try to move through this pandemic and beyond. As we're thinking about what does it mean and what are the opportunities in the community college space, undergraduate STEM, there's a focus out of the National Academy of the Sciences to focus on undergraduate STEM programs. And many folks do not realize that undergraduate STEM includes construction, it includes welding, it includes definitely biotech and manufacturing and energy. These are programs that many are considered to be not in the same class as 2-year programs that can lead for a 2-year degree and or transfer to a 4-year degree. I would proffer to you that if you look around during the pandemic in some of the major areas, these skill-based programs have continued to maintain employment and continue to provide some kind of economic support for our communities as well. Also, we're looking at how community colleges are stepping up during this pandemic for impacted workers. The notion of digital workforce training will be prevalent as we move forward, as we think about what's happening with our student services areas and our retraining areas, and how we're training individuals in COVID training, in terms of their skill-based training during COVID, with those who are unemployed and also those who are looking for a job. Next slide. As we move to this particular slide here, I just want to close my thoughts in talking about key components in the nation's economic health. The League for Innovation is currently working with Education Design Lab and also with Dr. Lambert in one of these major projects. We've selected 6 educational institutions across the country to focus on micro-credentials and micro-pathways. And these are shorter credentials that'll get individuals back to work. We're working to make sure that these credentials are aligned with the guided pathway programs that many of them will have emerged from. We're also trying to get this notion of community colleges moving at the speed of business. This is fearful to many faculty and to others because they think we will be dictated to by the corporate world. But I think it is necessary for us to think about how we move through our ancient, antiquated ways in terms of timing, in terms of curriculum build, to actually meet the needs in a timely fashion. And with those short-term courses and others, we can do that while still maintaining the integrity. Then integrating credit and non-credit programs. This whole notion of quality assurance in a non-credit program should be based on qualifications, and qualifications and experience that you may have had on the job should apply just as well as that with an education. And as we're looking at the notion of reflective discussions around the whole notion in mission and culture, I truly believe that the mission of the community college is broadening the culture of the community college, and actually that culture that drives us needs to change. We need to think about our role. If we're going to be perceived as indispensable, if we have that opportunity to be indispensable, then I think we need to step up and show that we can be and are. In many cases, we should replicate and scale our best practices across the US. The League for Innovation is always looking for opportunities to partner with different companies, partner with different colleges, and to increase the nation's economic health. And with that, I will pass this baton over to Chancellor Lambert.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Rufus. Appreciate that. Glad to be here. And what I was asked to do is to really talk a little bit about how Pima is innovating to create opportunities for its students. And so I thought I would start first with one of the things we talk about at the college is, where is the puck moving to? Where is it headed? And so I want you to imagine for a moment a set of railroad tracks. Now imagine that railroad track beginning from Long Beach, California, going through the state of Arizona, through New Mexico, through Texas, through the Gulf Coast, and ending or beginning in Jacksonville, Florida. Now imagine that rail road is now expanded over 4 lanes, 6 lanes, 8 lanes, depending on how wide. Well, this is not fictional. In fact, the virtual railway is being developed as we speak. And so what's driving this virtual railway? Well, a lot of it is being enabled by the 4 superpowers: AI, mobile technology, cloud computing, the Internet of Things, which translates into the Industry 4.0. And all of these are the things that we talk about at Pima and how that's going to reshape and impact our mission. So we are fortunate to be partnering with Too Simple. It's a unicorn startup company, and their technology is the autonomous vehicle technology that's going into the long haul trucking. And as I speak with all of you, there are autonomous trucks traveling from Phoenix, Arizona to Dallas, Texas. And then over time, it's going to travel across that virtual railway. So we partnered with Too Simple to create the first ever autonomous vehicle driver specialist program. And why was that? Because their technology is going to displace the single largest job category of males in our country. And so Pima felt that it was our responsibility, and Too Simple felt it was their responsibility to do something about the reality of this dislocation, thanks to Industry 4.0 and this new reality. Also, I thought I would share a little bit about what does it take to make this kind of shift. One, it's your mindset. Higher ed has been in a fixed mindset, and it worked for quite a while, but it's not going to work any longer. So we have to now have a shift to a growth mindset. Are you open to being comfortable with being uncomfortable? Are you comfortable with taking risk? Are you willing to do things that are going to put you at odds with people in your community, even within your own organizations, to do the right thing? So a key to that are partnerships. A partnership, like I mentioned, with Too Simple, but let me share another partnership with all of you, Caterpillar. So Caterpillar moved their surface mining division to Tucson, Arizona from the Midwest. And one of the things they shared with us as they started to get settled here in Tucson was a lot of their engineers, great engineers coming out of the engineering schools, were good with the theory, but in actual application of the design, et cetera, was costing millions of dollars of rework for Caterpillar. So they wanted to find a way to upskill, if you will, and reskill the engineer. So they came to us and we created the Applied Technology Academy. And what that simply is we co-developed a curriculum in the areas of manufacturing, in welding, and some of these other applied technology areas to really get the engineers a firsthand applied experience to understand, can that machinist make that part? Can the welder weld that piece? And we've so far put through 100 of their engineers through this Applied Technology Academy. Interesting thing that's happened is that Raytheon, and some of you are familiar with Raytheon, they have come to us wanting to participate in this Applied Technology Academy as well. And so has the University of Arizona, which is just down the street, who said, we want to get our engineers more of that applied experience. So those are just some of the many examples I can give. I know that time is short, so I'm going to turn it back over to Joe, and I'll be glad to talk about many of the other things. But paying attention to the reality, things have shifted. Are we going to shift?
You know, that brings up a great question for you, Dr. Lambert and Rufus. I know this is a topic that's near and dear to your heart, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on it as well. In this quest to be innovative, I think a lot of the people who are participating in this event are the more innovative thinkers and wanting to know, how can I be part of change and transformation at my campus, no matter what role they play on the campus. But inevitably, I'm finding in higher ed, innovative leaders, unless they are a chancellor who can really kind of drive vision, come up against this thing called consensus. Where does consensus fit in with innovation to the level that you're describing? And how does somebody who comes up against a consensus barrier potentially break through it to create transformation?
Lee, you want to start that, or you want me?
Sure, I'll be glad to. This is my take on it, right? Okay. I think, first of all, we need to redefine what we mean by consensus. And so what I mean by that, it's not that everybody has to agree. How I look at it is everyone has a chance to input, to share their perspective, to share their views. But at the end of the day, someone's accountable for a decision, and that oftentimes is the CEO that's accountable for that. So that redefinition of consensus is how I have approached things in terms of my leadership.
And I would totally support. I would totally support what Lee is saying relative to, at the end, the decision has to be made by the CEO. But in inviting input into the process, to me, helps to build consensus. And during my tenure, I had 3 words: inclusiveness, engagement, and respect. And it gets back to the whole culture. As you're talking about changing the culture, helping to lead your community, helping to be an economic driver, if you're consistent about that conversation, it only takes about 10 to 15% of the organization to think innovatively and start the movement. Once that movement starts, you can move across the innovation maturity spectrum, and then you start to get converts. You start to get people to buy in. And with the merging of non-credit and credit, it'll also start to bring resources and a different application of how you drive institutions, and also you drive folks to your individual programs.
That's outstanding.
And can I just say something along with Rufus is saying? The Too Simple example and that involved our faculty. Our faculty co-developed the curriculum. So it wasn't that they weren't involved. They were absolutely included in that process, especially in the how side of what needs to happen.
That leads me to another question for you. In this alliance that's highly coveted, the alliance between a community college or any college and industry, where that conversation starts to foster innovation, do you find that it's industry reaching out to the college that's the better scenario, or is it the college that really needs to be reaching out to industry? Where are you finding, how does that conversation begin, and who's responsible to start it?
Rufus, you want to?
Yeah, I think the responsibility is equal on both sides, because there has to be a mutual agreement about what you're trying to achieve. And we try to do this with advisory committees around workforce, but I don't really think that that's how you do that. The 3 adjectives that I used when I just said that included the community broadly in terms of everything we do. I mean, if you start questioning what I'm going to do from day one, and I give you a response, and then, as Lee said earlier, ultimately you make a decision, you haven't been left out of the process. And if I don't respond to you in a positive way to try to address the issues that you're concerned with and help build the community, then I'm being irresponsible.
And I also, building on what Rufus says, I absolutely agree. It's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. And in the case of Caterpillar, we were a part of the economic development attraction of Caterpillar to the community. So we were there right up in the front end. So they got to know us right up from the outset. And so that, I think, helped, because we already made it known that we wanted to partner in that instance.
But I think many schools do get that opportunity to be part of that economic development conversation, but then that's kind of where it all ends. But I think that pursuit of how can we engage and how can we be involved leads to breakthrough programming, like some of the programming you're seeing. Matt, as you've been listening in, what have been some thoughts that have come to mind as you're listening to these individuals talking?
Yeah, so, Dr. Glasper and I, we talk a lot, and Lee and I, we just have this connection because he's on the same wavelength as I am all the time, right? So every time I'm on a call with him, I think about everything around the work of the future. What is the work of the future? How do we prepare our students for the work of the future? Sorry, my camera goes out on me every 30 minutes, so I got to do that. But I think some of this is focusing on the work of the future and how does institutions align themselves to that work, right? The whole example of this, auto driving trucks and so forth like that. Like, there is new work there that has to be rethought and designed collaboratively with industry. It could even be collaborate with University of Arizona. And there is this partnership that is a community partnership that has to come in. And honestly, Lee and I, we've talked about it. There is so much opportunity. We have about 8 presidents from different community colleges in our list of attendees, right? I want every one of them to recognize this is their opportunity to think about rethinking what they do and how they serve, how they align with their respective four-year institution, and the opportunity that you will start giving students, you will start giving faculty, because I think faculty is the asset of a college and a university. And I believe this is the opportunity that we're really going to shape the future of the curriculum and so forth. So that's what I was thinking. The examples that Chancellor Lambert spoke about, like, as soon as he said it, I'm like, Chancellor Lambert, when are you going to invite me over to have those discussions? Because that's what I want to be in, right? So, yeah.
No, it's been a fantastic discussion. And I think hopefully what our viewers and listeners, both live and those who will be watching this on demand, will feel inspired from this conversation is, everyone knows there's plenty of opportunity ahead, but it's taking that first step. It's having that first uncomfortable conversation. It's reaching out to industry. It's breaking through that consensus barrier that can really create some transformational things. And I was just speaking at a conference a few days ago to a group of very, very large mechanical contractors. These are $100 million businesses and their CEOs, and it was one of their virtual conferences. And I put in a plug for community colleges, and I said, you're all complaining about lack of workforce. You can't find good, talented people, because that was their number one bubbled up issue, by the way, of all these CEOs of North America saying they just can't find talent. I said, there's a community college within driving distance of every one of your companies. Pick up the phone, call them, start the dialogue of what it is you're looking for. They know how to build the product you're looking for, but if they don't know what you want, they don't know how to build the product. And I think that's how do we start that conversation, both at the community college level and then also at the four-year school level, and create a little bit more dialogue. For me, who comes from industry, that's the gap I see, is we're just not talking to each other enough.
Well, I would totally agree. And I've known some community colleges where the workforce has actually shown up at their board meetings and say that you aren't talking to us, you aren't listening to us, and I'm willing to pay for internships, I'm willing to pay X, Y, and Z. Can we meet halfway? Can we meet somewhere in the middle? And when it gets to that point, someone is not doing their jobs in terms of making that connection and being able to bring solutions to the board, and rather than accusations such as that. But I think the challenge is there, and I think we can step up.
Yep. Dr. Lambert, thank you for your leadership and what you're doing to inspire everyone. Dr. Glasper, Dr. Wilson, thank you for all you're doing to serve the community college marketplace. Matt, I'm going to turn it back over to you to finish this up.
Yeah, I know, Dr. Lambert, you have a hard stop. So first of all, I'm very grateful, for you joining us. And Dr. Glasper and Dr. Wilson, I'm grateful for our partnership. I'm a huge believer in community colleges, right? And I believe that what you are all doing is going to help change the landscape. And so we want to be a part of that. The main thing I want to leave here is that we can't do what we've always done before. we have to start thinking about what do we do forward. So the example of that they have internships. Well, why are we not helping community college kids be prepared to take on an internship? Why can't they be working in my office here so that they get to your community's areas, right? Because there's people who work remotely for us here, right? Those are the type of things we should be doing together to give them the exposure. The production of this summit was done by students who are in college or just out of college. And that's how we're running and managing things. And I believe that community colleges lend that self to people with the opportunities, and we want to be a part of it. And I want to say thank you to all three of you for all the work that you're doing. And I believe that we will do great work in the next few years together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
For everyone else, it's been 7 hours or something. So I want to thank every one of you for joining. As we showcase, there is Quiller link for everyone for each of these presentations. All of this has been recorded. We will snip them in, and then we will attach it into the Quiller that you guys have been using. We will have a post summit page that we will put out there, and you will have access to it for about 6 months. But I'm really excited for our first day. I hope you will start early with us tomorrow. We have a packed agenda with great set of thought leaders that are going to come and talk tomorrow. So till then, enjoy your evening. Thanks so much. And thanks for everyone for attending.
Thanks, everybody.
Chris, how you doing, buddy?